man.
That was as close as I got to
I want
Alaska.
to go there.
Iowa.
Oh.
I would like to do maybe a spring go around all of our affiliates in Iowa. And we just rent a van like we're a band. And we just drive around. We go into their local studios, and then we do the show. And then we drive to the next one. So we do 5 days, 5 different cities in Iowa. Who's with me?
I'm in.
I'm in.
Okay.
I want to try that.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Ayahuasca.
Here you go.
Oh, let's try the darkness late
Yeah.
night.
Yeah. You got to embrace the darkness, man.
I was 75% vowels and 100% awesome,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
as they say.
All righty. 1 hour in the book to go on this Meat Friday. More phone calls coming up. 877-3DP show. We have the win game of the weekend coming up. Fritzy has a Sports Center tease. If you're a listener of the Dan Patrick Show, you probably know that I'm a big fan of Keeper's Heart whiskey. Keeper's Heart is the first whiskey to offer a unique blend of Irish and American whiskeys, and the results are incredible, and the whiskey experts agree with me. It was named Best Irish Whiskey in the World by San Francisco World Spirits Competition. You got to try this whiskey. It's a bottle worth keeping.
Available throughout Florida. Grab a bottle today at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, Winn-Dixie, and Lucan's Liquor Stores.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Good morning, Florida Keys. It's Friday, November the 8th. I'm Joe Moore with a look at news headlines. Authorities are investigating a boat crash that left one person dead and sent 4 others to the hospital late yesterday. One of the boats participating in the annual poker run from Miami to Key West hit a sandbar near the Key West harbor. Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission officials say there was a driver and 7 other passengers on board the vessel. 2 of the victims were transported to Jackson South Medical Center. Identities have not been released. Thousands of Monroe County property owners have received real estate tax bills for property they do not own in Charlotte County, Florida. The problem was caused by the vendor who prints tax bills for both Monroe County and Charlotte County. Apparently, the vendor got the mailing list mixed up and sent the Charlotte
No grade lab, right? No, just the last one. So are they already sold? But it's 2, 3, 4.
And welcome live to Key West, Florida for the 2024 Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center. You're listening to our live local coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio right here in the Florida Keys and globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, on our YouTube channel, Race World Offshore, and also at RTH TV, Victory Plus, on the iOS and Google Play platforms. So we're going out to all over the Florida Keys and globally here this morning. Welcome. I'm Todd Swafford, the voice of Race World Offshore, here for the World Championship. A Key West conch that grew up around powerboat racing as a young boy, and now back behind the microphone where I first did my very first race in 1981, a UIM Class 1 World Championship race along with the American Powerboat Association. I'm joined by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water, a longtime racer and journalist. Of course, he covers all of the APBA National Series on speedonthewater.com. And joining us for bracketed racing and the Mod V races, which will be coming up here before our first intermission, is offshore powerboat racer Kevin Smith. First of all, welcome, Eric.
Thank you. Good to be back, finally.
Yeah, finally back to Key West, and finally back to offshore powerboat racing after.
Want to extend good thoughts to the folks over in the Gulf, and maybe in the, say, Orange Beach, Alabama, and Biloxi areas. They could still be in the path, so just wish everyone good luck there. But very excited to get back to racing. I can't imagine what it's like being those guys in the cockpit. 2 cancellations. They got psyched up for Wednesday. They shut down Wednesday. Kevin, what are they feeling as they're sitting in this milling area waiting to get this thing going?
I'll tell you what, you're ready to go. You guys said it. You got the last 2 races get canceled, and Wednesday everybody's amped up. You're ready to go. You get the rug pulled out from under you there, and I can tell you right now, these guys, there's a lot of butterflies in your stomach. You're probably second and third guessing your setup. You got way too much time to think about it. But now it's time to get in there and go and just see what you got.
Now, how about the overall strategy when having things cut down from 3 to 2 races? That kind of like maybe play it safe Wednesdays, that mentality's gone, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, that's typically is your strategy. You want to take it easy. You don't want to hurt your equipment. You want to get through safely. Go a little harder on Friday and then give it all you got on Sunday. But, today is going to be, you got to get out there. You got to get good points for your overall for Sunday. So I think you're going to see everybody going hard. And again, I think, like you said, everybody's got a lot of bent up, just angst ready to go. And I think you're going to see it fly here in this first race here on Friday. And, hopefully you don't go too hard. You still do have to save your equipment. You got some rough water out there today, and you got to play it smart.
You're looking from the X Insurance Helicam, Key West Harbor, and you might be saying, wow, I've heard it was super rough. Well, things look good right now. We're really in the lee of the island with this course here in Key West, but I can assure you yesterday when the winds were gusting from the east upwards of 30 miles an hour, they were reporting seas 6 to 7 feet out on the outside leg between 1 and 2 heading to Fort Zachary Taylor. Now, the winds have subsided a bit today, and right now we're recording winds at Fort Zachary Taylor out of the east-southeast at 13. But at Sand Key, just 8 miles south of there, we're getting a 20-mile-an-hour wind. So that gives you an idea of what the wind is like unabated, not in the lee of the island. And one thing for sure, here in Key West, this race course is set up to protect boat racers this time of year. The prevailing winds are generally out of the east-northeast and sometimes out of the east. They call it the beast from the east because when you turn at 1, you'd be heading right into it. But with a wind leaning more to the southeast, you're not getting so much of that protection from the island. So you may see that affect the boats if it continues to move around. It's definitely going to be a little bit different, Kevin, than the easterly wind or the east-northeast that we normally get.
I agree. I mean, I'm looking at it now and looking at the forecast. It looks like it was blowing a little harder earlier when everybody ran out to take a look at it and talked to a couple of the guys that ran out on the chase boats, and it was big. I think you are seeing it start to lay down a little bit, but the direction, like you're saying, there's a good swell rolling in here. So that rougher water that you typically just see on the outside leg from 1 to 2, I think you're going to see that carrying into the harbor here a pretty good bit. So I think you're going to see a predominantly rougher course.
Tides are generally a big concern here in Key West. For this race, it'll be a little different on Sunday. Tide will be about 2 hours later, but we've got an incoming tide today, which won't be a big issue. If you had a north wind, sure it would be. We also noticed yesterday, because of the hurricane, the Gulf of Mexico is a big bowl, and it seemed like the tidal flow lessened yesterday as the storm was passing, and I think that storm was pulling water out of the Gulf and pulling it away from Key West, so we weren't having such big tides yesterday, even though we had crazy winds. So I think that's going to play into today's race, where you won't get those strong normal tides you see, and incoming's a lot better than outgoing here. Outgoing, it goes right out into the mouth of the harbor, and it stands up against easterly or east-northeasterly winds, and especially in east-southeast winds. So we've got the bracketed boats getting set to go. We've got the bracket class 700, the UIM class 3X and 3C that will get underway here early. Bracketed 5, bracketed 2 and 4. We'll also be
5 and 6 are now.
5 and 6 are racing in this first start, and you can see the boats milling right outside the Key West Resort hotels here. Why don't you give us the lineup, Eric Colby, of our starting grid here for today's first race?
In the first start, you're going to see bracket 500 boats, 501 Powerhouse Racing, local team of Nelson Sawyer and Damon Murata from Key West, 511 TFR X Insurance Golf and Gator. JJ Turk from Cocoa Beach is the driver. Nick Buis from St. Pete on the throttles. Rum Runners, the 26 Scarab with Tom Crowley and Fran Velatato. Sweat Equity, the only outboard-powered boat in the class, a 28 Manta. Driver Greg Dorenzo. Throttles Ryan Beckley. Back in action is a 30-foot Phantom. Jimmy Jensen, Bobby Kieber from Big Pine Key. Yabba Dabba Doo. Steven Adams is on the wheel. J.D. Ivins is the owner throttleman. And Tunnel Vision, bracket 500, 28 Pantera, Robert Bryant, and throttles Mike McColgan. Bracket 600, you've got Moderation. Johnny Saris from Lake George, New York, and the driver is Michael Lang. He owns the boat. 611 Velocity Power Boats. Bob Spitulski, NFL veteran, on the wheel, and Scott McCormick, the owner of Velocity Power Boats, on the throttles. 655 American Hustle, a 25-foot Warlock, Brandon Horrocks, Mike Iyer from Caledonia, New York. And 650 Swap It Fast is a Pantera owned and throttled by Clyde Petty. You want to keep going with sevens? Or?
Yeah, let's do sevens.
We've got 6 teams in bracket 700. These are all 21 and 22-foot boats powered by a single Mercury 300-horse outboard. Shocker is Raymond Evans and Chris Colson. Jackhammer, Connor Langheim is on the wheel. Mike Hack is throttling. Proven Marine, Greg Bludder is driving. Craig Chittenden from Fort Lauderdale is on the throttles. Bad Decisions X Insurance, Ricky Harmeyer is on the wheel. 16-year-old Owen Buis throttling. 759 Statement X Insurance, John Izzetti from Newtown, Pennsylvania driving. Jerry Hartman is throttling. Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing. Brad Christopher is driving. AJ Smith is on the throttles. Class 3X Scratch and Sniff is a 21 Hustler, Michael Chandler, Austin Blocker. And then the new canopy boat that everyone's kind of keeping an eye on, the 22-foot Wicked, Cameron Turk is driving, and Michael Stancombe is on throttles.
All right, there's your grid for our first race of the day. It's bracketed racing. You're listening to live coverage here.
Smoke.
Yeah, we got some smoke, so we'll get going. Live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and the Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channel, as well all kinds of other outlets here with us here, broadcasting globally from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. So bracket class racing, guys, means that you got to maintain your speeds. GPS, got to keep your eye on it. It's kind of hard to do that, watching waves and watching your GPS, but riding that thing right up to that speed, no breakouts. If you break out, you turn your data card in after the race, and you'll be penalized and disqualified. It's almost seems maddening, Kevin, to have to race at a speed limit.
It does. I was talking to a couple of the guys before here going out, and I think everybody's mentality is, it's going to be rough. The smart thing to do is going to be to just get through that rough water when you're coming down here on the inside, getting inside the harbor. Try to run your number, but that's so hard to hold back. I just you got to show a lot of control. You got to know your boat. You got to know your setup. Your team's got to be tight together. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's a typical course here in Key West. They'll head out of the harbor. Key West is one of the few races where you're racing around the course, taking left-handed turns everywhere. So they'll race out on the far side to turn number 1 and running pretty much southwest out to turn number 1 and take that turn. There are some changes on the course. Race officials have tried to be, with lots of input from race teams to say, man, these turns are tough. Turn number 1's going to have 3 buoys. Turn number 2 by Fort Zach is going to have 2 buoys, and the turn in the harbor in front of the hotels is going to have 3 buoys.
Okay,
all right, our bracketed boats are up and getting ready to start.
They're
it's about time
up,
to drop the flag on the 2024 Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
Still
Here
got a
we
yellow
go.
flag. The delay was they ended up having to put a different pace boat up because one of the cigarettes had an engine problem, so now they're doing it with the center console. But they're still yellow that I'm seeing.
Everybody's lined up good. Drop it.
are.
There it
Yeah,
is.
they're
Green,
dropping
green, green.
Green.
Yep, dropping the throttles.
Rum
and there
Runners
they go.
is jumping out to an early lead along with X Insurance TFR. No surprise there. But look at Yabba Dabba Doo coming up through. Nice big boat. Helps span the waves. But there go JJ and Nick. No surprise there that they'd be getting out to an early lead. But they have to not exceed. This is where your discipline to not exceed that speed limit when you're trying to establish a lead.
Yeah, the Rum Runners boat trailing X Insurance Class 500. Nick Buis, JJ Turk won a national championship in that class. And as you can see, they're spanning the waves very nicely.
Yeah, and they're a 30-foot boat, and Rum Runners is only a 26.
You can see quite a bit of the tops knocked off these waves from what they were seeing yesterday. Again, Fort Zachary reporting an east-southeast wind at about 13. So we'll pan back and get a look at those boats now as they begin to make their left-hand turn. Remember, now a 3-pin turn at number 1. That's X Insurance in the lead. Team Rum Runners in second, now getting into a bit more chop.
Yep, and Rum Runners is pulling up along the outside here. Let's see what they can do with the smaller boat. And right now the conditions look pretty darn good.
Yeah, they are. And now getting up in the air.
Yep.
Here we go. They're turning that 3-pin turn, now heading back towards the island.
They're going inside.
Yeah, here
this is
Rum
where
Runners is making the inside move, shortening the course.
X Insurance staying to the outside and in the lead.
Boats look great. Guys have a great setup going across there. I mean, that's probably your roughest leg, going on that outside.
Now, I don't believe these boats have ballast tanks. They probably have lead shot placed, but I don't think they have tanks.
The X Insurance boat might have one, I believe.
Yeah.
Those Phantoms, a lot of the Phantoms do have ballast tanks.
Okay.
Nice day for the Rum Runners team. Got a couple of Key West sponsors, Key West Legal Rum Distillery, Southernmost Point Bar on Duval, and Stevens Auto Transport from Curry Bay, Maryland, they wanted to thank. Now turning in front of the fans at Fort Zachary Taylor that are listening here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. And X Insurance takes the wide line, and Rum Runners takes the inside line.
Yep. Now, I don't know this third place boat. I think this is one of the new ones. We'll have to wait until we can get a number on it coming through, because third and fourth looks like it's pretty tight.
This will be a fun look down in front of the start-finish line, right in front of our broadcast center here on the outer mole at the Truman Annex. We're right on the start-finish line, and X Insurance will come around lap number 1 of 5 first.
But not by much.
Rum Runners holding second.
Oh, the Velocity is leading Class 6.
So Team Velocity leading in Class 600.
Moderation is in second in Class 6.
Good shot over the top of Rum Runners. Team Rum Runners running in second. Thomas Crowley, Francis Valutado.
We've got a boat down on the inside of the course already. But third place is in 500 is Yappa Dabba Doo with Sweat Equity coming hard.
So the V-bottom boats really handling well. That's Powerhouse Marine. Damon Murata Sr. on board with Key Wester Nelson Sawyer. Having some trouble in that Pantera. And here comes American Muscle.
American Hustle's third in Class 6. That's a 25 Warlock built in California. I haven't seen the Rollin' Dirty Swap It Fast boat come by yet.
Oh, look at the duel between
yep.
X Insurance and Rum Runners.
Now, I drove a 26 Scarab with Nigel Hook, and I can imagine how well that boat turned in Key West Harbor because those things turn great.
These guys got it dialed in, man. They,
yeah, Franny loves that boat.
Back to the X Insurance Helicam. Rum Runners right on the transom of X Insurance, your national champion, Turk and Buis.
Man, what a way to whet the appetites of the fans with a race like this in the first one.
People in the race teams in the pits are scrambling right now. The way they're watching these boats run out there. The winds have definitely come down quite a bit here today in Key West. This is V-bottom racing, though, Kevin. I mean, that's the way these boats are supposed to handle.
They are. I think it, like you said, though, it's a little calmer than anybody was anticipating.
Oh, here's the 650 boat. But I have not seen tunnel vision. There's the X Insurance in Class 7 leading that class.
Yeah, off camera, we're tracking the boats that are coming through. So 759, is that the first 700 boat through?
No, 747 was the first.
Okay, so bad decisions in 759. Okay, back to our live stream coverage. For all of you watching globally out there, we appreciate you here on the Race World Offshore Facebook page, the YouTube channel, also at RTH.TV and Victory Plus. As we watch X Insurance now widen their lead.
And that's the new X Insurance single outboard catamaran that a lot of people are interested in. Could it become a popular? At 170 grand, I'm not quite sure that's an entry-level price, but that's what that one supposedly costs to get on the water, realistically. So
they're looking good today.
Yep.
Good first show.
Nice battle with these 3 Class 7 boats going into Key West, but back out to turn 2, it looks like, coming at us. And it's still TFR, X Insurance, Golf and Gator, the local boys from Cocoa Beach. They've been sporting them. Now we're back in Key West Harbor with the 700 boats dealing with the wakes of the other boats and the new entry there. Michael Stancombe getting used to that boat with Cameron Turk. Cameron was a Hall of Champions inductee last year after his first year.
Back to your overall leader in Class 500, across with a wider lead.
Yep.
X Insurance. Rum Runners still holding on to second. In bracket Class 500, back to the screen as we get to...
That's Proven Marine running in bracket 700. I think that's a 21 super boat.
Out in front of the...
Yeah, you would think that the catamaran would have no problem getting by him, but it's a learning process. We do have a couple of boats down on the course. The Velocity is still leading in Class 600, coming up by the... And here comes Moderation chasing them down.
I think that might be the Sweat Equity
744 Jackhammer is down, we're being told, so in the bracket 700. But here's the that's the Scratch and Sniff boat. I think that's leading, and that's the one of the Class 3 boats. There's Powerhouse. Tough day for the local guys.
Under tow, Nelson Sawyer. See if they get that boat back together. and racing on Sunday.
Here's Sweat Equity.
Yep.
Looks like they've got a local sponsor, Zarelli Homes. And that's
Five brothers. Ryan Beckley is on board that boat.
And Five Brothers, he's had them for years.
Yeah, his boyhood hangout to go get a Cuban mix when he was growing up in Key West. Five Brothers on board with Greg Dorenzo.
Yeah, they got around Yabba Dabba Doo, so right now Sweat Equity is on the podium.
Back to our leader in Class 500. That was X Insurance, TFR, X Insurance Golf and Gator, JJ Turk, Nick Buis, your APBA National High Points champions. Good look at the American Hustle 655.
25 Warlock out of, I can't remember, I'm trying to find out where they were. They're from up in the Northeast, I know that. Talked to them briefly yesterday. They had a very sporty ride on Tuesday when they went out in that little boat, because those Warlocks don't have a lot of dead rise compared to the more traditional offshore hulls. I raced the 29 here in 1995. Oh my! When we went out in that first hit, it was like, ooh.
The Factory One days.
It was an A-class boat.
Okay.
20 Wizard of Oz. There were 25 of us. It was when SBI, U.S. Offshore, and APBA all ran together.
Couldn't imagine going out here 25 wide.
But here's our leader again in bracket 7, Owen Buis, his brother-in-law, Rick Harmeyer. That's 2 of 4 laps for them, so they're halfway through. Wow, what a lead. You usually don't see that in a 60-mile-an-hour class, and this is Dirt Legal having their best run of the year, the Factory Velocity boat. So they moved up. And 759 Statement, X Insurance, is in third. But here comes Nick and JJ again.
They really pulled a lead on the Rum Runners boat there.
And as if they're not going to be feeling it enough already, they're getting into a 29 V-bottom Extreme and going right back out at 10:45. So
they're going to be enjoying the cocktails after this day's over with.
Yeah, they're not going to have a lot of time to jump out of that boat to get in their Mod V. If we can get back to our leaders coming in the harbor, there they are. X Insurance, Golf and Gator, Nick Buis, JJ Turk.
That's 3 of 6 laps for them, right?
Yep.
Or 5?
Yes.
5.
3 of 5.
Working their way through some lap traffic here. Everybody's getting through clean, looking good.
Yeah. We just got word that a turn buoy is down out at 2. So that'll make things a little more challenging for the guys trying to figure out how to stay on course. And here comes the Velocity. That's a 26. That almost looks like that old VR1 that they used to have in the factory days, which was a good boat.
That's right.
That was fast. But 100 year. This isn't a 100-mile-an-hour Velocity, but but they've got an innovation engine in there, and Scott McCormick's doing a good job bringing Velocity back as a manufacturer.
That's right.
And here comes the moderation guys, still holding second.
By the way, Scott McCormick has Bob Spatulski, the NFL player, aboard. They fit him into that boat with a big shoehorn. Yeah. Good to have Bob out on the offshore racing scene.
Yeah, I mean, he raced for a while, then took some time off, but I know he has raced before. I knew the name. I just haven't met him yet. But here goes JJ and Nick holding it down.
Got about a 9-second gap between first and second in Class 5. Guys got it nailed down. Boats look solid. Everybody's running good.
Got their setup right.
And that was Billy Allen's boat at one time, right?
It was. Yep. That was Billy's, and
I think before that it was Twisted Chicks. Single V-bottom HP 500 Factory 1 boat.
It could have been. those Phantoms run. Those
Yeah.
that's an awesome boat. Like I said, I think a lot of them were built with ballast tanks, and just like the Mod V boats, they are solid.
And here's the Wicked, built by Todd DePhillips with the single 300 horse outboard on it.
There goes Zarelli Holmes in front of our broadcast center. Sweat Equity continuing to hold third. Two laps to go in Class 500.
And Yabba Dabba Doo is holding down fourth. They want to thank their local sponsors, the Golf Cart Guy, Peacock Event Rentals, and PropZaddy.com. But the class of the field right now is a familiar one. They've been doing this most of the year. The TFR X Insurance Golf and Gator is a mouthful for sure.
To go around the outside of the Class 700 boat.
Yeah, that's the Velocity. What's it called? Dirt Legal.
Another good look. That's looking south down towards turn number 2. Back to American Hustle. Running in third place overall bracket Class 500.
They're a 600 boat.
I'm sorry, 600. My apologies.
But
so
here
we go
comes,
back to the screen, and there's your overall leader with 1 lap to go after lap number 4. They've led all the way, had an early challenge from Rum Runners.
And there they go, passing father and son. Nick and JJ just passed Owen.
They're having a good day.
Son Owen continuing lead in the bad decisions. And Rum Runners. There goes.
Yeah, I don't know how a 16-year-old could be making a bad decision. I think he's doing pretty darn good.
Comes 759 X Insurance.
I believe that's another Velocity, 22.
So bad decisions, X Insurance 1, Dirty Legal 2, and the Statement X Insurance 3. 1 lap to go in Class 700.
Yeah, Eric, you mentioned these guys being 16 years old. You got some young blood in this Class 7 class, and it's awesome to see these guys out there and running as hard as they are and just giving it all they got.
But also showing the discipline. Owen rarely breaks out.
No.
And he said, his dad is always like, I don't know how he just stays so calm and, keeps it. But look at Moderation is making a charge here at Velocity. Johnny Saris is a very savvy throttleman. But are they running out of time is the question, Todd.
That is correct. That should be 1 lap to go.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of, is Johnny making the move at the right time? Because he's trained by one of the best in Jason Saris.
Well, and Johnny's been around for a long time. He's a calculated throttleman driver. Well versed at everything there, set up. He's definitely creeping up on him. He's going to give that Velocity a run here.
Good look at Key West Harbor from the X Insurance Helicam. You can see the fans lining in front of the Harbor hotels. We're getting down to the final lap of this first race of a full day of racing. We'll have 2.
We've got a caution flag in turn 2. Not sure what we haven't heard yet, but JW it's for the buoy, okay? So everyone seems to be okay, which is the main thing.
You look at Shocker. And then back out to your overall leader, X Insurance TFR Golf and Gator. Back into the harbor.
That's Clyde Petty and his Pantera. Still running.
Looks like Johnny Saris and Mike Lang closing the gap there.
I have not seen anything of tunnel vision this whole race.
No,
I don't know where they are.
I didn't see him go by either.
I haven't seen him come by once, so they must have had something early. growing pain, learning that boat more than anything else. But
yeah, he's had his fair share of issues this year, but when that boat's running, they're tough to beat.
Yeah.
Good look at Greg Dorenzo and Ryan Beckley, the Zarelli Homes Five Brothers team in Class 500.
That Class 6 off screen, that Saris is making a run on that velocity right now.
Well, I would think that Moderation would have the advantage in the rougher water. That American, I think it's called an American Marine, is a deeper V. But speaking of an advantage, Nick Buis, J.J. Turk.
Yabba-dabba-doo, continuing running fourth, and here comes your overall leader back into the harbor. Jackhammer back up and running.
Jackhammer's back up
but
and running.
But our winner today in Class 500, right in front of us here, that's X Insurance, Golf and Gator, the TFR team. Nick Buis and J.J. Turk, your national champions on the American Powerboat Association National Series. They get the first of the 2 days of racing here in Key West with a checkered flag.
Convincing victory, too. But Run Runners holding the, still looking good.
Run Runners.
Second place.
Thomas Crowley and Francis
Velutato.
1994 hull. Here comes American Hustle.
They're still holding down third in 600.
So Rum Runners take second. So Equity's a bit off the pace. They were holding on to third. They're out on their final lap. Here comes American Hustle. Brandon Horrocks and Mike Erie.
And this is your leader and should be the winner.
Yep, Class 700
as
winner.
They come across.
It's another Buis Statement Marine.
It's another, we're going to probably see another side-by-side pass by the mole, by the green and gray boats before they head in. But best run of the year for the Dirt Legal Velocity team coming in behind them. Good for them. Stepping up. Brand new boat. And Dirt Legal, I think, is a power sports dealer, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. I saw those guys run at the Lotto shootout. That boat was running right around 90-ish, something like that.
And the 759 Statement. X Insurance.
Look at what we have here. Moderation.
They got it.
Takes third.
Moderation takes first in 600.
And commanding.
And here comes the velocity. But this is all unofficial because we don't know if anyone broke out.
That's right.
But that was a classic offshore move. Stalk him the whole race, take him out in the last turn. I'd be surprised if Johnny broke out just because he's been doing this bracket racing for so long with his dad.
I got to agree with you. That, like I said, Johnny is very, very experienced. He's a veteran, and that's what you got to do out here. You got to protect your equipment.
We also want to congratulate Johnny on his marriage this summer.
That's right.
And his wife has even navigated in the three-man boat in one of the races with Dad. So she's
awesome.
been accepted to the family.
You don't have much choice in that family. You better get
and here's Cameron and Michael getting their completing their first race in the Wicked. So good for them.
It's a new UIM Class 3 with the V-bottom, single-engine outboard, and canopied, and the catamaran there you see canopied.
I'm guessing JJ and
it's a victory lap.
And Nick think that, well, the officials were very adamant about count your laps right. We don't want you out there for extra laps. So I'm hoping this is they just weren't sure if they completed the laps.
We like to say victory lap, but a lot of times it's just an insurance lap.
Because for all the technology that's in these boats, they count the laps by sticking a piece of tape on the dash for each lap and pulling it off.
That's right.
People have tried other things, but they always go back to the same pull tape.
It works. It's tried and true.
I've talked before about probably the most famous miscount by Kurt Russell in Team USA with Don Johnson here, I think, or was it Atlantic City?
I'm not sure.
But I did hear about years ago that he miscounted laps one time, and
your one job.
Yeah. And I really wouldn't want to have Richie Powers turning around to me at like,
No.
your one job.
That's right.
The Proven Marine team will take fourth here in Class
Yep.
700.
And here's Sweat Equity.
Sweat Equity will be just off camera. They passed through Greg Dorenzo and Ryan Beckley, third place today. There goes the Shocker, finishing up and already finishing up first today. Class 500 team TFR, X Insurance Golf and Gator. Another great look at Nick Buis and JJ Turk in their Phantom with the Kasei engines, or the Kasei engine, pardon me. Yabba Dabba Doo, the Spirit, Hull, Rum Runners back through again. Fantastic day for them. Of course, like to thank their local sponsors, Key West Legal Rum Distillery on Simonton, Southernmost Point Bar, Duval, and Stevens Auto Transport, Curtis Bay, Maryland. Rum Runners, second place. Again, all of this unofficial, especially with these bracketed class boats. So we get a look at Connor Langheim in the Jackhammer.
They lost a cowling. They were messing around with the cowling for a while, and now they're running without it. So
yep, they were down for a bit, got back up and running. Connor racing with Mike Cat. Connor, the son of Reese Langheim, the reigning world champion in Superstock class.
Are they national champions this year too in Superstock?
Yes, they are.
I think Jackhammer
is.
And we want to send out our best wishes to Julian Maldonado,
Absolutely.
who had a bit of a mishap in the pits earlier this week, and wish him a speedy recovery.
Yes, and unfortunately, broken leg, and he's back home recovering. And his dad, Ricky Maldonado, is going to pop into back into the cockpit, where he spent quite a bit of time with Reese.
Yep, and then
over the years.
And then Ricardo will be in with Pete Rivero.
That's right, in the boat depot boat. Yes. So American Hustle comes through. We'll finish them fourth unofficially in bracket class 500. Again,
American Hustle's class 6. They should be third place.
I apologize. Got my lists all jammed up together.
Yeah.
So they're third.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
American Hustle
I've
finishing
got,
third.
I've got Moderation first, Velocity second, American Hustle third.
So, yeah, Johnny Saras and Michael Lang in Moderation poured it on there at the end. Those Saras Racing engines did not disappoint.
Yep. They've done most of their racing this year with another organization and came down here when the Englewood Beach Fest World Championships got canceled because of hurricane and tornado damage, I'm pretty sure, in Englewood Beach. So they've had a tough couple of years as well in that city.
Well, gentlemen, the lesson learned here early, the racing don't lie, the camera don't lie. It is not as rough as it was yesterday.
It's not. I'm sitting here wondering what these guys in the next race are thinking. Are we seeing a mad scramble in the pits right now, changing weight, changing props? Because it definitely doesn't look as big as everybody was talking earlier. And I know a lot of the Mod V boats, they gauge their setup on what the Class 5 boats are doing because they're really the same
so
size.
Similar, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. I'll see if I can get a little inside info from the guys.
And, and Billy Shipley comes over this morning, idled over after running on the hose yesterday. Someone forgot to close something, smoked both their impellers, and he was he changed both in 45 minutes.
He's the man.
On a staggered setup in a narrow V-bottom.
Yeah, that's not easy.
But he said the way they're set up, he has such good access to them, he just sits right in front of them and does it.
Yep.
Had them both done, had a couple of waters, and hopefully those Keeter engines are ready to go.
Those guys, the Team Woody, Billy Shipley, Chad Woody, man, great team, great boat. Always great seeing those guys. They always run strong.
All right, guys, our finish up on the first start.
First race, yep.
Yeah, it goes, but we have another one coming right back at you. The Mod Vs will be out to race. and Nick Buis and J.J. Turk are jumping out of one boat into another.
9 of them.
We got an impressive field of Mod V teams to race in our next start, as well as bracket class 200 and 400. Then we'll go to an intermission between 11:30 and 12:30. Then all of our major national classes, the catamaran classes, for the exception of Super V. Super V's will race later on this afternoon as well, but we'll start back up in the afternoon with at 12:30 with the factory stock 450R boats, followed by the Supercats, then the Pro Class 1 teams, the Super V's, and the Lone Extreme entry. And then late in the afternoon, around 3:15, the largest field of boats, the Superstocks, will race here. The 2024 Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center. Winds right now reported out of the southeast at Fort Zachary Taylor at 13. At Sand Key, out in the open ocean, about 8 miles south out of the east-southeast at 18. So we've definitely seen the tops knocked off of these waves today from what they were yesterday, and teams scrambling in the pits after watching our bracketed boats race here earlier this morning. You're listening to live coverage globally here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and Race World Offshore's YouTube channel, and also at rth.tv and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play, as well as the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio here in the Florida Keys from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit control hydraulic transom lift bracket in the world. Their lift system, check it out at Porte Performance. We build performance into everything. Back with more here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, continuous coverage of the Key West World Championship races. We got a lot more coming your way here as we continue from Key West Harbor. Todd Swafford along with Eric Colby, as our next set of bracketed races will be coming up for you here this morning. Right from Key West Harbor, the amazing Key West World Championship in its 43rd year. Thanks for joining us. Back with more after this.
Looking for the #1 boat rentals in Key West? Look no further than Beach Weekend Marina. We're a full-service marina with certified technicians offering pontoon and boat rentals, a fully stocked tackle, bait, and ship store, and wet and dry boat storage. Now offering a VIP certified dive center. We've got everything you need to hit the water like a pro. From Mercury repower services to top-tier rentals. Boat like a local with us. Located at mile marker 5 Stock Island. Visit beachweekendkeywest.com and start your adventure today. Beach Weekend Marina, your one-stop boating destination.
Don't let a hangover leave you being a waste of space during the race. Plan ahead with Booze Bandage, the #1 hangover prevention patch of its kind, combining potent B1 vitamin with transdermal technology to deliver a natural, safe, and effective hangover cure. It's simple. Just slap one on and get back to enjoying your day or night and wake up feeling great. For more info or to order yours today, go to boozebandage.com. In Key West, be sure to swing by their booth this Wednesday at the Powerboat Vending Village. Booze Bandage. Party hard, recover smart.
Bourbon Street Pub, 724 Duval Street, with the friendliest and hottest bartenders, serving up fresh frozen drinks and cocktails daily right on Duval. Sidewalk cafe seating available, open 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the male-only clothing optional garden bar with pool and jacuzzi. Woo! Bourbon Street Pub with live entertainment nightly at 8 p.m. Of course, the Men of Bourbon, all that beef on the reef, 10 p.m. Located at 724 Duval Street, right in the heart of Old Town. Bourbon Street Pub.
Do you love the ocean, animals, and maybe a little alcohol? If so, Coco's Monkey Apparel is for you. A Key West-born brand with unique clothing and accessories, our Coco's Monkey mission is to create merchandise for our dog-loving, boating, and island community. Cheer on Coco's Monkey, local powerboat in your custom race gear, which can be found at our store at 103 Symington Street and on race day at the Outer Mall Pier. Help us cheer on our Coco's Monkey boat to victory.
So I opened my Winn-Dixie Rewards app, and wow, Personalized deals on things I buy. % back offers and BOGOs, so my dollar goes further. So I save on snacks for the kids and splurge on something I want. I can't imagine paying full price for groceries. Good thing I don't have to, because with Winn-Dixie Rewards, I spend my points, not my money. Shop, earn, save with Winn-Dixie Rewards. Rewards account required. See windixie.com/rewards-terms for terms and exclusions.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race World Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
This is the Lichty Marina Marathon in the Keys halftime show. We're going to have a very brief halftime. The Lichty Marine halftime show here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Going to be a very brief one as our Mod V boats and the rest of our bracketed teams from Class 200 and 400 are heading out. Lichty Marina Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Of course, live coverage globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channel, also RTH.TV and Victory Plus on the iOS and Google Play platforms. Todd Swafford back with you, along with Eric Colby of Speed on the Water. Kevin Smith, the former world champion, the Mod V, raced with the Britt Lilly LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness for World Championships, joins us. And guys, we saw some interesting things out on the water earlier, because the water's a lot different, Kevin, than most teams considered after yesterday, which, I mean, the wind was definitely significantly higher yesterday in the aftermath of the hurricane that passed west of here.
It sure was, and I like we were saying, that looking at the Class 5 and the Class 6 boats, they weren't coming out of the water as much as I thought they were going to. Like you said, you didn't see any white water breaking across the top. There's still a really good swell out there, a really good roll, but I'm wondering what these guys are doing right now in Mod V and the other bracket boats, because like I said, they usually watch that first race as a gauge to see how their boat's going to react.
Woody's hatch is up. They're hidden behind that blue center console that's off the screen right now, but I did just see the hatch on Team Woody go up in the 300 class boat, so they're still fighting their issues.
Yeah, we're looking into the harbor where some of the boats are already getting out and getting set to mill. And
do you want to go over the lanes?
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at our grid for this
for the
next start for the Mod Vs, and then your bracket class 200 and 400. This live stream of Key West Worlds from Race World Offshore is brought to you by Maximum Inflation, prioritizing safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation.
Mod V, lane 1. Kyle Miller, Jay Waltman, and that very fast Extreme Speed Marine. Lane 2, boat number 74. That's going to be J.J. Turk and Nick Buis in the Statement Marine X Insurance. Lane 3 is Relentless Fast Boys, Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle in their 30 Phantom. Lane 4, X Insurance Safe Cash, Rick Robb and Scott Jobin, and that's going to be one to watch. That's the biggest boat in the fleet at 32 feet. Number 33, NMB RV Resort. Lane 5, 29 Extreme, MER Performance Engine, Kirk Hanna, Mark Rinda. El Bandito Sunprint, lane, is that 6? Yeah, I think it's lane 6. 29 Extreme, Steve Furman, Steve Miklos. The Boat Floater, the Killdalls, Steven and Steve, is the next lane. Number 19, RNS Racing, another big boat, the 32 Bad Boy. Tom Crowley is the driver. The owner is Howard Richardson on throttles. And Relentless Laticrete, 30-foot Phantom, Chopper's Performance Engine, Travis Petco and Rob Hartman rounding out the fleet. They're running 7 laps on the 4.5-mile course. In the bracket classes, we don't know the lane assignments because they were pre-chosen, but bracket 200, we've got 2 conchs, Harpoon Harry's, Scott Brown, Eddie Tamburino on the throttles, OC Racing, Joey Oliveri, Billy Glick from Sarasota on the throttles. Team Woody, Billy Shipley, Chad Woody. Herbot Racing is the 38 Fountain with Keith and Cade Herbot from Marathon. Bracket 400, Simmons Racing, 34 Phantom, Jim Simmons, Jason Zolecki. Miss Stress, 30-foot Phantom, Jimmy Wessel and Bruce Dudley. The 29 Extreme, Framed Offshore, John Jeniak Jr. and Michael Flamia. And the 32-foot Phantom that's supporting newly elected President Trump. Damon Murata Sr. is driving, and Mark Fernandez is throttling. He bought the boat from Chris Colson. This is the old Shocker.
It is.
So, proven boat.
Proven boat, got a lot more power in it. I think they're running a blower in there now.
Looking forward to seeing some good racing out of these V-bottoms.
It's going to be a good day. There's sure, like you guys were saying earlier, last 2 races got canceled from hurricanes. Wednesday's race got canceled because of another hurricane, and these guys are ready to roll. I know everybody's really anxious in the boat right now. I mean, when you're out there milling, this is the time when the butterflies are stirring and you're second-guessing all your decisions and just hoping the ones that you made are the right ones.
Yeah, this race in Mod V is going to be a monster. And it's apropos that Monster Energy drink is the official drink of Powerboat Racing, because this is going to be a crazy, mad race. You have all of these new LSB boats. You have some very successful Phantoms here. Of course, they've been going head-to-head all these years. You race both, Kevin.
Yeah.
But the ex-insurance boats, Bert Lilly's old boat, not really old boat, his most recent boat that he raced last year, just finishing behind El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Super strong boat, and he and J.J. Turk, Nick
They're
Beales,
bringing up the Mod Vs on plane.
Yeah, they
to get
are.
them going.
But the new ones, NMBRV and Speed Marine, they were great in Sarasota, and Speed Marine checked out in that race.
And Speed Marine has lane 1. Oh, we got a correction. Kevin Campbell's in the boat with Jim Simmons. They didn't change it from Jason Zolecki from last year.
Okay.
Jason just texted me. He's in Lake of the Ozarks.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, here we go, folks. We're about ready to drop the flag on Mod V Racing.
Green's up, so let's see.
The race is on.
I'll be surprised if it's not an extreme.
Yeah,
but
there
goes
Miklos.
There goes
There you
Miklos and Stephen Furman.
Oh, nice tight start. Look at that.
JJ and Nick, and now here goes Speed Marine.
Marching.
Wow. Speed Marine, that beautifully painted boat from Britt Lilly's shop in Arnold, Maryland. 29 Extreme at the inside lane, heading out to turn number 1 and in the early lead.
And the guys at Speed Marine have done a lot of custom fabrication to help the other guys in the class with different components in their boats. So they've custom made so much, and they build their own engine, so they're gonna lean on it.
Build their own shock absorbing seats. Everything is custom. Jay Woltman and Kyle Miller have really put passion into this boat as they head out towards turn number 1.
NMBRV's
in second.
Wow. There's one of those other boats you were talking about. Speed Marine rigged that, built a lot of the equipment for it.
Yep. And it looks like El Bandito is right there in third, though.
Kurt Hanna and Mark Rinda.
One thing I'm trying to keep my eye on is, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but it looked to me like JJ and Nick slowed right away at the start.
Oh, no.
I did not. They started off well, but then they just kind of fell off. So I'm curious to see if we hear anything.
Well, that pack that was tight, that looked like they got tighter up towards the front.
Look at El Bandito.
Yep.
On the inside. Catches some speed, some air, and takes first place.
Now, is this the case that we talked about with that Porte bottom designed to be more in the water in this rougher condition? They're not flying as much.
No, I know he changed the setup on the boat a little bit, but that Porte bottom is something, and
he turned it hard into that 3-pin turn.
And
that's a race there, buddy.
And Stephen Furman has just become such a good driver.
No, he's fantastic.
So
you were with him.
I did. I got to run that boat in Lake of the Ozarks, and it's great when you get in there and those guys say, leave it wide open, he can turn it wide open. We did it. And that's when you got that confidence in the boat and the crew, man, it's fun. And they're showing it right now. Wow.
Here comes your lead pack, a blast of speed by Speed Marine.
Looking good, boys.
Boy, I'll tell you what, at the end of lap number 1, we're going to have them deck to deck here in Key West Harbor. El Bandito, Yankee Tequila, and Speed Marine. Speed Marine with the charge at the end of lap number 1. This will be a race down into the pin. El Bandito will have the inside line. Speed Marine on the outside does have the early lead.
NMBRV third.
There's
X Insurance fourth. Fast Boys fifth. Boat Floater sixth.
So into the corner.
RS.
We're watching on the live stream. You see Speed Marine. And El Bandito will have the tight line around the pin. 3 buoys in the harbor this year. This is a hairpin turn.
Get through there, boys.
Look at Speed Marine. Right on the outside. But a nice turn by El Bandito.
Yeah, that's the experience of the in-boat tandem right there.
Look at them go.
Man.
They're after each other.
Baby.
And this was the first lap. we got 6 more to go.
Now you're looking at
Relentless
you're looking at a 29 Extreme on the left that was built by Mark Spates with the new aerodynamic deck. The only one that was built by Mark Spates, mostly Kevlar, and trailing him is a Brit Lilly built boat with all of the processes that Brit has brought to the boat building with lots of carbon fiber, vacuum bagging, a lot of insight from Peter Ledden from Skater. That's Speed Marine and another boat from that generation, NMB RV Resort. Here goes OC Racing.
First place in bracket 200 is OC.
Now back to your leaders.
Steven and Steve have pulled it out a little bit, but
1, 2, 3 Extreme. And
I was a little surprised to see the 32 Phantom Safe Cash off the pace like it is.
Yeah, like you said, the larger boats are a little further behind. I figured in that rougher water they'd be a little further.
Back to the harbor, and there's Tuconk's Harpoon Harry's running in second.
Good Class 4 race right now.
Yep.
SRQ Racing right in front of Framed Offshore in and then the Trump 477 running in third place. All right, back to our leaders in Mod V. This is on the second lap of 7.
He's creeping on Miklos.
Yep.
Oh, they're all right there. Those 3 boats are in the thick of it. Back to action in the harbor, Simmons Marine.
In fourth. I haven't seen Herbot or Woody come by.
All right, here you go.
But Speed Marine is pulled.
Hard from this angle.
Oh, there's Herbot down in turn 2, so they're out.
But taking again with the inside line.
Yeah, I mean from this angle.
And Furman. And again, this boat, they can turn this boat hard with that Porte bottom. And look at that tight turn by El Bandito. Pushing wide is Speed Marine.
And NMBRV is coming up on the inside, trying to keep the course short.
Got a tight pack right there. Start seeing what this roll looks like.
Yep.
El Bandito, Yankee Tequila with the lead. There's that blast of speed again from Speed Marine.
You see,
as Jay Woltman puts down the throttles, and they again will challenge for the lead coming back in. So they're making it up in the calmer water inside the harbor.
They definitely are, and they're
back around again.
And NMBRV is right there.
In first is Speed Marine, NMBRV in third. And here comes Boat Floater and Fast Boys in front of the fans here.
The Boat Floater's up to fourth. Fast Boys fifth.
Safe Cash X Insurance in sixth.
RNS is still 7th, but where are JJ and Nick?
They were slipping back.
Yeah.
And I don't see them yet, but
And Latacrete Relentless pulled off at the end of the first lap, so they're down. But let's try to see if we can keep an eye out for our defending national champions.
Racing continues this afternoon. There will be an intermission between the conclusion of this race till 12:30. The harbor will be open for local traffic, and then the factory 450Rs will kick off racing again this afternoon at 12:30. There's OC Racing. They continue to lead.
That's the end of 2 laps out of their 6, so they're still leading. Team based out of Sarasota, very loyal to the circuit, has run the whole year. And
looks like Latacrete.
Did Latacrete get back up and running?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay.
Latacrete coming back into the harbor.
You never know with points.
Oh.
2 days of racing, you want to get whatever you can.
Well, the dynamic definitely changed with the loss of Wednesday. Latacrete. Now the Relentless team up and running after an early stumble. They'll be 8th overall, and your 2 conks, Harpoon Harry's race team running in 2nd in bracket 200.
Yeah, I think this is the boat that used to be styling when Jason Saris ran it.
Right.
And look at Frame, the local boys got out, they got around SRQ.
John Jenick and Mike Slamia. So now they take over the lead in bracket class 400 over SRQ Racing. Still 4 laps to go there.
X Insurance TFR is down. X Insurance Statement is down in the middle of the course for anyone looking for that boat.
Your national champion.
They're idling.
After a big finish in class 500. Here comes Simmons Marine. We'll expect to see our Mod V leaders coming around. We see Speed Marine.
Yep.
Not seeing El Bandito.
Yep.
Is that El Bandito?
He's right
now
there.
he's around El Bandito. And this time he was able to hold him off on the rougher leg outside. Now pushing El Bandito to the outside. That's NMBRV in 3rd.
I think we're going to see some changes in the Mod V. Looked like 3rd, 4th, 5th. That all changed around going out to turn 1. So let's see what it looks like when they come by. First 3 still looking strong.
Yep.
There's your leader, Kyle Miller, Jay Woltman, Speed Marine.
Coming right past.
And a 2.5 second lead over El Bandito. Yankee Tequila, NMBRV in 3rd. There's.
I'm thinking Jay and Kyle might want to borrow the Relentless name.
I don't know. Speed Marine's pretty strong.
They are tenacious, man.
They are looking good, man. I'll tell you, there's I got to say it for the LSB Extremes. I mean, I might be partial to them, but they run good. They are looking flat. They all look strong.
Here comes
boat
for them.
But
Yep.
look at here.
Boat
Here
floater.
comes Boat Floater, but
Yep.
now slowly.
Whoa! X-Insurance got a little out of control there. Got it back.
Yep. Now X Insurance is up to 5, so they're making their way.
Comes
RNS is still 7th, but
RS Racing. We've got 4 laps to go in Mod V.
Yep.
Outside, they're catching it.
All boats are out to on what are on the course on lap number 3. With the exception of the Mod Vs on their 4th. OC Racing back through. They've led all the way so far in bracket class 200.
oh, here we go. Here comes El Bandito.
We got to get back on that shot.
Deck to deck again.
We got to get back on that shot if we can. We got a battle brewing in Mod V.
If we could get the Mod V lead.
And into the harbor.
There we go. Here comes
El
Steven.
Bandito.
Steven.
So from this angle, it looks like they pulled around them. Sometimes these angles
Yep.
are a little deceiving, but they definitely, I mean, they were only 2.84 seconds behind when they came by the start-finish line. And you can still see NMBRV running in third. I'll get that right sooner or later.
This is
El Bandito. This is lap.
We're on lap 4 of 7.
Lap
yeah.
4 of 7.
Lap 4 of 7.
But off the camera, Safe Cash's setup is coming to him.
It is.
X
It
Insurance
is.
Safe Cash.
He said those
He's
bigger
just
boats
picking
are
people
coming in.
off.
Yep.
Yeah. So it might be an indicator of maybe things picking up a little bit out on that outer leg. And that's the old Mr. Technology Phantom.
It is. One of
The
the
pup coming by now. SRQ is back to the lead. Framed is in second in bracket 400.
Ladder also came by in that group, and they're holding on to 8th.
Got to give two conks credit. This is the longest they've lasted in a race this year. So hopefully they've got some stuff figured out. But
around some lap
here
traffic.
comes Miklos and Furman around Simmons Marine.
So you see your leaders, the 329 Extremes. Big air. Big out there. As we see the Trump boat come through, we'll get back to our leaders. There they are.
Yep.
This is the end of lap number 4 of 7. And now Miklos, who was at a 2.5 second deficit, 2.84 seconds, has now taken the lead back heading into Key West Harbor. El Bandito, Yankee, Tequila, Miklos, and Furman now in the lead. And into second.
NMBRV is second.
Miklos with a 7-second lead on NMBRV. There goes Speed Marine.
Marine's in third.
They're back to third.
They don't sound like they're turning the RPM they should be.
And Simmons is still running.
So you're noticing some sound coming out of the engine
Yeah,
compartment.
it doesn't sound like they're turning the RPM. The other boats are really running strong now. I noticed everybody's dumping ballast as they're coming down this stretch, but I noticed it looks like Miklos is getting rid of it a little bit earlier. So maybe I think that's a lot of what it takes is you make up ground here on this inside run where it's a little calmer, try to get your number up. They definitely made up some ground on that harbor turn there, I think, the last lap, but they're stretching it out. El Bandito is looking good.
Yeah, and now here comes X Insurance Safe Cash getting past the Killdalls.
He's creeping on him.
So now they're up to fourth.
There goes Fast Boys. And
Fast Boys will be
6th.
fifth. Oh, no, 6th. You're right.
Yeah, bow floater at 5. So racing. There's El Bandito, Yankee Tequila, your overall leader in the Mod V class.
And Steven is a very good defender.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you always want to be out front, but I'll tell you that those two boats dueled over the first 3 laps. Now he has a decent. He went from a 2.84 second deficit to Speed Marine to a 7.5 second lead over NMBRV. Now, you cannot discount the veteran team of Furman and Miklos having that type of camaraderie, that type of chemistry in the cockpit, and decades of Miklos in particular. Furman, well over a dozen years with Steve Miklos. That's a big advantage, Kevin.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. I mean, that's what makes a great offshore team is the driver and the throttleman connecting, and I mean obviously your equipment, but I mean you got to be dialed in together, especially on a course like this. Every leg's different. I was talking to the guys before the race. You got to trim the boat one way when you're going from the harbor out to turn 1. It's totally different from 1 to 2. And then when you start coming in the harbor here, like I said, that it's still really lumpy out there, and you got to know how long to keep it in your rough water mode, keep the tabs down until you can cut her loose and let her go. And that's experience and teamwork right there.
SRQ Racing holding that lead.
And bracket 400.
Yeah, after lap number 4, still 2 left to go.
Boat number 34. Oh, is that Simmons? There's a boat taking on water. Oh, 74.
Here goes Team Hog's Breath. Second overall in bracket class 400. We'll get a good look at our leaders. As you see, the 29 Extreme of Steve Miklos. There's a lot of technology in that boat too. He's done a lot of data acquisition, built his own custom seats after a bad back injury. It's a little different than anybody else's as we look at two conchs.
I jinxed him.
Yep, you did.
Sorry.
And there's your leader overall. This is lap number 5, El Bandito Yankee Tequila, Furman and Miklos.
They're going to be partying at the Key West Hotel tonight, drinking some El Bandito. Keep it up, boys.
Now
and then BRV looks good.
Now a 9.5-second lead. He's pulled out 2 more seconds over him out of the NMBRV Resort Team. Kirk Hanna, Mark Rinda in second. So an Extreme in first, Extreme in second. Speed Marine was right up in the mix, and here they come now. They've fallen off what Kevin thinks sounds like down on RPM.
Yeah, I mean, it just barked it right there, but it just doesn't sound like it's got the power that it did.
At this point, with 2 laps to go, there goes Simmons Marine holding on to fourth, in their class. They got to hold on to that podium spot.
Absolutely, and I mean that's the thing. Like you said, this is now 2 days of racing.
The Killdalls are back around safe cash.
You got to hang in there as long as you can. You got to get your points. You got to stay out there as long as you can. And you never know. I mean, you look at the start. Speed Marine was taking off like a rocket. I mean, we've had issues before where a plug wire goes, or you have a 10-set nut fall off. And
white flag lap for OC Racing. They got 1 more to go. Billy can put it in cruise control now. RNS still 7th place. That's another one of those boats that there's no baseline for. Howard's got to figure it all out for himself.
He has, and he's been putting a lot of time in it. I know the guys at Speed Marine have been working on it. They added a ballast tank to it. They had a really good showing the last couple races. Tommy and Howard are getting along great in the boat together. So, it's just...
and Howard's one of those do everything himself guys. He tows it. Him
and his wife Marie, they're great people.
It's the same with Darren Kittredge and Superstock with Northwing. He drives his own rig to down here. He doesn't have a big team.
Good look at the Speed Marine team. That's from the X Insurance Helicam.
Thank you to Rick Lindsay for everything he does for this sport with X Insurance.
Yes, sponsoring 7 boats. And he and his son Parker up in the chopper. Parker, the great cameraman. They put a gimbal on that chopper.
And if you follow Rick, he's just like flying all over the country. This is where I landed yesterday. I'm going here tomorrow. It's like that doesn't look like a bad life.
He has fun, man. He has fun.
Good look at El Bandito Yankee Tequila. That's coming across the roughest part of this course. That's what we're seeing right now in Key West. A wind out of the east-southeast at about 13 at Fort Zachary. A little bit harder the further offshore you go.
One lap to go for these guys as well.
SRQ Racing, Precious Vodka, your leader in bracket class 400. And here comes El Bandito Yankee Tequila. There'll be 1 lap to go after this one. They had a 9.5-second lead over NMBRV.
Hopefully Scott Porte is watching. I think he's getting ready for the workboat show.
He is. Yep. He'll be on his way to New Orleans for that, for sure. Here comes El Bandito Yankee Tequila, Miklos, and Furman. 1 lap to go. After an early battle with Speed Marine, back and forth after the first 3 laps.
Ooh, looking good, boys.
And Steven is another one of those cases of having a mechanic as your driver never hurts.
He's
Steven
awesome.
Furman is I think he's a Yamaha certified master.
I think quite a few things, but and he knows everything on that boat. And like you said, there's a lot of technical stuff going on inside that cockpit.
Lattery, Relentless. 8 boats still running in Mod V. Just the national champion X Insurance Statement Marine went out of this race. On that last lap, El Bandito went from a 9.5 second lead to an 11.2 second lead. So they really have that boat. They set it up just right. They made the right call. And, you know, a little bit of a mechanical for Speed Marine may have played a little into the mix. Still remains to be seen. And as we look at the 477 Trump 2024, they'll take third here after another lap, followed by Speed Marine. We've just mentioned Kyle Miller, Jay Wolfman.
Now they're sounding a little ill.
Yeah, they've got to get around one more lap.
Hopefully they can hold that thing together and figure out what.
He got around. X Insurance got around boat
Insurance
floor.
got around boat floor.
That's the race right there, guys. That's the race. Can Safe Cash catch Speed Marine?
Yeah, because if Safe Cash gets on the podium.
Safe Cash is in 4th, Boat Floater in 5th.
Now, so what was Nick and JJ won the national title, but Safe Cash won the money.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Correct. Yep.
The purse that was put up for the Mod V class.
Extra 50 grand in their pocket doesn't hurt.
Always nice to have a little Safe Cash.
Yeah, I thought that was like a sponsor or something. I asked them. They just said, no, it's just what we came up with, Safe Cash. Everyone, because your cash is never safe in a boat.
Oh, I thought that was an actual company.
Yeah. But here's the win for day one for OC.
There you go, Billy Glick.
Still want to see that red boat back out here someday.
So do I. That's one of the main reasons we bought our fountain, and hopefully we'll be getting that back out here soon with them.
Big day there for OC Racing.
Whoa. Oh man, Speed Marine's making it, but like you said, here comes X Insurance, Safe Cash on the outside there.
We're watching off screen, but right now on screen, El Bandito Yankee Tequila from the X Insurance Helicam. Yeah, that's the race right now.
Yep.
Can Speed Marine get around the course and stay in front of Safe Cash? Because they've definitely, as Eric mentioned, they've come into their setup and they've been making a ton of speed and distance, and they'll be looking to get on the podium.
That's a pretty long way. And
is this the last lap?
This is the last lap.
Yep. And the Killdalls aren't. They're keeping Safe Cash within sight.
No, and they're veterans. I mean, they've been doing this forever. They're tough racers.
And here's the win in bracket 4. SRQ, Precious Vodka. Barely.
Good for them, man.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
They limped across, it seemed like. Not sounding so healthy.
That's all you need for day one.
Here he comes.
And here comes your winner and Mod V.
The Mod V winner for the first day of racing here in Key West. El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Steve Miklo, Stephen Furman in the 29 Extreme.
Gonna be
Scorpion engines.
Be pouring some tequila into that coconut.
I was told we were supposed to be doing tequila shots every time they came by in first place. So we might be a little behind, boys.
They didn't bring it.
Get NMB in second. Good job, man. Awesome job.
Way to go, NMBRV.
And Framed finished second in bracket 4.
Kirk Hanna, Mark Rinda, second place. Who will take third in Mod V?
Yeah, let's see if we can we get a camera out to the battle at turn 2?
We'll be on in just a second here. Is Speed Marine watching the battle between them and the...
They're making it up. Off the camera, we can see the Phantom looks like it's making a charge, so it's going to be interesting coming into the harbor here.
There's 2 boats that we're watching right now.
Yep. Okay, so Speed Marine made the turn, and here's Statement Safe Cash just making the turn now. So
I know they're on the radio with Jay and Kyle right now, and this is going to be the longest 1,000 feet of their weekend right now.
Come around to turn number 2 in front of the fans out of Fort Zachary Taylor. What a place to watch the race out there as well. You see them lining up every morning to get out there before the race, and there is Speed Marine. So Kyle Miller.
That's Lattery.
This is Lattery,
you're
Relentless.
Right. A little bit of glare on our screen.
They're in 7th because they were down for a little bit.
Good to see they got back up and running.
And there is Speed Marine.
There we go.
So
like
Kyle Miller, Jay Wolfman
third.
will hold on to that 3rd spot here today after putting on an impressive show early.
I'll tell you what, you give him another lap, I don't think it would have ended like that.
No, X Insurance made a run.
Going on.
Rick and Scott made a good charge.
And off the screen, boat floater behind Safe Cash.
What's there? Boat floater getting a little out of control here off the harbor wall.
Yeah, it was off the live stream camera. Fast Boys will come in behind boat floater in 6th. Boat floater will take 5th, and Fast Boys in 6th. Your unofficial finish in bracket 400. SRQ Racing Precious Vodka 1, Framed Offshore Hog's Breath 2, and Trump 2024 in 3rd. And OC Racing, your winner today in bracket class 200. 2 Conks, Harpoon Harry's would take 2nd, and honestly, not 100% sure. I saw Herbot maybe come around once, but
Herbot's under tow.
They're under tow, and Team Woody had trouble early today. Too bad for that. Billy
Now,
Shipley
is this
will join us later on today?
So does this mean that Steve and Steven won this? Is it the Southernmost Championship that's awarded on Friday?
That's correct. And we'll be doing those awards right behind us here, right before the intermission. Yeah. So. All the bracketed boats that won here earlier, and the Southernmost Championship trophies will be handed out, and your Mod V winners as well. All top 3 finishes in each class will be over at the podium. So,
I'd say the Mod V race did not disappoint. The Class 4 race was awesome. I mean, I think that's the most boats we've seen finish a Class 4 race this year. Great tight racing all the way around.
Again, the story is the weather. Those sea conditions. Your thoughts after looking at it? Obviously, you're a V-bottom guy. It seemed like all the teams made good decisions. They were able to get the data that they needed, reports from out on the course early enough. I didn't see anybody had a bad setup, really.
No, everybody looked like they were pretty much, going with the setup that they had figured. I don't think anybody changed anything up at the last minute. Like I said, there's still a pretty good swell running through here. I mean, you saw these guys catching some pretty good air, so they still had to kind of keep it tucked in and stay on. It wasn't like you were, going to go out there and run 98 miles an hour in this stuff. I would venture to say they were probably running in the low 90s coming in here in the harbor, and they were probably running in the mid 80s on the outside there. So it was rougher water. Everybody made good calls. All the boats really did look great today. So great day of racing.
Yeah, after the intermission, Todd, I'm curious to see if Michael Stancombe's lobbying is going to pay off. Will they let Peppers run with the 450 boats, or will he have to run alone in Extreme? Because he'd rather be on the water with the boats he's going to be racing next year.
For sure.
Take a look at OC Racing. They're going to get their checkered flag here in front of the fans at the 2024 Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. You're listening to live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do to you. We thank all of our global audience out there watching across the world, across the United States, at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and our YouTube channel, also at rth.tv, and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play platforms. The live stream is brought to you by Maximum Inflation, prioritizes safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. We're getting ready to head off to the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report, and again, we'll have an intermission before we get back to racing at 12:30, and a big afternoon of catamaran action, as well as some really extreme V-bottoms will be out later on this afternoon. But at 12:30, the factory 450R boats will run, and immediately after that, one of the most exciting classes at 115. Not that the factory 450R aren't exciting, because those boats are quite amazing, and next year they'll be running the Mercury 500 package. We've got some great teams in the 450R class. Supercat at 115, and another brief intermission before the finale of the day. And at 215, the Pro Class 1 teams, along with the Super V. Michael Stancombe, as Eric mentioned, will be running in a lone extreme boat And then at 3:15, the Superstock boats, which are the 32-foot catamarans canopied with the twin 300R Mercury racing engines. That's the biggest fleet of boats. So there's a lot more action coming up here this afternoon. Kevin Smith, thank you, sir. I hope you can join us again on Sunday.
Oh, I'd love to. I appreciate you having me on. It's been a blast.
Yeah, well, nobody, I wouldn't say nobody, but there's a lot of guys, and you're at the top of the list and knows a lot about Mod V racing. V-Bomb, you came up through production class racing as well. So we had a good showing here today, and
it was awesome.
It'll be interesting. And they're calling for more wind, but if it stays in this direction, this speed, down below, right now out of the east-southeast at 11 at Fort Zachary, a little bit harder blowing just south of there in the open ocean, but this whole course is still pretty well protected on the lee of the island. So we can expect more of the same, Kevin, on Sunday.
Oh, I think you're going to see more of the same, and I think, like we were talking about earlier, you might have had some of the guys holding back a little bit because this is the first race, and Sunday you got to let it all hang out. So you're going to see everybody. I mean, every secret weapon that they have in that trailer and everything that they got is going to be coming out on Sunday. So they're not going to be holding back then.
Kevin just got a little inside word that a little bit of paint might have been traded early in the Mod V race.
It's never good. Just to go on screen, the El Bandito Yankee Tequila team, Steve Miklo, Steve Furman. Experience played well for them today as they win. Second place goes to NMBRV, Kurt Hanna and Mark Renda. Second place, third to Speed Marine, Kyle Miller and Jay Woltman. Top three boats, all LSB Extremes. Eric, still a lot more to come, man. Going to be some great catamaran racing coming up, and it's going to start with those big wide body Doug Wrights and MTIs, the Factory 450R class.
And just to give you a little insight into what we might be looking at, the start of the Supercat race. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 5, US 1. Lane 7, Dirty Money.
Those guys have battled. They have battled tooth and nail all year long, and it's not going to go away here.
And sandwiched in between them is WHM Motorsports.
So
that's going to be
good.
That's going to be real good.
I was watching the Austin Holmes boat test, the Outer Limits. Vinny Diorio, Matt Jaminski, they were testing extremely well the other day. Billy Moore and Chris Grant said that they're ready to go, and as well as Hancock Claims. I mean, the entire fleet. Glad to see
the Muller boys.
The Muller boys. They got lane one.
They got lane 1, and then
wicked.
Hancock Claims with a pair of new Cassie engines, lane 2.
CR Racing.
And Austin Holmes is lane 3.
CR Racing is always, those guys, Casey Boaz, Rob Understall, always prepared. We got so many boats to talk about, so much to do. Stay with us. Again, Kevin Smith, thanks. Go give some high fives to all the teams down there.
Go drink some tequila with El Bandito.
Kevin Smith, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
We're back
Appreciate
with more live coverage from the 2024 Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Back with our Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime sponsorship from the Forte Performance Broadcast Center.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Powerboating in Paradise returns to the Florida Keys November 5th to 11th with the Florida Powerboat Club's 32nd annual Key West Poker Run. Presented by Mercury Racing, this event features 250 powerboat teams and hundreds of participants from around the globe enjoying the scenic waterways of the Florida Keys. FBC thanks hotel partners including the Marker, Hyatt Centric, Pier House, La Concha on Duval, and the historic Casa Marina. The Poker Run headquarters is at Conch Republic Seafood Company, 631 Green Street. Join the fun. It's free to the public.
IV's in the Keys is Key West's original medical spa located at 531 Whitehead Street. With 23 full-body massage chairs and a professional licensed staff, IV's in the Keys will get you over your hangover in no time. They have a multitude of services and IV options for you to choose from, as well as a cold plunge, infrared sauna, and halotherapy. Walk-ins are welcome and mobile services are available. For more information or to book their services today, go to ivsinthekeys.com or visit them at their office on Whitehead Street.
Hello, friends. It's Lee Holt from Keys Auto Center. At Keys Auto Center, we have over 80 local employees to serve you better. Come see Eric Morris, Mike Horvath, Steve Bender, Fernando Castillo, Michael Pantalone, Alan Paris, and the rest of our team to help you select your new ride. With 11 new car brands, our team at Keys Auto Center is always hard at work to take care of all of your needs. Whatever you want, we can get for you at Keys Auto Center, 1618 and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West, and online at KeysAutoCenter.com.
Keys Energy Services rebate program is back. Keys is once again offering rebates for 14 qualified energy-efficient items, ranging from $25 to $450. The program now also includes an electric vehicle charger rebate for up to $400. Customers looking for more information on the rebate program, a complete listing of qualified items, and information on how to apply should log on to KeysEnergy.com. At Keys Energy, we're growing greener every day. Here's your chance to join us and put some green back in your wallet.
Now back to the live stream of the Key West World's Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races right here on the home of the conchs and offshore powerboat racing. That's us, the Zone 97.7 WAVK. Welcome back to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom lift system in the world. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Time now for the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report, brought to you by Lichty Marina Marathon, is the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Well, good morning. Yeah, it's still morning, and we've already had 2 huge races here. I am Rick Lopez, now joined by my partner, the one and only Joey Cook, or you may know him as J.W. Cook, but I've known him so long I still call him Joey, from the Keys Citizen. Hey, Joe, how we doing?
We're here.
We're off and running,
That's what's the most important thing. We got here, despite the hiccup on Wednesday.
Right.
We've done this before, though. We've been here before in this situation. A couple years back, we lost a Wednesday, but the races went on. And they had a good world championship that was secured, and we're going to have the same thing going on here this year.
And
these races are going to be, the next 2 days are going to be very important.
Right. I think the whole general feeling was when Raphael was going to be coming by us and all that, we lost Wednesday. If there was a day to lose during the week, would be the Wednesday. What's great about Key West, though, is you still have, it's a 3-day event, so you still have Friday and Saturday. And I mean, it was madness out here yesterday, waiting for the storm to go by to start getting everything set up here at the mall. But man, everything is set up. We got off and running today and already had 2 fun races. We're a day where we're going to see a total of 6 different race starts today, Joey.
Yeah, that's exciting. That's definitely expanding the program here, and RWO has come to realize what's important and what's for the racing fan to understand what they're watching and how they're coming about everything and what's going on in the water. That first set of races that we had, 4 different races going on inside the one start. The second set of races, there was 3 different categories, 3 different classes going on at that one time. So these last few coming up here, this next start coming up, it's going to start getting to the stock 450s will run by themselves. The Supercats will run by themselves.
Right.
The Pro Class will have a couple of the Super Vs, and the Extremes will be in there with the Pro Class 1, but you're really going to know the difference because, again, there are Vs and Extremes versus a couple of the Catamaran class that's in there, that Cat 1 class. In the end, we ended with the Superstock that has become absolutely an amazing class. But for that matter, what we just saw in Mod V has become an amazing class. That was some great racing we just got
really
to watch
was.
there.
Right.
From the start to the finish, that Speed Marine looked great. One bad turn, one mishandle out there, something goes wrong, and all of a sudden you open the door. El Bandito, look, Steve and Steve have been doing it for a long time. There's a reason that they're back atop the podium. The Sunprint boat has been around now, El Bandito as we know it now, but it's the same team, same group that has been winning championships down here for years, so no surprise that they're off into a great start here on this Friday, first day of racing.
9 boats in that Mod V class, as Joey mentioned, and the final race of the day when we get to the Superstocks that you mentioned, what a field there. 14
boats.
teams, boats competing in the final race today.
And that's why that class was built. You know, a lot of these classes have been built to be better racing, more competitive racing. That's why you're seeing these classes, you know, the Mod V get up to 9 boats this year. The Pro Class 1, you know, so the big boys, they got 6 boats racing down here this year. That's pretty exciting to see that many boats that are going to be hitting those types of speeds. You know, the Stock 450 is still in its infancy, but it's already grown up to 6 boats. And remember, just a few years back that they introduced that, and the MTI was the lone boat on the water that year. So now they're up to 6 boats. And then that Supercat class, to me, that doesn't really get much better than that, but 8 boats in that class. So there's plenty of racing to go on. And even if that means if one boat goes down, if we do have a breakdown, there's still going to be plenty of guys out there contending for the checkered flag here today.
Right. So right now the harbor is closed, the traditional closing of the harbor. The ferry boat from Fort Myers will come through. So we've got an hour until we get going again. So Joey and I are going to have plenty of guests here. We're going to keep you updated on everything. Next race start will be at 12:30, and that'll be Stock 450s, the Supercats. And we'll get into that a little bit later on here in the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report. But let's look back at the first race. I mean, look, guys were jonesing. They couldn't wait to get out here. Remember, the last 2 races of the season got wiped out by the 2 hurricanes that hit Florida. And then the guys all here, these 74 teams here, could not wait to get on the water, had to wait again because of Raphael going by. But they finally get out on the water today. What'd you see? What'd you like out there when you first saw them get out on the water for the first time in a while?
Well, you know, and that's part of it. A lot of these boats have been inching, and some of these guys haven't had a chance to really race it. They've tested, and that's about all you got to see. And Wednesday is usually that feeling it out day. Where am I going to position? How do I position myself with this boat and figuring it all out?
That's Wednesday, but we didn't have a Wednesday.
We didn't have a Wednesday.
Right.
So today, you know, you're doing a lot of testing this week as it is, you know what I mean, getting your boat out there through these choppy conditions and knowing that it's probably not going to be as crazy it is on Wednesday and Thursday that you're trying to test this, and even Tuesday come into Friday. You see today, it's been a decent chop out here. It hasn't been flat as we've seen in the past. So the V-bottoms so far have had a great run, and that's what we got to see there with the Mod Vs there. That was some great racing right there to start this, get us going in that second race there. You know, in the first race of the day, you saw the mix, but you saw the bracket classes there. The Vs do better than the bracket classes, and then we have a couple of the cats right now. So this is more V racing with this weather and everything. They're going to cut through the bed.
V-bottoms really
They're going to cut through that water a lot
really
better
well.
right now. So that's what you kind of saw in that first race there, that the bracket classes, you saw the cats try to figure their way out, where the V-bottoms got to run it a little bit harder and get out and get moving it a little bit. And you know, once we get into these now later races, you're going to have more cats. So it's going to be interesting to see the way if the water starts to sit and what they're able to do and how they're able to navigate this track that has so many different conditions and different portions to it. I mean, you have 3 different courses within one course in this race right here. So iconic turns, iconic spots. I mean, there's names of every one of these turns in the boat racing world. So, you know, you don't get named, you don't get nicknames for nothing. So you know,
they'll call it the wall for a reason.
Exactly.
Right?
You know, the hairpin turn is very notorious down there. You know, it's one of the superstar turns in all of boat racing is that one down there coming back into the harbor right there by the Ocean Key House by the Mallory Square. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how it changes now and how these catamarans start to take this differently than the Vs we have seen earlier in the day.
Right. Just a quick recap for everybody from the first 2 races. On our first race in the Production 1 Class 5 category, it was TFR, X Insurance, Golf and Gator. They took first place. Rum Runners was second. Sweat Equity took third. In Class 6, your first place winner was Moderation. Second place, Velocity Powerboats. And third, Swap It Fast, Rolling Dirty Offshore. They took third. In Class 7, in that Production 1 class, was Bad Decisions. X Insurance took first. Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing Team took second. And Statement X Insurance took third. And again, Joey, when you look at production, those production classes, they can't break out, so you got to. We don't know all the speed things and all that.
Exactly.
Right.
So once they get the boxes out and they start checking everything, we'll know better if they, all that it takes is 1/10 of a mile per hour over, you're done. You break out and you go to the bottom of those standings for the day. So,
Right.
You never know what happens if they, maybe X Insurance knew that they, went over the speed and started trying to pull people along. It has happened before. So those are all unofficial at this point, and we'll know more once the officials get in those engines and see what kind of numbers they get back.
In the Mod V, in race 2 here today, a very competitive field with 9 boats racing. Taking first place was El Bandito Tequila, followed by NMBRV Resort. That's
Can I buy a vowel?
North Myrtle Beach Resort. There, they took second, and in third place was Speed Marine. In Class 2, you had OC Racing, Joey, the only ones that we saw that finished the race here today.
That's it.
Had some breakdowns out there.
That's a big lead for them right now.
Yeah.
And again, the points come into the last, come into Sunday as this comes into play into Sunday. If they're the only team that has finished and they drop to a second or third and they come out tied because they have that distance lead right now, that will be big for them right now going into Sunday. So it's a big thing as long as they didn't break out, and we'll see if, we'll see if they get the breakout because they couldn't go faster than 85 miles per hour today on the course.
All right, and in the Class 4 category, it was SRQ Racing. They took first place. Framed Offshore Racing. The boys from Big Pine.
Yeah.
They took second place.
First season, their inaugural season here. They've had a great inaugural season for them, and, that's a good start there in Key West here. Second place is nothing wrong with that. You put yourself in position for a potential world championship on Sunday for sure.
And it's already been a good week for Team Trump, and Team Trump Racing Boat took third place.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a good finish for them.
Yeah.
Come on, Trump would be disappointed right now, I'm pretty sure.
Anyway, we're just getting started today. We got a huge day. We still got 4 more races to come. And the next race will come your way at 12:30, and that'll be the Stock 450s and the Supercats. And we've got a lot to do on the Lichty Marine Marathon halftime report. When we come back, we're going to check in with our old buddy Kurt Lewin from First State Bank. They're huge sponsors of the race. They do a lot of cool stuff with the kids during the week of Race Week. Kurt's joining us next. We're here live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. It's the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races right here on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Lichty Marina Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. We're proud to be the halftime total race coverage sponsor with the Zone 97.7 of the world.
Top of the podium, number 747, Bad Decisions X Insurance, your national champion and winner here today in the first day of racing. There's your podium, bracket class 700 here today, the Southernmost Continental Championship. Get the points, which will go towards a World Championship final on Sunday. Bad Decisions, X Insurance, top of the podium, second place goes to Statement X Insurance, and 746 Proven Marine in third. Big round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move right on. Again, all results unofficial. Let's move on to bracket class 500. Get ready to get your presentation, your awards for the Southernmost Continental Championship as presented by the Monster Energy Girls. Third place goes to bracket 500, Sweat Equity. Sweat Equity. Third place of the podium, that's Sweat Equity. Second place, 522 Team Rum Runners. Team Rum Runners, second place. And now to the top of the podium, your winner, led from start to finish. Your reigning national champion, bracket class 500, TFR X Insurance. X Insurance team back to the top of the podium. Special treat for the winners. You're going to get a bottle of Crown Royal. How about that? Look at that. Wear that crown. The official presentator here at the Southernmost Continental Championship. And there's your podium. Bracket class 500. TFR X Insurance. Rum Runners, Sweat Equity. The Monster Energy Girls. All right, we're going to move on to bracket class 400. I'm waiting for some results in a couple of the other bracketed classes. All right, let's move right ahead, folks. We'll keep you waiting. Bracket class 600. Excuse me, bracket class 400, as I mentioned, to the top of the podium. We'll bring on our third place finisher, the 477 Trump 2024. Trump 2024. Are they coming? Second place goes to Framed Offshore Racing, Team Hog's Breath, Key West. Again, all results unofficial. Technical is until technical completely gets their data loggers read through. But I mean, it's sweet. They get to hang out with the Monster Energy Girls. They get trophies, and the winner gets a bottle of Crown Royal. I mean, that's all right. Bracket class 400. Top of the podium, 481 SRQ Racing, Precious Vodka. There's your podium, bracket class 400. One last picture. Easy. Ready. Ran up there for that Crown Royal bottle. All right, bracket class 400. Bracket class 200 up next, Southernmost Continental Championship here today. We're only going to call up the top two teams. Scoring unable to determine the third place at the moment, so our top two teams in bracket class 200. Second place, two conks, Harpoon Harry's, Key West. Bracket class 200. Bracket class 200. That's two Conks Harpoon Harries. And to the top of the podium, 221 OC Racing. Be receiving that Crown Royal. Trophies from the Monster Energy girls. There we go. Crown Royal, official presenter of the Southernmost Continental Championship. All right, we're going to move on to bracket class 600. I can only go too deep right now because of scoring issues. So to the podium, bracket class 600. Second place goes to 655 American Hustle. 655 American Hustle. Bracket class 600. First place today, bracket class 600, 609, Team Moderation. Team Moderation. To the top of the podium, Crown Royal. Awarded to the top teams of the Southernmost Continental Championship. Official podium sponsor here for the Southernmost Championship on Friday. Great to see you all out here. All right, race teams. Do we have the UIM 3X and 3C teams? Scratch and Sniff X69 and C11. TFR Insurance here in the crowd. Come on up to the podium, you guys. Stand side by side. Side by side at the top. You were both winners today. This is a introductory class experimenting here in Key West. Glad to have you on board. Each getting trophies. From the Monster Energy girls. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of offshore powerboat racing, the APBA National Series, and the World Championships. All right, our final class, and the way they put on a show today, Mod V. Bouncing around, battling back and forth. So here comes our Mod V podium from the Southernmost Continental Championship. Third place today. What a performance early. Speed Marine, 29 Extreme. Speed Marine, Kyle Miller, Jay Wolfman to the podium. Speed Marine team. I think they may have had to go to the pits. Second place goes to NMBRV. Mark Brenda, Kerr congratulations. It's both just debuted in Sarasota and two great starts for this team. Fantastic showing in the Southernmost Continental Championship today. Beautiful red 29 Extreme. To the top of the podium. Big win today. Nothing new for them. They're your reigning World Mod V champs. El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Steve Furman, Stephen Miklos, they're an incredible team. Back to the top of the podium in Key West, Florida for the Southernmost Continental Championship. Reign in the glory with the Monster Energy girls. There's your Mod V top 2 teams. Also, congratulations to Speed Marine today. Here in Key West for the World Championships. All right, Steve and Steven, if I could get you for a moment. Monster Energy girls, big round of applause for the Monster Energy girls, ladies and gentlemen. Steve and Steven. Hey, Steve Miklos. Steve Miklos. Steve Furman. Quick word with you guys. Come on over. We got the live stream still going. Come on over. Guys, a comeback win there for you. Bit of a battle early with Speed Marine, and you made the right call. You know, everybody was talking about big C's yesterday. The winds did come down a little bit. You guys made the adjustment, and you came back and took the big win.
Yeah, it was really, really tight. Unfortunately, we had contact in the harbor with Speed Marine. I don't know. We don't know if our boat's damaged. They got some damage out of it, which is unfortunate for all of us. So, but it was a really, really hard, rough race.
What was the boat turning like? You guys were running tight lines there. You were able to go a shorter way around the course early and get some distance, but they did come back and take that lead from you for a bit. But it was a long haul out there, Steve Furman.
It was. You know, Steve played around on where we were picking up ballast and dumping it and trying different things. And, you know, with that port to bottom, we were able just to keep punching through wave to wave to wave, and we made it happen.
All right, you got another day in front of you. Strategy played well for you, though, top of the podium.
Yeah, it actually went as good as it could, and now we just got to deliver on Sunday, you know.
There they are, your podium winner, Mod V, El Bandito Yankee Tequila. The racing resumes at 12:30. We'll see you then on the live stream.
Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway. All right, our next race is coming up at 12:30 here today. The harbor is closed right now, but we have 4 more races coming your way, and the place to be out here right now is here on the Outer Mole. I mean, we're going to have Larry Blau going to be joining us next, president of Race World Offshore. We're going to talk about this week leading up into today. But once you get out here to the Mole, the best place to watch the races, we're going to let you know everything that's going on there. Our coverage of the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races is brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine of Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Florida Powerboat Club, Beach Weekend Marina, Shadow and Fish. We've got the Keys, El Mesón de Pepe, Bourbon Street Pub, Coco's Monkey, IV in the Keys, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, Booze Bandage, Triton Sea Center, and Pepe's Cafe. So we'll take another break here. Don't go away. We're so glad to have you with us here. It's the 43rd Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Larry Blau, president of Race World Offshore, is next when we return.
Live annual Key West official Race World Offshore Concert Ultimate Musical Festival, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent: Mike Stack, Josh Geiser, Reggae Lou, and Aaron Huggins. Every year it just gets bigger and better. Saturday, November the 9th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Tickets start at $5. Thank you, X Insurance Live. Get your tickets online now at eventbrite.com. X Insurance Live tickets, and enjoy a night of unforgettable music under the stars.
Yeah, I'm from Key West.
Don't let a hangover leave you being a waste of space during the race. Plan ahead with Boost Bandage, the #1 hangover prevention patch of its kind, combining potent B1 vitamin with transdermal technology to deliver a natural, safe, and effective hangover cure. It's simple. Just slap one on and get back to enjoying your day or night and wake up feeling great. For more information, a list of our local Key West retailers, or to order yours today, just go to boostbandage.com. Boost Bandage. Party hard, recover smart.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way. Diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. Blue Point oysters chucked to order because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
If you love powerboats, Key West is the place to be all this week as Florida Powerboat Club returns with the 32nd annual Key West Poker Run presented by Mercury Racing. See over 250 powerboats from the leading performance manufacturers on display at the Concord Public Seafood Company Poker Run Village and at marina partners including A&B Marina Complex, Key West Bight Marina and Historic Seaport, plus Perry Marina and Ocean's Edge Resort on Stock Island. Help us celebrate 32 years of powerboating in paradise.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race Road Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
All righty, welcome back, everybody, here to the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We're live here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, as a legacy of innovation and excellence, continues to inspire and shape the future of marine engineering. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Welcome back here to the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report at Lichty Marine of Marathon. Is he coming? Yeah, no, Joey, jump in real quick. Lichty Marine of Marathon. You can check them out online at SuzukiMarathon.com for all your boating needs, with a huge selection of new and used boats and trailers and the largest Suzuki repower dealer in the Keys. Lichty Marine, they're located at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Well, we had Larry sitting here in the chair just a second ago. They're actually checking
engineering work. They're pretending like they're engineers or something like that.
Yeah,
Randy, they need expertise over there. I mean, come on now.
Listen, Randy Perry's got enough to do.
Right, if Larry comes back, with the hair smoking and everything like that, we'll know what happened, okay? He tripped a fuse or something. I don't know.
He's coming back right now. They're just checking, making sure the generators are gassed up and all that stuff. So let's go ahead and bring him in,
back off
Joey.
again.
Yeah, we'll get you back here in a second. All right, here he is. He is the man. He is the ringmaster. He wears every hat imaginable. He is the president of Race World Offshore, who produces the World Championships here in Key West. It's our good buddy, Larry Blyle. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Rick. Thanks for having me, man.
Wow. Well, it took a little while. We had to wait an extra day, but here we go. We are off and running. We have a beautiful day. Already 2 races in the books, 4 more to come. What a great day to be out here on the Mole in Key West.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
It's fantastic.
Look at the weather. It's sunny. The water now has gotten really calm, and got the Coast Guard cutter going by. It's beautiful.
Right. We're going to get our next races started off around 12:30. But tell me about the week, Larry, because, look, it's been crazy in the offshore powerboat racing world this year due to hurricanes, and the previous 2 hurricanes that hit hit Florida took out the last 2 racing events. So, look, the teams are all crazy. They all want to get down here. We got 74 teams ready to race, but then on Wednesday we got to hold it.
Time out.
Because we have another hurricane out there, and Raphael, knock on wood, went to the west of us, but it was enough that we had to say, all right, the right decision was made on Wednesday. Right. Let's just push everything back to Friday.
Yeah, it all worked out well. Even there wasn't enough rain to really totally swamp the pits that we have down, here in Truman Waterfront. So, it's all good. It was rough yesterday because we still had a lot of wind and stuff going through, setting up all this outer mall for the VIP and everything, vendors. And yesterday we did the work in one day that we usually spend 3 days doing.
That's right, yeah.
So,
and I let little inside baseball stuff because, guys, and gals out there listening that we had to wait even longer than we wanted to for the win for Raphael to get even. So we weren't really out here until like around 1 o'clock.
Exactly.
To start getting all of this set up that you'll see when you come down here.
Yeah. I want to give my hats off to everybody here. It's been a phenomenal job, and I'm just so happy and pleased the way everything's going and how the VIP area is, and the walk of down along all the vendors and
Larry,
all that.
I told you when you sat down here, and I've been with you from the beginning and going back even, when you were with Copra and all the back to 98 when I first started covering the races. I have never seen as many vendors that are out there on the mole, everything that you could imagine, from food to drinks to merchandise, T-shirts, I don't care what it is, jewelry, it's all out there right now. That's incredible.
It's crazy, it's to think of all that stuff moving in here in a day. It just blows my mind that, but Sean and his group and, Atif, my guy, he's amazing.
He's a bulldog.
He's amazing what he can get done.
He gets stuff done, yes, he does.
I've never seen somebody with their fingers punching keys on his phone so fast in my life. I'm going boom, boom, boom.
You and me are still hunting Beck.
By time I write 2 words, he's written a book. So
well, you got a great team, and the team was put to the test this week to get everything going. But Larry, part of what your envision was, and that has now come true, that this is definitely the Super Bowl week of powerboat racing. Not only the World Championships and all the racing that we have, but everything that surrounds it. And you look last night at an immensely successful Speed on the Water, the big charity event of the week. All the different parties. Tonight, coming up, is one of your favorite events that you started several years ago, is the Duval Street Party, where after we're done racing today, a lot of the race teams are going to have their boats down on Duval Street. How many blocks have you got closed off now?
We're closed off from Southern Street all the way to the front, past Front Street. So,
and we're going up Green again?
And Green Street from the alley behind Rick's all the way to Simonton Street.
Wow.
So, yeah, we got a lot of roadway, and believe it or not, we've got only we got 38 boats that are out there, and that fills up all that.
Well, yeah, but it's like a mini fantasy fest that night. I mean, it is a huge party. The teams will all be out there. They'll be throwing out merchandise and beads, and there'll be music all over the place and plenty to drink, and it's just a lot of fun. And it's great to bring the kids out there too, to get up close and personal, see the boats, and just have a really nice time tonight.
Exactly. I really enjoy that parade. That Duval.
What time's that starting tonight, Larry?
They start moving out at 6 o'clock. So in reality, they're sitting there around 7 to 10.
7 to 10 out there. Tomorrow, of course, a day off. We'll wrap everything up on Sunday with the World Championships. But tomorrow night we got the big concert at the amphitheater. Mike Stack, one of the great Key West singers, and boy, is he blown up. He's going to be leading part of the big show down there. So there's something going on every night.
It is
with Race World Offshore.
It's amazing,
right?
you got to rest up for this.
Are you able to take a breath yet? Because it has been look, we're not kidding anybody. It's been a tough week because trying to get everything set up, and then everything has to be put on hold, then restarting again and getting to where we are today. Are you able to take a breath? Have you taken a nap yet?
Not really. I go home and I last night I think I went to bed at 11 and I was up at 3. So it's not enough. Not for me.
Larry, VIP section going good?
Oh, it's fabulous.
Yeah.
Nice, great food, everything. Everybody's having a good time. Can't ask for any more.
Yeah, you can check everything out at raceworldoffshore.com. Better yet, come on down and see us. Daily race tickets available to come in here to the Outer Mole. This is where you want to be if you haven't got your VIP tickets for that, because you could get up close, get through the village, see everything, then get out on the mole and see all these vendors and all the good stuff to eat and drink and all that here. And on top of that, enjoy great racing. And we got 4 more races to come, Larry.
I know.
All right.
I know. Let's do it.
All right. Well, keep up the good work.
All right.
Soldier on, Larry Blyle.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
President of Race World Offshore, our great buddy Larry Blyle. What a job he has done. All right. We'll take another break. This is the Lichty Marina Marathon halftime report live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. When we come back, Nikki Mottlick from Mottlick Attorneys, and they've got their big boat getting ready to race, and they're a huge sponsor as well. We're going to talk to her when we return here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Bourbon Street Pub, 724 Duval Street, with the friendliest and hottest bartenders, serving up fresh frozen drinks and cocktails daily right on Duval. Sidewalk cafe seating available, open 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the male-only clothing optional garden bar with pool and jacuzzi. Woo! Bourbon Street Pub with live entertainment nightly at 8 p.m. Of course, the Men of Bourbon, all that beef on the reef, 10 p.m. Located at 724 Duval Street, right in the heart of Old Town. Bourbon Street Pub.
Do you love the ocean, animals, and maybe a little alcohol? If so, Coco's Monkey Apparel is for you. A Key West-born brand with unique clothing and accessories, our Coco's Monkey mission is to create merchandise for our dog-loving, boating, and island community. Cheer on Coco's Monkey, local powerboat in your custom race gear, which can be found at our store at 103 Symington Street and on race day at the Outer Mole Pier. Help us cheer on our Coco's Monkey boat to victory.
Looking for the #1 boat rentals in Key West? Look no further than Beach Weekend Marina. We're a full-service marina with certified technicians offering pontoon and boat rentals, a fully stocked tackle, bait, and ship store, and wet and dry boat storage. Now offering a VIP certified dive center. We've got everything you need to hit the water like a pro. From Mercury Repower Services to top-tier rentals. Boat like a local with us. Located at mile marker 5 Stock Island. Visit beachweekendkeywest.com and start your adventure today. Beach Weekend Marina, your one-stop boating destination.
Hey, come join the Hobie in the Afternoon experiment live this coming Friday with the Florida Powerboat Club, putting on once again for many, many years their spectacular Powerboat Club Village, right in the whole parking lot of the Concord Public Seafood Company, right on the water there, with a display of some of the most expensive, powerful boats on Earth, in the infield and out on the docks, with great food, fun, events, and tons of stuff to see, and of course their famous merch tent. This Friday, 2 to 7, with the Hobie in the Afternoon experiment.
Race World Offshore is excited to present the Offshore World Championships in Key West, Florida, where the world's biggest and fastest offshore powerboats compete. Join our teams in the awareness of protected species and avoid vessel strikes. Do not anchor on or above seagrass, hard bottom, or coral, and that doing so may be subject to a criminal or civil penalties. All vessels. Statute of taking requests that all collisions with and/or injury to a sea turtle, manatee, dolphin, or protected fish be reported immediately to the FWC's Wildlife Alert Hotline at 888-404-FWCC. Thank you on behalf of Race World Offshore.
Now back to the live stream of the Key West World's Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 43rd Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, live here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. Once again, back here at the Lichty Marine of Marathon halftime report. Lichty Marine of Marathon carries a complete line of new and used boats. Check out Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Great to have you all with us. I am Rick Lopez. Our next race coming your way at 12:30 as the halftime report continues. And once again, it is a pleasure to welcome back Nikki Mottlick Mottlick from Mottlick Injury Attorneys back with us here. And the Mottlick boat is getting ready to go here at the 12:30 start in the stock 450s. Nikki, good to see you. How you doing, kiddo?
I'm great. It's great to be here. You know, we're ready. Wednesday's race got canceled, and our guys they're amped up and they're ready to go.
I think, Nikki, that everybody couldn't wait to get on the water today. After what we've gone through in this sport over the last couple of months with the 2 hurricanes that hit Florida, actually took out 2 of the races. And then we had to wait again here with another hurricane that had to go by. But it's turned out to be a beautiful day, and these race teams are ready to go.
Yeah, they're ready. It is a beautiful day. We got a lot of wind here. I think the first turn is going to be really determinative of the rest of the race, but we have pretty good pole position. We're number 2. Hank's on the interior, so we're feeling good. That's pretty favorable.
Now, Mottlick Injury Attorneys, you guys are the sponsor of the Race Village this year, but also have your boat in the Stock 450 class. Got any butterflies, anything going on right now?
Oh, we're just excited. I get nervous for them, but they don't have any butterflies. They're just ready to run it.
You talk to the guys and all that, and they're ready to go?
Yep, I spoke to them this morning, and they're ready. You know, it's going to come down a lot with this race to the durability of the boat, to prop size, to pole selection. But they had a great day testing yesterday. The boat ran really, really nicely. We saw a lot of boats coming back in, and ours really pulled through. We're confident in what we've got today.
For Mottlick Injury Attorneys, this year you guys jumped in, head first. He said, we're all in.
Yeah.
All in, as Jerry Jones once famously said. But you guys really are all in. How has this week gone for you? And I know it's been a crazy week, and we've all had to, move things around and all that. But how has it been so far for you guys being such a big part of this year's race?
It's been an incredible experience. We when we jump in and we do things in a really big way, and we try to do things in a meaningful way, as with anything. And we came into this race, we're the sponsors of the Race Village. This is also our first race. We brought our merch trailer. We're selling some merch in the pits and on the outer mole on race days. And I think it was just representative of the season. We were APBA national champions. We were really proud of that. They worked really, really hard. So we just want to come in and support them.
Well, you've done that so well. Where is the merch trailer? There's one out here on the mole.
Yep, that's right.
And then in the village, is it near where the boat is? Oh, we're getting the flyover.
Yep, you can find us.
They knew you were on the air, Nikki. Let's give you the Navy just came through with a big flyover here.
They're coming to find me. Yep.
SEAL Team 6 is looking for you. Yeah.
Well, if they can't find me, they'll probably find me in our big blue tent on the outer mole.
There you go.
Yep, in our merch trailer in the pits. And it's black. It has our boat on the side of it. It's pretty hard to miss.
Okay, and we're getting ready for this next race start. Where are you going to watch it? Where's the team at? Do you watch with a bunch of people, or do you have to go off on your own?
Oh, I kind of have to go off on my own. I'm honed in, and I'm not with them today during the race. I like to be out in the support boat and be with the team. I'm out here with you, which is nice as well. But no, I'll be watching from the outer mole where you can get the best visibility.
Tell us real quick, Nikki, about Mottlick Injury Attorneys, what you guys do, where you're based at, and how you guys got involved and wanted to be involved in racing.
So we're a personal injury law firm, Mottlick Injury Attorneys. We've been serving clients nationwide for over 40 years, and we can help anyone who's been injured and been in an accident. And our main goal, we were founded because we wanted to help people at a really hard time in their lives and give back to the community in a really meaningful way. And so we try to emulate that through everything that we do. So this was one way. We're headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, and we want to help people in any community.
Your office though is based in Miami, right?
No, we're headquartered in Atlanta.
Oh, in Atlanta. Okay.
Yeah, but we serve clients nationwide, and this was a really amazing way for us to reach new communities that we haven't been able to be in before. We've gotten to go to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, like the Ozarks, Missouri, and spread our message and let people know, God forbid if you're in an accident, you're in a really difficult time, there's people that you can trust and you can rely on to help you in those circumstances.
And people can find you guys online where?
Mottlick.com, and you can also dial #WIN, #WIN if you're a little younger. You may identify with that more.
I don't understand that at all. Yeah.
But #946, if you forget, it is on the side of our boat.
Well, and you're not going to miss the Mottlick Injury Attorneys boat. They're getting ready to go. They're in the 12:30 start time here today in the Stock 450 class. Nikki, great to see you again. I know it's been a real fun week so far for you. We still got so much to do, and your boat's getting out there for the first time on this course here in just a few moments. Great to see you, Nikki.
Great to
Thanks
see you as
for
well.
stopping
Thank
by.
you.
Okay, there she is, Nikki Mottlick from Mottlick Injury Attorneys. They are Mottlick Injury Attorneys sponsors our Race Village this year, and we're getting ready to see their boat take the course here at 12:30. All right, that'll do it for this edition of the Lichty Marine of Marathon Halftime Report. When we come back, Todd Swafford and the play-by-play team will rejoin you live here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. It's the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races right here on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Medical Spa located at 531 Whitehead Street with 23 full-body massage chairs and a professional licensed staff. IVs in the Keys will get you over your hangover in no time. They have a multitude of services and IV options for you to choose from, as well as a cold plunge, infrared sauna, and halo therapy. Walk-ins are welcome and mobile services are available. For more information or to book their services today, go to ivisinthekeys.com or visit them at their office on Whitehead Street.
Hello, friends. It's Lee Holt here from Keys Auto Center. Did you know that Keys Auto Center, we have 11 major brands to choose from? Chevy, Buick, GMC truck, Cadillac, Nissans, Corvettes, Fords, Toyotas, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram trucks. There's no reason to go to Miami. If it's not in stock, we can get it for you at Keys Auto Center. We have two great locations for you at 1618 North Roosevelt Boulevard and 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard. Also, you can visit us online at keysautocenter.com. Whatever you want, we can get them for you at Keys Auto Center.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard vertical lift system. After Scott won another offshore world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte bracket an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine, maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine, maximum engines unlimited. Besides numerous national and world championships across sanctioning bodies, 2024 marked the third year running the Porte R-Series has led customers to multiple shootout Top Gun victories at the prestigious Lake of the Ozark High Performance Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps winning wherever it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit online at porteproducts.com.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race World Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
All right.
Welcome to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. The Lichty Marine and Marathon halftime show wrapping up here, and that means we're ready to get back to racing here at the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Of course, you see day two because, well, day one was a 0. It was a nothing. It was a cancellation. And we're out racing today, so it's a two-day race format. Back with Eric Colby of Speed on the Water as we get set for the Factory 450R stock boats to come out and race. Still the Supercats this afternoon, the Pro Class 1, Super Vs, the Lone Extreme boat, and then at the end of the day, our next guest commentator will be in that one, the biggest field of boats, Superstock class. Sean Torrente of STR Racing and S2 Powerboats joins us. And normally you'd be in a 450R boat as well. And here in Key West, you're just racing in Superstock. And we're glad to have you with your expertise for this class.
Appreciate it. Glad to be here. Yeah, normally I'd be strapping in right now, worrying about weight and propeller and all that stuff. But this time I get to talk with you guys and hopefully give some insight on what's going on inside the boat.
Yeah, what were your impressions from what you saw on the live stream initially based on what testing was like yesterday?
Honestly, it looks calmer than I expected, but I'll have a better gauge now because obviously racing a 450 boat so much, I'll see how they act, and then that'll give me a better feel for really what the water's like.
Now these 450 boats, they're quite amazing. 39 MTIs, 38 Doug Wrights, wide body catamarans. I remember one of the first things I read about the 39 MTI pleasure craft was an article in Speed on the Water, and you were talking about the one that you bought for your wife, Flavia, and how impressed you were with them.
and you wouldn't. And once you rode in one, you with great certainty, you knew that you had no problem putting your family in that boat, even in a rough condition.
No, the best thing about those boats, as pleasure boats especially, I have a 44 now, which is just as good, if not better, is that they're happy at all speeds. You can ride around at 30 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour, 60 mile an hour, or 130 mile an hour, and they really are happy. I just call them happy. They lean back, they ride nice, they go over the rough stuff good. They just do everything really, really good. They plane amazing for a cat. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. We're getting old, Todd. I don't know if you know that.
We are.
Yeah, we are getting old. So I've been doing this for a long time, and back in the day, you used to get on plane and the nose is in the air and motors are screaming and it rolls over. 39 or 44 MTI, you crack the throttles, it barely lifts the nose, rolls over on plane. It's just all that little stuff, the wraparound windows, the places for your cup holders, the place for my wife to put her stuff. It just, Randy's got them dialed in. They're awesome.
Yeah, and the race boats, specifically MTI has a concierge program. I know Willie Cabeza was racing his boat and using it as a pleasure boat as well. Most of these boats are built for racing.
Well, as a concierge boat last year, we won the World Championship. We beat Taylor.
That's right.
Me and Willie, and we had a great 3 days. So that shows that they really prepare everything equally, and everybody's got a really good chance to win. And honestly, factory 450 racing is really, really tight. It's like Superstock, if not a little tighter, because everybody's got to run the same propellers too. So it really comes down to setup, propeller, and start.
Yeah, no, Sean, exactly right. Is the reigning 450R world champion throttleman from GC Racing. You were in the boat with Willie last year. Now Grant Bruggeman is in the boat with Willie to campaign here in Key West. You campaigned with Meade Family Racing during the season.
Yeah, so last year I ran with Meade Family as well. We won in Sheboygan. We had a really good rookie season for Caleb. But they don't come to Key West because Caleb's still only 17 years old. He's still in school. He can't be gone for a week. He plays basketball also. So last year I was available, and Willie wanted to race with me. MTI put it together, and we came down here, and like I said, we won the World Championship, which was amazing. But I was already committed to Meade Family. We ran this year. We did well. We had a couple seconds, a couple thirds. We ran well. We didn't get a win this year, but
you're going to be coaching a new team for next year.
I am,
from what I've been told.
Really?
The two blondes.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean,
But the one thing I wanted to ask you about, when you have someone like Caleb, who you don't have to break his bad habits, is that easier? Almost like a blank slate?
So it depends. It depends. When I ran Superstock in the beginning here in the U.S., the first time I raced offshore in the U.S., I was only racing overseas.
Mm-hmm.
I raced with a friend of mine, Eric Belial, who had never raced anything before.
Yep.
And Eric knew me forever and asked me to race with him, and that's why we did it. And Eric had blind faith. If I told him, turn the boat, turn the boat. There was no bad habits. He would do what I told him because he didn't know any better.
Right.
And honestly, that was great. I got to show him what we wanted and what we did. And we had an amazing season. Won the championship. I mean, won most of the races. It was great. Caleb is younger. He's not as sure of himself. Honestly, he's just, he's still a young man. He has time to grow and become. And so he's growing into it, and he's doing a good job. But he just has to have more, I call it irrational confidence. A good boat racer, a good car driver, really good at anything in motorsport, you have to have an irrational confidence that you can do something that maybe the boat can't do, or maybe you can't even do it.
Yeah, I remember years ago, in a different category, but I was talking with Chip Hanauer from Miss Budweiser, and he was like, I didn't know if it was going to hold, but I put it in the turn anyway.
Correct.
And the skid fin, thank God it held.
Well, and
I had to believe it was going to.
Absolutely, and that showed last year. Willie had a really rough year. He never beat me and Caleb last year. He had a rough year. His confidence was way down. We went testing for a couple days, and honestly, my only job was just to build him up, just to tell him that, hey, man, you can do this. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
And then we made a plan for the first race. We got out front, told him you do it, and he won the race. And from that day forward, he's a different guy. You know what I mean? You got to have that confidence.
Now, is 450 almost getting like an IROC class? Because you got guys from Class 1, you got guys from Superstock, you got guys from Supercat, all throttle. It's got this IROC feel. You're putting like the best of the best all in the same class against each other.
You get a lot of that there, yes, because honestly, it's
you
a
got
great
Johnny,
class.
you got Johnny, you got Giovanni, you got yourself, you got Grant.
Yeah.
All these guys with all this experience.
I mean, honestly, even Michel Carcente, who I raced his boat 15 years ago overseas offshore. He's been doing this a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a lot of experience. And then, of course, the young guns that are my kids, Nick and Ian. Nick is an amazing talent on the sticks, and Ian's an amazing talent on the wheel. I test with them 3-4 days a week, and they're great, and they're only getting better.
And speaking of that, we want to send positive thoughts and best wishes to Joe Imprescia. we understand he had some issues, but
He had
he's
some
doing
issues,
better.
But he's too tough and angry to die. He'll be
Oh.
fine. He's going to be fine. I'm surprised he ain't here. I was hoping he was going to be here, but yes, definitely best thoughts to him and Debbie, his wife, who's amazing. And hopefully we see him soon.
I'm missing seeing Biggie, but I've seen Jeff Stevenson's
we were lucky.
Frenchies and
Biggie lent us his stroller for trick-or-treating, and we put our Boston Terrier in it, so that was good. It was good, since he was out of town.
Oh, we got boats on plane getting ready to start, Todd.
So it looks like the 450Rs
Yellow
are up and
flag
ready
is
to
up.
go. 8
Inside.
laps here for the factory 450R.
Hank Saloon is in the inside lane. Montlick Attorneys is second. GC Racing lane 3. Conados is fourth. MTI fifth.
Checkered flag. Excuse me, green flag.
151 is lane 6.
All right, so our 450R boats
Look
are
at
up.
Hanks.
Hank
Inside
squirted
lane.
him. Hank squirted him. It's
Yeah.
probably a small propeller, so we'll see if it blasts all the way down there.
Hank Saloon, Edwin Shearer,
The
Kobe
local
Harrison
boys.
on inside lane with the local sponsorship, Hank Saloon, Key West. So here's what Sean's looking for to see how these boats head. They head the water when they get out to turn number 1. I wonder if that third buoy's still out there. They did put 3 buoys at the turn at 1 to widen that turn. Now, the Sean, new thing with the 450R established was once you get moving, you don't have to stay in your lane as long as you're two boat lengths
on our
ahead.
way down there, exactly. If you're 2 boat lengths ahead, you can move over and take the lane.
And they're
so
out
when you're
running.
running down there, you're constantly talking to your driver. How are we on that side? And I'm watching my side of the boat, and then we're seeing what we got and if we can move over and make a move for the lead.
And we've got 8 laps to run, 4.5-mile course. So let's see how.
So
how
it
this
looks
shakes.
decent. Hank's still, nope, he's not there first. It looks like might be Montlick first. Is that correct?
Montlick is definitely coming around on the outside. Hanks takes the inside pin. And
Yeah, but Hanks ran out of steam halfway down. That's what I was worried about. He should be good, though, between
Yeah.
these 2 buoys because he's shorter if his balance is good. Does he have enough weight forward? Someone on the outside is pretty good. Looks like
That
an
looks
MTI.
like MTI. Looks like Johnny. No,
No, it's not Johnny. I think it's either GC or 151. I can't see it.
Oh yeah, because Johnny was way outside. Taylor does not have great luck picking cards.
Boats are getting a little bit of skip there, but they're some of them staying a little bit more stuck to the water, Sean.
Yep. We really see the balance. So it looks like Montlick had really good balance going down the backside there between 1 and 2 because they're keeping it really level, and that's what you want. You want the boat level because then you can take a flyer, but you don't get out of shape and you don't scrub a bunch of speed. It'll enter back in and you keep on rolling.
Now this is such a compromised course for setup. Where are you kind of keying on having your best performance? Do you want it to be out between 1 and 2, or do you want to survive 1 and 2 and still have speed coming into the harbor?
This is a great question. Really, the reality is how far down the mole and out from the island going out is it flat enough to go fast? That's what matters. So
looks like
that's what you're looking for.
Montlick
Where
is
does it
coming at
flatten
us
out?
in the lead from lane 2.
And then we got 151.
Montlick Injury Attorneys has the early
Canados.
lead after lap number 1 here in the Southernmost Continental Championship. Montlick,
Gladiator Canados is in second.
2-second lead over the Gladiator boat.
151 is third.
151 third. That's a big deal for them because they started all the way on the outside.
Hanks is fourth.
So they're doing good.
GC fifth.
And then the other thing about
Taylor sixth.
The other thing about Key West is now the harbor turn.
Yep.
Rough out there. Now you got to pin it on basically a 1-pin turn and go back the other way. So it's a completely different race course down here in the harbor.
Now they added an extra buoy over there. Hopefully that helps navigate that. Now we're not dealing with as many boats here. This is only factory 450R out there racing right now. 7 boats on the course. 8 laps here, 36 miles on this course off of Key West. There's the Gladiator Canados boat. Michel Carcente, the veteran driver, has won world championships here at Key West in V-bottom races. He's raced X-Cap before, as Sean and Gary Ballou have, and he's got that boat running very nice here, heading out towards turn number 1 after lap 1, running in second.
So now here's the question. How far can they run out of here and still be flat enough to go fast? That's what determines how big a propeller you're going to run. But you can see Montlick and Canados have the best setup so far. They went across the rough good. They came out of the harbor turn with good punch, but you see Montlick just lost the nose right there. So it's basically at the monster buoy from us. So that's not even halfway down.
So when you say they lost the nose, it picked up?
Correct. So
okay,
when you're coming out of the harbor, it's flat. So the boat will go, let's say these boats will probably run out of the harbor 110, 115 mile an hour, the way they're propped. So then you hit the first big one, You want it to fly flat, but you're going faster, so now the nose goes. You've lost the nose, it'll screw up speed, and you basically got to tighten the boat up. You got to keep it on the water.
And we're going to the exit turn telecam there momentarily. It looks like Gladiator's making
They
up
made
distance.
a run because they didn't carry the nose like that. They saw him make the mistake, and now they're picking him up.
Two veteran international racers throttling here. Michelle
I think he might have him on the inside. It's very
and
close.
off the camera, it looked to me like Nicky and Ian got past Hanks.
Yep. Now here's the flyers in turn one. The deal here is when you get in turn one, you want to turn the boat when it's in the water. So you're in a trough, you got to take advantage of it and turn the boat and be aggressive, and then straighten it up over the next flyer.
Right.
And Montlick was able to distance a little bit from Gladiator in that turn. As they head down the roughest part of this race between 1 and 2, got an east-southeast wind still at about 13 miles an hour, which is significantly less than we saw
Canada's
yesterday.
just took a little bit more of a flyer there. It looks like Giovanni's got Montlick flying pretty level.
Any concern, Sean? I mean, as you start running a little bit more into the wind of getting too much air in that tunnel?
Absolutely. When you go to 1 to 2, you're not going that fast, honestly, but you're going right into the teeth of the wind and into the swell.
And Irvin just made that move that you talked about. He made a tight inside move.
So here's the deal. You can make the tight move there and think you're gaining. I don't believe you do. You have to angle it so that you you run at the mole and you get exactly. You don't scrub it so hard because you'll see. Yeah, he made up some ground, but Montlick pulled away immediately after that.
Let's see what the split is here. You see them coming side by side into the harbor. Montlick Injury Attorneys with the lead again, less than 2 seconds behind the Gladiator Canada's boat.
Yep. Now here's the other thing.
Then here comes Nicky and Ian in third.
So when they set up for the harbor turn, Montlick is in a much better position because they're wide. Because while they added another buoy, it's still the same distance width-wise. So you've got to really turn the boat. So if you can start wide in, it's going to help you a bunch.
GC Racing chasing down Hanks for 4th place. TS Motorsports, pardon me, running back in 5th.
No, GC was 5th. TS is 6th.
They're 6th.
Yep.
And look at the boats as they head into the
see how
harbor
the
turn.
exit.
Yeah, let's. Could this be a situation where maybe Johnny's setup is going to come to him late? Because right now it's very surprising to me to see him in 6th.
I don't see.
Here's Hanks. I don't.
No, I see. That's Canada's. Where's Montlick? Have we lost Montlick?
Yes, I don't see them out of the turn.
I don't see Montlick coming up either.
You're right, Sean.
I
wonder if they spun.
Looks like Gladiator Canada's.
Are they okay? Do we have any?
No, he's on the outside. Gladiator Canada's got inside. And there's Montlick.
There you go.
Yeah, Gladiator Canada's got by Montlick Injury Attorneys in the turn.
So now watch Gladiator. He'll get about to the monster buoy here from us, okay? So about that big sailboat, and you'll see him tighten the boat up. He'll bring the nose down. There it goes. It starts to fly. Look, there you go. He's tightening it up.
Billy Shipley, Team Woody, stops in to say...
Team Woody, he don't know nothing about no cats. He's a V-bottom guy.
Sean Torrente joins us. Factory 450R Racing here. Montlick Injury Attorneys had the early lead, but after lap number 2, the Gladiator Canada's boat has taken the lead. Here you can see Montlick coming in on the right of your screen.
They made up a ton of ground down there, Canada's did. There's a good chance that, possibly Montlick might have had a guardian issue in the corner because he just made up a lot of ground.
What are some of the troubles that you can have down in that harbor turn?
Well, so when you're running in, you're running downwind, which is the hardest part for the boat. A cat wants to lean back and fly. Well, when you're running downwind, that wind's on the deck. So if you're going 100, let's say at a 20-mile-an-hour wind on your deck, the boat only thinks you're going 80. So it's down on the nose so that the gear cases are out of the water, so it's low on water pressure. Now, Mercury's done a great job with these things by reducing the guardian faults. Like they've made it more of a race motor, and they've done a great job. But I just think they made up so much ground, I think something might have happened. So we'll see if they can fight back.
Yeah, there's a good shot of TS Motorsports.
Oh, big one for 151.
They're back in third. Got to keep that boat in the water, Sean.
Got to. They just lost probably 10 boat lengths with that mistake. They got to tighten it up.
That was off camera, but a great eye by Sean Torrente. We see our leaders coming around in front of Ford Zachary Taylor. This is on the end of lap 3.
Perfect corner by Irvin. You saw that.
Yep.
See the difference there where he didn't stick it underneath him? He let it float. He kept his boat speed, and now he's got a good run down the inside.
So Canada's they were at a 2-second deficit when they came into the harbor last time. Now they have a lead, and it's up to about a dozen boat lead. Now, sometimes these angles are a little bit
deceiving, but we'll find out. We'll get the split as they come by right now in front of us here at the start-finish line. There's your leader, Michelle Carcente and Irving Grant, Gladiator Canados.
That boat's prepared by Troy. Supreme Marine. He does an amazing job preparing that boat.
I got just under 5 seconds for an interval.
4.97 second lead. 151. They didn't lose too much. They're still in the thick.
And they're picking up Montlake. So here's the deal. Can you get a split when they come out of the harbor for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's see if he makes up that room on.
And GC's putting it on, Hanks.
Is he? All right, look at that. And Johnny and Taylor are struggling. Did they? They must have missed the setup. I think they're either too small or too big. I just don't know which way.
That's why I wonder if it could come. If they went too big, they lighten up on fuel. Could it come to
them a little bit? Yes. But
not enough to make this up.
These boats are so close, though. They're so close that when you get that far behind and then you're in the dirty water, it's really difficult.
You add weight depending on the conditions, but these don't have ballast tanks that you can blow.
We can move the weight before the race.
It's just a lead shot.
That's it.
All right, we're seeing the boats come out of the harbor. Here comes Gladiator.
See, it looked like Montlake had a much better corner there. They didn't lose as much ground, but you'll tell me now.
Yeah, 1 second. They made up 1 second in the turn.
So there you go. So how did they lose 4 last lap and then make up 1 here? So obviously they had an issue down
there. They had something in the corner after that second lap.
Yep.
And everyone you talk to who's been in a boat with Logan has nothing but glowing things to say about him as a driver.
Well, he's a young guy that just loves this, right? And he wants to go after it, and he's aggressive. And you know what? It's always better to have to slow a driver down than it is to speed him up. So,
and from what I hear, he's a pretty good dirt car driver.
So,
so there's a feel element.
That's a Billy
to that.
Allen thing.
Yeah.
Billy Allen's a great dirt car driver.
Yeah.
So you put him in the rough, he's almost impossible to beat.
There's Gladiator Canados with the lead in 450R. What lap do you have them on, Eric?
I have this on, we're going to finish lap 4 of 8.
Right, got it right. So we're at the halfway point just about here on this 8-lap course. The course about 4.48 miles. Typical Key West course, sitting in the lee of the island. Today we're getting a little bit more of an east-southeast wind, but boy, it sure dropped down quite a bit. We had winds yesterday gusting over 30. Teams were reporting waves of 6 to 7 out there between 1 and 2. It's definitely settled down.
Well, it's also switched back to 090.
Hanks got back around.
So
no, this is GC kind of trying to get inside of Hanks here. So let's see if
see how that goes out there.
Let's see if Grant and Willie can get past him.
Sean?
So the wind is switched to 090. So basically it's more westerly. Yesterday it was more south.
Yeah, more
easterly. More easterly, sorry.
Right.
Yesterday it was more southeasterly. So that's much worse for the water when it's southeasterly. When it's 090, it's being protected by the island.
That's right.
So you only have the bad 1 and 2. That's why all this stuff by the mole has calmed down so much.
And look at that tight turn by Grant again. Motley going a little further to the outside.
So Irvin stayed tight that time.
He's defending a little.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I try to tell my drivers too, is when we get in the lead like that, especially if we come around someone, don't worry about behind us. Worry about in front of us. Let's make this thing go fast. If you're watching the mirror all the time, you aren't driving your best race.
And these have cameras, right?
They have cameras on stuff, yeah, absolutely. But this is where a veteran throttleman like Michelle needs to be telling, hey man, you're doing a great job. We're good. Let's just pull away from them.
So Canados still holding that.
Right around 5 seconds.
Yeah,
right?
about 5 seconds.
Yep.
They make it up on the outside, lose a little bit in the turn. Not much. 151 now.
They're holding a solid third.
Yep.
Here comes GC now. GC looks like they moved up to 4th. They've got by Hanks.
Yep.
Hanks is too short. I think that's what happened to Hanks.
On the prop, yeah.
Yep, they're too short. Balance isn't bad, but they're just too short on propeller.
For them to pull that hard right from the start like that.
Oh, you saw them. It looked like everybody was tied to a post. So they're probably 3 pitches smaller than everybody else.
Yep.
There goes the TS Motorsports Marine Technologies team.
It makes you maybe guess that they went too tall, Johnny and Taylor.
I think they went too tall.
Yeah.
And not that I know anything, because I don't know what they ran, but I've raced against them for the last 2 years. That's generally which way they go.
Now, what's your experience been with the motors you're going to be racing in this class next year? Have you run 500s yet?
Yeah, I have 500s on my pleasure boat, and at STR we've done I think 12 repowers on cats now.
And everyone I talk to about them just says night and day. Kind of almost like when you went from the 400 to the 450, the 500 over the 450 is that much better.
It's that much better because not only the extra power, that's great. The main thing is it's all the issues of the 450 have been basically rectified.
Yep.
And now it's like I call it a Gen 2. You know what I mean? It's just so much better and better for our customers. They get to go run and have a great time.
Guys, Motley made up 2 seconds
on that turn.
So here's
coming back out to turn number 1.
So I think, Todd, honestly, down there. So what Irvin's doing is he's just running a conservative race now that he's out front. It's one thing to stay close. It's another thing to pass. They already got by. So he can be conservative down there and then pull the 2 seconds the rest of the way around where they're comfortable.
That's where they've made the distance. It's where they've spread the interval.
So now it's just a matter of
So you said he
maintaining
made
them.
up 2 seconds there. Now from one or from halfway down there back to us, let's see if it goes back up. Because they look really good across the back.
And they have land-based communication telling them what's going on.
They
correct?
got spotters telling them what's going on. Troy from Supreme is telling them the distance, telling them what they're doing. And right now Troy is nervous as all hell because he prepares that boat. So it's in the lead. He's done his job, but if it breaks, he hasn't done his job. So there's that too.
And before Troy got Supreme Marine, he was the lead guy at Bobby Moore's Custom Marine.
That's correct.
So he learned from...
Troy buys a lot of our STR products for race boats and pleasure boats. And the greatest thing about Troy is as long as he's been doing this and as much as he knows, he is not afraid to ask a question. That's when you know you're really good. If he doesn't know something, he just calls. Hey, should I do this way or how did you design it?
Yeah,
that way he gets it right because he just wants it to be right. And that's huge.
And he's just a nice guy.
He's awesome. And he loves this. All right, let's see what Irvin does here.
Yep.
Is he a little softer there?
Nope.
It hooked up there halfway through, but that's all right. He had an idea to do that.
He got it back about 2 more seconds, almost 4 seconds.
Across the back.
Yep, across the back.
So he's better across the back. It's going to be hard to catch him when you're that much better across the back. The other thing I will say, though, is Giovanni is excellent in the rough. He is very good. I raced him in X-Cat. In the flat, I had him covered. In the rough, he was good. It took a lot for me to stay in front of him. And he's probably biding his time because he don't want his boat to break either. It's going to be curious the last 2 laps if he makes a push for the lead.
Yeah, because I was going to say he sure looks like he's trying to close it up here.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's putting some pressure.
Yeah, I got
down
like
to 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So they're pushing harder through the exit at 2 and down here in Harbor Turn. They're really pushing.
This is down to a 3-lap race. Race fans, factory 450R, that's Nick Impressia, Ian Morgan, running in third, 151. GC Racing, a reigning world champ. Blake Cabeza, fourth with Grant Bruggeman.
Hanks is in 5th, and Johnny and Taylor are still in 6th. For the Southernmost
Continental Championship. 6-boat field here, factory 450R.
The Intercontinental title.
Intercontinental, nice. Nice, some WWE vibes.
All right.
Montlick's underneath them. They're almost dead even.
Yeah, let's see this drag rate. We can't see it on screen. Can we pick up the
We
boats
need to
coming
pick
out
up
of
the
the
boats
harbor?
coming out of the harbor. They're deck to deck going out. Montlick's pulling them. So they're shorter. The question is, can Continentals hang with them? Nope, they're going by. Montlick's gone.
Yeah. Well,
got back around them. So once again, that shows you that earlier they had an issue because they are quicker. If you can come back around someone, they are quicker. Now Giovanni needs to be smart and tighten it up here so he don't lose a bunch of ground like they did last time.
and he just flew the nose.
He did, but he'll tighten it up. You'll see. Right here, you'll see. Look, change of the boat. Bam. Look, see how it's breaking off by the numbers up there? That means he tightened it up. Now he's going to keep it up front. He's already done the job. Now he's just got to maintain it around here.
Now, when he tightens that up, I mean, how much of a tap on the down button is that? Is that just like...
So when the boat's right,
yeah,
it's 2 degrees different.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all it is. It's 2 degrees. You're going from, let's say, because these boats all run negative trim, you're going from like a -3 degree to a -5 degree and letting it rip.
Let it eat.
That's it. And now by lap 6, right? That's what they're on, lap 6 or 7.
They're heading out to 6 now.
They're on 6. You know what the water is. You have confidence in what your boat can do and it can't do, and you're trying to work around those issues to try to make it quicker.
Now, you hear a lot of talk about that teams, they roll into their setup or they move away from it. In these boats, is that as big an issue?
So actually, I don't believe that. The setup is pretty much the setup. The fuel tanks on these boats are on the CG, so we don't want the boats to change based on fuel load. What does happen, though, is, like I just said, you run the first tour lap, and they're really reconnaissance laps. They're like, okay, what is the water like? What can we do in this corner? How can we fix that? So then you're continually getting better every lap. I have lap times on my dash on the AIM, so I know my lap time halfway, not even a third of the way through the lap. It gives you a predictive lap time for your next lap, so you know if what you've changed is doing better, and you try to pick it up like that.
There's Montlick Injury Attorneys.
Canados is strong across the back.
Canados is coming towards them, now less than a second behind.
Irvin's going to the inside again. He needs to go right back to the outside there. See, he should have gone outside into the buoy to make up the lane and then cross right over to keep the boat speed. That's what I would have asked them to do.
We're down to 2 laps once they come through Key West Harbor again. Factory 450R racing with Mottlick Injury Attorneys in the lead, and now pulling a little bit more speed on Canados into the harbor.
Canados might have a problem.
Yeah, because it's not like
he fell way back just now.
It's not like he has all that much more power.
No, he just
it's
fell way
back. It's a spec
back.
class. You're not going to just. Yeah.
He's back up and rolling now. He's okay.
4 seconds off, just slightly.
Came by in full song. He's okay now, but it looked like he had a little issue there in the middle of that straightaway.
But he kind of did it to himself by cutting that turn so tight, didn't he?
Yep. 151 and GC battling now. 151 needs to take this lane and hold this podium. They need this podium for Sunday.
Yep.
Every point counts today. They need them for Sunday.
Hank Saloon coming through in 4th.
Hank Saloon will be on the podium with the Little Prop Award.
Hanks is actually in 5th.
They'll be on the podium with the Little Propeller Award.
And then Johnny and Taylor.
And then Johnny will be on the podium with the Large Propeller Award.
6, you take it whatever way you get it, I suppose.
Yep.
2-lap race.
Canados back inside.
9 miles.
Okay, did GC get inside of 151? That's the question. 151 closed the door, so they're clear. But GC's still inside.
Yep.
About 2.5 second lead for Mottlick. Let's see what the split is on 151 and GC.
Once again, GC is
151
shorter.
and GC right now is a drag race.
Yep, GC is shorter. You can see the acceleration off the corner.
Yeah.
So 151 needs to make that ground from here till it gets rough.
Whoa, Mottlick just got past. Something's
Mottlick
wrong
down.
with Mottlick. Mottlick's
That's Guardian down on 1 motor. Now he's back up and running.
So
just reset it.
Gladiator Canados back to the lead.
Keep it together. But you know what? That's not a Mercury thing. I hate to say it. That's a Throttleman thing. You have to be constantly watching temperatures, water pressures, everything. And that's what you're managing most of the time in these boats.
And now 151 and GC are coming up on the transom of Mottlick.
Yep. Now we're fighting for second. That's why every foot counts, right?
Yeah, Sean. Back to the water pressure. It's a critical issue with these 450R boats.
You have all the information in front of you. And as a throttleman, when I'm running here, especially when I'm coming into the harbor where it's going to be flat, I ain't looking at the water anymore. I'm watching the dash. I'm saying, where am I at on water? Where's my tab at? Can I make it go faster and not? I'm telling my driver, a little to the right or a little to the left, just to give it some water pressure so that I don't go into Guardian.
Will that be alleviated with the conversion to the 500?
Absolutely not. It will not. Same as Superstock. We got to manage all those things. That's part of the way we Superstock or 450 race nowadays.
Or Class 1.
Or Class 1.
Because I was talking with the Mercury technicians the other day, and I said, for the broadcast, people always ask us, why can't they take Guardian out of a race application?
That's it's easy.
And they
take
said,
the Guardian out, it'll blow up halfway down the straightaway.
Right. And they said, if the
then you're
boat's
out.
set up right and it's correct, you're not going to have Guardian.
Race fans, we've got a
conservative enough.
battle going on here in Factory 450R.
I can't see from the glare who's making an overtake right here, but
that's GC on 151. They left the door open again.
I think you're absolutely right. That was GC coming around.
And Mottlick's recovered. They're back in a solid second.
Yep.
And we're down to 1 lap race
Gladiator
after all 4 of these boats come in. This grid is battling for podium here today. The Southernmost Continental Championship.
Ian Morgan, they just blew that corner. Now GC's on the inside. I mean, you cannot give up that kind of ground when you're in a stock boat. This is stock boat racing. You can't give up 100 yards in a corner.
Michelle Carcente, Irvin Grant. Now
white flag lap.
1 lap left to go.
So they've got what, a 6-7 second lead?
8, 9. 8.5.
All right, so at this point, I'm telling my driver if I'm leading by that much, I'm saying very simply, the only way we lose this race is if we give it away. So we're 1 lane off the buoys, and I'm watching water pressures, temps, and all that stuff, and going 1 more lap, and we're good to go.
All right, so GC Racing now up to 3rd. Hanks in 151 in 4th. Hanks in 5th. Marine Technology in 6th. Last lap of the race. All boats still out on the course. It's been a back and forth at the top.
Canados clean through the corner, so they've made that. They've passed that gate. 2 more to go for them.
Canados and Mottlick back and forth. An apparent Guardian issue, a hiccup for Mottlick. And now Gladiator, Canados, still holding a substantial lead. It's all in them finishing this race. Still an 8-second lead over Montlick.
And you'll watch him tighten it up early here. He's not going to take any flyers. Michelle's been around this a long time.
And behind them, GC Racing has a 6-second lead over 151. What a move for Willie Cabeza and Grant Bruggeman.
Listen, I get to be hard on Ian and Nick because they're my people, they're my kids. I love them guys. They work for me every day. They gave that away, and I'm gonna smack them in the back of the head when I see him.
They couldn't have a better mentor.
I don't know about that. They ain't gonna like me in about 5 minutes, but you know what? They'll like me tomorrow or Sunday when they win.
They speak very highly of you. I will tell you that much.
I can only imagine what Joey's saying wherever Joey is right now.
I love them kids though. They're really good kids. They just can't be that nice.
And
they gotta be a little
the thing
tougher.
is they are.
Absolutely.
They are good people.
Absolutely.
They've been raised well.
They're good humans.
GC Racing for the X-Insurance Helicam. Heading out to turn number 1. They've moved up all the way from.
So Montlick's making a run.
Back at 5th now to be in 3rd.
And they're going to be in Pro Class 1 next year.
Montlick's making a run. They're pushing like no tomorrow to try to get back because they got nothing to lose.
Right.
Whereas Carcente's just managing out front. If he gets a good run across the backside,
whoa!
You see?
Montlick up.
You see what I'm talking about? They're
Yep.
leaving it all out there.
And the whole thing there is while they were up in the air, GC,
they just lost
Gladiator
everything they
just
gained.
moved forward.
They just lost everything they gained. But at this point, I don't blame them, right? You ain't got much to lose. You're trying to win the race, right?
You're trying to win the title.
Yep.
Tough area to recover in out there, Sean.
Once you lose that momentum, it is so hard to get it back out there. You really don't get it back.
But did they also open themselves up to GC making a run at them?
It's possible. I think they're quick enough.
GC's right there on. Look at
Yeah.
them. GC. So they all come into the turn. GC's going to take that tight line.
GC's going to go inside.
Yep.
They're outside.
It'll come right down to the finish.
Yeah, but they should have enough momentum as long as they don't have a Guardian or something like that. They should have enough momentum, but we'll see. It's going to be close.
Here's the finish of your factory 450R class. Stock class racing at its best. These big wide body catamarans with the 450R Mercury 4-strokes. Gladiator Canados today poised to take the win in the Southernmost Continental Championship here in Key West.
And that's 2 in a row for him. He won the last race last year, even though we won the championship. GC there. GC is there.
Right there, and my goodness, a photo finish.
Montlick got him.
Montlick just finishing a nose ahead.
And 151 fourth.
So GC Racing 3rd, Montlick 2nd, and 151 Express 4th. Hanks will take 5th and bring Technology back in 6th.
Congrats to Michelle, Carcente, and Irvin. Irvin's
Great
my
job.
favorite brother from another mother. I love that guy. He's so happy. He loves driving that boat. Every time I race him, he gets underneath me. All I see is teeth and smiling, and he's so happy. So I'm sure they're pumped.
He's a Boston kid.
Unfortunately, yeah. That's the only thing that's negative about him. He's a Boston kid. Yeah.
You got a problem with New England?
Oh, they're terrible. Bunch of chowder heads.
I actually prefer New York fans to Boston fans.
Do you really? Yeah, exactly.
And I grew up in Southern Connecticut.
See what I'm saying?
Sean Torrente Racing and S2 Powerboats. There is your winner in factory 450 stock.
Well done.
Gladiator Canados 38 Doug Wright.
Great race. Again, it did disappoint. Great race.
And you talked about it earlier. At the throttles, a veteran that a lot of people don't know a ton about.
I mean, he raced with
Michelle
Mike
Carcente.
Seabold.
Absolutely, he did.
Look at Irvin. He is pumped. That's great to see.
And Michelle actually owns the Gladiator Canados Boat Company.
Correct. So when Michelle couldn't go to a race, I went and raced with Mike Seabold. We finished 2nd and 4th that week, I think, in what was called S-Class.
Yep.
In Abu Dhabi. It was awesome.
Yeah, and Michelle was a big part of the Fountain Factory team. Won a couple of big Super V World Championships here. 2005, I think 2006. Rodriguez Group was one of the boats.
He was also the publisher of a very successful magazine, Yachts International.
That's correct.
That's when I raced one. That's what it was. Yachts.
That is now part of the Active Interest Marine Group, which is Soundings trade only, Power Motor Yacht, Yachts International.
Yeah, and like yourself, raced X-Cat like Gary Ballou, Sean.
Yep. So, Sean, what class that you haven't raced would you want to? Do you want to get in a Class 1 boat?
Man, why are you going to make me say something that will be controversial? So here's the deal. The lighter the boat is, the harder it is to race. The Formula 1 boat is harder to race than a Superstock boat.
Yep.
A Superstock boat is harder to race than a 450 boat. I race in both. A Superstock boat weighs 4,900 pounds. A 450 boat's 6,500 pounds. Class 1 boat's 12,000 pounds.
Yep.
The heavier they are, the easier they are to race. That's just the bottom line. Doesn't mean I wouldn't want to do it. I'm just saying they're a little easier to race. Once you get past the number on the dash.
So you're happy with the boats you're in?
Oh, I love what I do.
Then how's the S2 coming along? Is it where you want it to be yet?
No, but I don't think it ever will be. You know what I mean? We're constantly
That's a boat
changing.
builder.
Yeah.
But I remember talking to Reggie Fountain one time, and I was like, it was like 8 o'clock on a Friday night in the pits, no one else around.
Yeah.
He's in a different mindset when he's not. And I just said, so why are these guys grinding on the bottom of the boat and doing all this stuff at 8 at night on a Friday? He's like, because when I'm making money during the middle of the week, I'm not going to waste it on working on a race boat.
Right.
I got a company to run. This is when I can do this stuff.
See, I'm not that smart. I have a company to run, and then I got 2 guys grinding on the bottom of the boat all week at my race shop. So it was never for a profit. And
no, but what was it like working with Aki Mannerfeld on the design?
On the aero side, it was amazing.
Yeah.
On the hydrodynamic side, it left some to be desired. So you take the good with the bad, but it was good to have them on the aero side. The deck and all that stuff's amazing.
Yep.
The bottom stuff has been a work in progress. So, we're working on it. We're trying to make it better. We've made so many changes over the last basically 2 months during all these hurricanes. We've had it upside down about 7 times. Just fixing it, changing it.
Yeah, not upside down in the water.
Not upside down in the water, upside down in the shop.
But when I look at the canopy, it still reminds me of the old Miller American Unlimited, that really angled looking one that they used to have.
Well, we did that, but we do that for function, right?
Well, it's the panel thickness. You can't bend it, right? The glass?
Well, not only that, it makes it easy and there's no distortion in the window. So,
Right.
And it's also stronger. But believe it or not, a rounded boat like a Doug Wright, we're significantly less drag than they are because of all the other things we've done to the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Sean, great having you here with us. I
enjoyed
know
it.
you got to get back to the pits and get ready for Superstock racing. You'll be racing in the Allied Construction Team and your S2 Powerboats hull. Big field that you'll have for that race, the last race of the day, about 3:15. 14 boats out there. I know the newer boats have to go to the outside. You're going to have the same start procedure here. What are your thoughts about the weather that you saw and maybe how that's going to affect your class later on today?
So first, thanks for having me.
Yes,
I appreciate it. It was
appreciate
awesome.
you.
And I turned the Porta Products broadcast booth into the SDR Exact broadcast booth for the last hour, which has been good, okay, because we make really good products too. But anyways, the water is better than I thought. But I'm going to go smack Ian and Nick in the back of the head and ask them what were they doing, and then really ask them how the water was on the outside so I can make a decision for my boat. But it looked way better, and the tide is still going. The tide is basically done, right? We're coming in. It was coming in, we're going out, I believe. So it's which way was it going? No, it's coming in.
It's going slack right about now.
Going slack, so it shouldn't be bad.
Are you lane 3?
And so we're lane 3.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
When they get rid of the lane rule is when we draw good.
Well, the other thing, though, is,
So, yeah.
I mean, on this course, it's not like, having lane 1 at Lotto.
No.
It almost doesn't really matter. I mean,
The race here starts between 1 and 2.
You saw Nick and Ian go from 6th to 3rd.
Correct.
Okay, it does start from 1 to 2, but if you can't get through 1.
But what I'm saying is it
right?
really starts 1 to 2. So where most places you turn basically a 180 in turn 1.
Right.
It's like Clearwater or,
Correct.
so you lose a bunch of ground being on the outside. Here, it's not even hardly a 90-degree turn, so you don't lose as much ground, and you can carry some speed on the outside to make up that difference. So that's what I mean. Between 1 and 2 is where it really starts, as long as you get a decent start.
But with as many boats as you have, getting the newer boats to the outside away.
They're 100 yards behind, too.
Now the new rule is, we mentioned earlier, you don't have to maintain your lanes, but you have to get 2 boat lengths in front of the other before you move over.
Here's the positive. The positive is it's coming. If you don't got it, they're going to come over on you. That's the positive. The negative is they get to come over on you legally. But honestly, that's better than what we've had this year, which is lanes, rules, and officials that won't make calls. I'll be honest with you. They won't make the call. So you get down there, you think you're supposed to have a lane, they take the lane, and then there's no call, and you're like, well.
That's why I'm curious to see if there's going to be a call from the Mod V race this morning, because 2 boats did get together.
Was there? So there was already a case in point, is what you're saying.
So we're waiting to find out if.
Sean, you race XCAT. I mean, XCAT, they would have 12, 15.
No, we have 15 boats, and we have 10, 12 drivers from different countries that don't speak the same language.
And you had gates, didn't you? I mean, you had a.
It's so easy. I've been arguing for it for 5 years. All they have to do is go parallel to turn 1, set a buoy at 150 feet, go 8 boats inside this, or 7 boats inside this, 8 to 14 to the outside. What that does for you is when you're in lane 8, it gives you something to aim at. When you're in lane 7, it gives you something to aim at. So that automatically gives space to everybody, because I'll be honest with you, I want to leave everybody a lane, but when you're in lane 11, if you get a good run down there, it's hard to tell that there's 150 feet to the inside. It's really hard to judge that, you know? So if you give the drivers just a simple one, and then when you're racing, it's 150 feet out, you won't even notice it anymore.
Right.
It's gone. But honestly, I think the problem is that's too simple.
But that gives you perspective.
But in Superstock, as many boats as you have, I mean...
And this ain't going away. We're growing the class.
Exactly.
Last year we were 11. This year we're 15. We're 14. We should be 15. Unfortunately, Ryan can't race, who's raced in Key West for 20 straight years in Superstock.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he couldn't race because of a boat issue. But that's heartbreaking for me, because that guy is Superstock. He's been around me so long. But this ain't going away. We hope to have 17 or 18 next year.
I'd like to hear race officials look a little bit more at that and thinking about putting gates out there to widen the, give, like you said, give the 1 through 7 boats a gate to go through, and the ones to the outside of that pin.
And the other thing here, the reason why the starts are so good here is because we have a really nice starting chute, and it's a 90-degree turn. They need to get used to that in other places, like Clearwater, for example. We have an entire ocean. We don't have to start down the front straight. We could start at a 45-degree angle to the front straight, come down and merge in.
And that's something that you did.
Yeah, we do it, and it's awesome for the crowd. They see all the boats running at them at the beach. It's
Correct.
amazing.
Well, your insight's been fantastic. Look forward to having you back on Sunday. I mean, your knowledge of the outboard engines, of course, 3-time F1 champion as well.
It's my heart.
Yeah.
F1's my heart.
Yes, sir. And looking for that Superstock championship here in Key West and the S2 Powerboats Allied Construction Team. Sean, appreciate it. See you out here.
Thank you. See you Sunday if I have a voice left.
Yeah,
See you
Sean
Sunday.
Tarente, STR Racing, and S2 Powerboats.
From the STR broadcast booth, I'm signing off.
Sending love to Scott Porte and Porte Products, our great sponsor of our broadcast booth here today. Of course, Porte.
Yeah, I didn't see Sean getting out a checkbook to write for that sponsorship.
No, he did. Well, but he took it. You know, Sean's
he's an opportunist.
Sean likes to do a little trash talking. I think if you
little stir in the pot,
you got that very front and center here today at the 2024
Supercats are headed out.
Yeah, they're heading out. We're going
to keep feeding the crowd.
Yeah. So Supercat Racing's up next. We're going to take a break here. A brief intermission report, the Leckie Marine intermission report here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Leckie Marine Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Leckie Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Supercat Racing coming up next. Congratulations to Irving Grant and Michelle Carcente for their win in Factory 450R stock in Gladiator Canados. Back with more here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you.
Leckie Marine Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. We're proud to be the halftime total race coverage sponsor with the Zone 97.7 of the World Championship Offshore Races. Leckie Marine has everything you need to enjoy the water, boats, new and used, trailers, and even a full service and parts department. Enjoy the races and come see us soon. Check out our complete inventory at Suzuki@Marathon.com. Leckie Marine in beautiful Marathon.
Low Key Fashion House has brought luxury to the Keys. They offer an exceptional shopping experience for those who are low-key but high maintenance, featuring exclusive designer labels such as Chanel, Saint Laurent, Gucci, Bottega, Chloe, and more. Low Key offers clothing and accessories catering to both men and women, ranging from everyday essentials to those special occasions. Visit Low Key at 1022 Duval Street on the corner of Duval and Virginia. Low Key Fashion House, where luxury is a lifestyle.
Triton Sea Center on Big Pine is your one-stop shop before you head out on the water. The marina has a fuel dock, boat storage, and you'll find everything you need in the ship's store. Food, beer, seltzers, Coke and Pepsi products, ices, Boar's Head products, and souvenirs, as well as apparel from Red Rum, Grateful Diver, and Cocky Key West. Across from Ship's Way on the west side of Big Pine, with boat access from the Gulf or Atlantic. They'll love their customer-first approach to a fun day on the water. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and weekends, 8 to 4. Triton Sea Center on Big Pine Key.
It's the X Insurance Live Annual Key West Official Race Road Offshore Concert Ultimate Musical Festival, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent, Mike Stack, Josh Geiser, Reggae Lou, and Aaron Huggins. Every year it just gets bigger and better. Saturday, November the 9th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Tickets start at $5. Thank you, X Insurance Live. Get your tickets online now at eventbrite.com. X Insurance Live tickets, and enjoy a night of unforgettable music under the stars. Now back to the live stream of the Key West Worlds Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back to the Key West Worlds here from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. This is the Lake Marina Marathon halftime show. It's going to be a brief intermission. Lake Marina Marathon carries a complete line of new and used boats. 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. And we're back with Eric Colby of SpeedOnTheWater.com. Our broadcast here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Also heard and watched globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and our YouTube channel. Also out there on RTH.TV and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play platforms. The live stream is being presented by Maximum Inflation, prioritizes safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Eric Colby back from Speed on the Water, and now Billy Shipley of Team Woody joins us. Good to see you back in Key West, Billy.
Hey, glad to be here. How's it going? Sorry I jumped in that last one. I thought you were asking me to do 450 with you, and I made a mistake there, so apologies.
No apologies. It would have been tough for you to get any mic time with Torrente on.
Yeah. He talks more than me and Eric put together, I think.
Sorry about your fortune this morning.
Yeah, we tried.
So you want me to do the rundown before they release them on us again?
Yeah, the Supercats are coming out and into the milling area. We're going to get started.
And they've already got a yellow flag up, so they're not messing around.
Oh, my dear.
Lane 1 are the Muller boys.
They're
Jackson Chase. Lane 2, Farnsworth. Lane 3, Austin Holmes. Lane 4, Graydell. Lane 5 is MCon. Lane 6 is, listen to this, Lane 5, MCon. Lane 6, WHM. Lane 7, Dirty Money.
Ooh, boy.
And then Lane 8 is CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. We've got, how many laps are we doing here today?
10.
And we've got
10 laps for
Farnsworth Hancock Claims.
No more maintain your lane. These guys that are in 5, 6, and 7 are going to be shooting, try to get out front and get across for that turn buoy on this this first turn here.
Yeah, as the field sorts out, we can always go back over the personnel and the boats. But I want to see this start because this is going to be something.
They are going quickly.
All right, the race is on. Getting ready for the green flag
Yellow
to
flag
drop.
is still up.
Yep.
Yellow.
They're holding them, and
they're doing
Southernmost
their best.
Continental Championship ready to get underway. Still holding that yellow flag.
There's a lot of people in the. Here comes Graydell making a move up. Dirty Money's kind of back.
A lot of them
hanging off.
Well, they might be squeezing in out there, and that pace boat's only so far out. And so if the guys on the inside of the course aren't far enough in, it's going to leave them all cramped in. It's probably what's going on.
This is the longest we've seen a start held yet today.
Yeah, they're jammed up. They need to restart that.
They almost need to bring them back to the harbor and do this again to get it right.
Yeah, we can start on both sides of the Fury boat down there coming out of the harbor, and these guys didn't do that, and they just didn't leave any room for these guys to get up in there.
I got to believe at this point you
bring them back.
Bring them back and restart. The yellow
So
flag
now
is
we
still
just
up.
turned it into a parade lap, and this is where these
Well,
boats...
I mean, is this a parade lap?
No.
No, because Class 1...
Only Class 1 is supposed to do one, but...
Yeah, Pro Class 1...
no, my bad. They're doing a parade lap. They're having a parade lap for Supercat. That's what's going on right now.
You think so?
I heard...
somebody told me this morning.
I thought during the drivers' meeting they only said...
Our apologies.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I did not hear that official announcement.
That's what's going on. Yeah, they're doing parades on this one.
Because I was going to say with the way way these guys cut the fuel so close, this could...
Well, they had to build that into the mix. So
I forget before we didn't make it out to the race earlier, and I've been stressed out since we didn't. And I was talking to Jay Moeller, and he said this is the first time Supercat's ever done a parade lap.
Yeah, I think race officials were even
having second thoughts about even having Pro Class 1 do it, because especially what you do in the harbor, they're going to have to deal with that, trying to get around down there by the hotel turn. You can't go 8 wide down there. So I'm supposing they've sorted that out and figured it out. Good shot from the X Insurance Helicam here on the live stream.
And what a cam that is. Thank you to those guys for bringing that bad boy out in that helicopter.
Yeah, Rick Lindsay and the entire team. 7 boats sponsored in Key West.
I hear he's trying to get an 8th.
Is he? Wouldn't that be nice?
Is that a canopy 35 fountain with staggered KTE engines?
There's a rumor going around there. You never know. You never know.
Bill Shipley, good to have you back. We haven't seen you since Key West last year, man.
Man, I know it. It's been a long year. Been busy working, busy. This has been a bad year for Team Woody Racing. That fountain is, we've been having, we had to tear it apart last year, obviously, because we tore the bottom off at Clearwater Beach, and then barely got it fixed by the start of the year in April. Got it back, had to rig it in 2 weeks, get to Cocoa Beach. Started the year, had engine problems. Those were out as well. We had those rebuilt, so it's just been a rough year for us, man.
Yeah, getting a good look overhead. That's between 1 and 2 from the X Insurance Helicam. These big 38-foot, some 40-foot catamarans, mostly skaters. 388 skater is the dominant boat in this class in terms of the most hulls, and the most recent world championships have all been tied up with 388 skaters. You got power up and down the line. Sterling
so
power,
fast.
naturally aspirated
Sterling,
engines. Yep.
Goodwin.
Yeah, Goodwin.
HRE.
Kasi. Carbureted engines.
Pee-wees.
They got engines from everybody.
You can do the home brews. I mean, if you want to. The HRE for the Great L boat from Canada. This one, they bring a lot of noise, full-throated sound when they come through the harbor. The tractor pipes on the Dirty Money are big fan favorites. Dirty Money has shown a lot of acceleration, Eric. A boat that shows a lot of acceleration at the start and out of the turns, and they have a different program. They approach things a different way. They've employed a lot of people from different platforms of motorsports to try and make their team better. They use a weather station, take that data to rejet their carburetors. Their approach is a bit different. Superstock, the rules were changed in 2012 to get the more reliable engines, some of the campaign engines longer. Dirty Money's taken a little bit of a different approach, but it didn't change the fact that IMCON is now the 4-time reigning national champion, and they're looking for their 3rd consecutive world championship with their 388 skater and Sterling power.
Well, you look at what Goodwin's done in pulling classes and pulling competition, and that's all torque, and torque is acceleration. So that's why you see them pull the way they do.
Well, they changed the rule on the heads they can use too, and so when they opened up that rule and they decide they can do whatever they want to the cylinder heads on these engines, you just started seeing massive horsepower increases and torque increases.
Yeah, you get mad scientists then.
You can make a lot of power in those heads.
Dirty Money likes to rejet the carburetor again for the weather. They have a weather station. And I think you may see more boats starting to use that technology. It's something that's used in other platforms of racing, especially in drag racing, where they're trying to get 0.2 of a second, as opposed to 3 or 4 or 5 miles an hour. So at the same time, when it comes to dependability and reliability, Dirty Money did have some issues, ran out of gas in Marathon, had a hatch break loose when they were in the lead in Ocean City. IMCON always there in the hunt. But this class up and down, WHM's had a great season. No one's won more Supercat World Championships since the reset of the rules in 2024 than WHM Motorsports. Jay Muller and Billy Moff with 4 championships.
Well, the Muller boys even got a checkered flag this year.
They did.
In Wicked.
They sure did in Michigan City.
They'll be on the pole in the 40 motion. Good to see them back out there this season.
I was talking with Jay this morning before we raced, and he says it's his 30th year to race here at Key West. Jay Muller. Billy Moff's at 47 years.
Yep.
And then you got the Austin Holmes boat.
Now,
watched it test the other day, that 40-foot
Now
outer
we
limits.
looks like they're going to be trying to start.
They're bringing them up.
This cigarette Top Gun is,
again,
he's about where he can be.
The rest of the field, Gray Dell from
lineup.
Canada.
Green,
Hancock,
green
Hancock,
flag.
Hancock Claims.
We are
Here
racing.
we go. We are underway. Supercat
WHM.
Racing. The race is on. The Key West World Championships, Southernmost Continental Championships. MCON. Going past WHM. Grade L with some good speed early. Back to the X Insurance Helicam.
Hancock Farnsworth looks good hanging in there too. That's good for them. That's in that
Austin Holmes is coming up alongside Graydell in lane 2 or lane 3.
Yeah, they are.
And here comes Dirty Money on the outside of WHM.
MCON should command the inside lane.
This turn should be interesting.
That's what about 15,000 horsepower looks like out there right now.
Big jump there for Austin Holmes.
Yep.
They get that boat settled down, though. A little too much air.
And you look
got
up
to keep that boat in the water.
And Chief Referee Mark Austin is in the helicopter above that first turn. He's planted there, keeping an eye on everything.
So MCON with the lead, going around turn number 1. Lap number 1 of 10. Supercat Racing here for the World Championships in Key West. Half the points today, full race on Sunday, and double the points.
Myrick Coyle pulling triple duty today.
That's a long day in water like this.
Supercat Class 1 and Superstock to end it. So he goes from the big SUV down to the Miata for the last race of the day.
All right. Okay, somebody's coming in to
challenge on the
MCON.
hip.
Yep.
Let's see who's outside of
We're looking back in the pack. That's Hancock Claims
Yep.
and WHM Motorsports.
So Anthony Smith from New Jersey on the throttles in that boat. They've got brand new Cassie engines.
Christian McCauley driving it.
Yep.
Your top 2 boats coming around. Fans at Fort Zachary Taylor are watching these boats. Little air for your leader right there. Settles back down. Now again, some skip for the leader in Supercat class. It has been MCON. We're looking through the glare right now as they come down the chute in Key West Harbor.
That involuntary lane change.
And it's MCON, Tyler Miller, and Myrick Coyle with the lead. Dirty Money in second, 3 seconds behind.
Third, Graydell. Austin Holmes fourth. Hancock fifth. 08 CR sixth. WHM seventh and Wicked eighth.
It's about a 4-second lead for MCON over Dirty Money. Let's see how they come out of the turn.
That's what I want to see.
Looking from the X Insurance Helicam, on top that's Austin Holmes, Vinny DiOrio, and Matt Jaminski. And looking at your leader, MCON.
Just for everyone watching out here, the Wicked boat there was in 8th place. The Moeller boys, Jackson, Chase Moeller, their dad's throttling the WHM boat as well right now, so they're competing against each other. Pretty cool deal right there.
So Dirty Money out of the turn, still right about 5 seconds behind MCON.
And Tyler's got it hooked up. Whoever made the call, who's the crew chief there? Dillmeyer, is it? Jason? I can't remember, but looks like they made a good call.
They made a very good call.
So MCON may have pulled some speed there. We'll check them once they get out to 2. Had a 5-second lead coming out of the turn.
Off camera, it looks like Graydell is pulling up on Austin Holmes.
Yeah, and WHM's making a move around some guys right now, too.
Good shot
He's
of
passing,
that classic skater.
Hancock Farnsworth.
Yep.
High freeboard, 40-foot skater designed by Billy Moff. Good shot of the 388 Dirty Money. Britt Lilly, Bill Pyburn.
Anybody's race still. That's just one lap. You know, you guys will come out of nowhere and chase you down. One mistake, one bad bump, and one wide turn, and somebody can take it away from you.
Yeah, heading into turn 1, Dirty Money remains 5 seconds behind MCON. Now across the southerly stretch of this course, a 4.48-mile course. So they're heading, into that east-southeast wind, the waves kind of leading into the bow at a slight angle. And now coming down around the fans on the Fury. What a shot they get every race. Yep. So down around turn number 2, Dirty Money down to a 4-second interval.
They're
behind.
coming inside too.
Yeah, they have
let's see what
tighter
kind of move.
line.
Let's
There's
see
that wide turn. Be careful.
Okay, we do have one of 2 buoys down in turn 2.
Here come your top 2 boats. They battle all year long in Supercat. MCON continues to lead after lap number 2.
MCon.
That's less than 2 seconds.
2-second lead down.
Yeah, they lost 3
5.
seconds on that wide turn is what happened. Dirty Money dove inside there and picked up a good amount of distance on him.
Okay, crew chief at MCon is Jake Leckliter.
Jake Leckliter, that's right.
And now WHM is up. Grade L's up to third. And they've pulling away from Austin Holmes. Vinny DiOrio, Matt Jaminski. Great battle here. Hancock, CR, and WHM. What are we calling Farnsworth in 5th?
And
yes.
WHM 6th?
Yes.
And then CR 7th?
Correct.
It looked like someone was coming off throttle out there, turn 1. Oh, it was the Muller guys. Here they are. They're coming through now.
Here comes MCon. Off camera.
Pulling it back out.
Lead still about 3 seconds. Gained about a second in the turn. There's MCon, that's Dirty Money from the X Insurance Telecam.
Now, what's the benefit of the tractor pipes, Billy?
It's just for show. No, so we can get in that hatch without having to move
just good
stuff.
sound.
And also, you get the tractor pipes in, you can take off the tailpipes, and it's more room to work on your boat when you're back there. So that's really the main benefit. That's why we have them. Seems like we're back there working on something all the time, or checking things out. This morning we had the impellers. I told you over there, 2 impellers go out. We had to jump in there and change those out this morning. Part of it, man. It's part of it.
You looked clean.
We'll live another day, yeah.
Special shout out.
Now look at it looks like Dirty Money's gaining ground here. Look at this.
Oh, they're right on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are right on.
They're alongside them. They're pulling around.
Oh, they're going around.
Let's see if. Whoa. Nope, that flew level. That was a nice job there by Bill keeping the trim tight. But they just got past that MCon on the 3rd lap.
They must have hit one of those unexpected holes out there. That turn's never the same. I don't care if you run 50 laps out there. It's 50 different turns on that corner.
Let's see if we can get the interval
but
here.
Something's got to be going. Look at this.
MCon is they're pulling away from MCon here.
Yeah, they're not running full speed.
They aren't. After 2 laps, MCon's now pulling off plane. The big problem for MCon.
Man.
Here
what a
today
race.
in Key West.
So what's that do to the rest of the fleet here? Somebody's moving up into second.
Gradell will be in second.
Up in a second.
And
although let's let them come by.
Yeah.
But now, here's Dirty Money.
See, wouldn't surprise me with Gradell. Billy Moore, this is his favorite place to race, and his best water is the biggest ones you can get in front of him.
So here comes Dirty Money, Lilly, and Pyburn now in the lead. They had been cutting a second off the interval of MCon. And MCon with trouble after the turn at 1 on lap number 3. Here comes Gradell, your number 2 boat, another 388 skater with HRE power. It's a 20-second lead for
here's
Dirty Money over Gradell.
Austin Holmes moves up to 3rd, but they're getting more of a challenge from WHM now. So Billy and Jay have moved up. CR's 5th.
Austin Holmes, once they got those carbureted motors in there from Sterling, that boat came alive.
Yeah, they got brand new Sterlings in this week.
So the battle's really for 3rd. Austin Holmes being challenged by
Farnsworth is off.
WHM and CR Racing.
They're on one motor.
Down on power, yep.
Yeah, they're on one motor. That big rooster told that. Yeah, Vinny was running those 860s Mercuries for a couple of years and couldn't get up there. Man, they put these Sterlings in and it's a rocket.
I know it's probably more of a perspective thing, but those windshields on that outer limit look so small.
They're tiny.
Here comes the...
You don't got to see much, though, just right in front of you.
Yeah, as long as you're level.
2014 World Championship hull and MTI.
Broadco.
Yeah, the old Broadco boat that Chuck Broadus and Grant Bruggeman drove to a World Championship, now being campaigned by the Hancock Claims team.
So in defense for Hancock and Farnsworth and those Cossie engines, they had to do some work on those. They had the heads off of them the other day. So, they only had 1 day to test, and it was pretty crappy water, and they couldn't run at full speed. So, hey, they worked on it all day long and got the compression down where it needed to be on those engines. And
we want to say condolences to Wynn on the passing of his dad, too, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
CR Racing and Rob Understall, Casey Boaz.
The old Jimmy John's Performance Boat Center.
It is. I believe the Graydale boat is one of the old steel boats, isn't it?
And AMH, I think.
That's right. It was.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And even Tyler Miller campaigned it as an MCON boat.
That's right. He
sold
did.
it.
Yep.
He sold it to Billy. I was like, "What'd you sell him that boat?"
It was
good
steel,
boat.
and then you just said it. I'm sorry.
AMH.
And then it was
AMH
then it was the
MCON, and then
MCON.
it was Graydale.
Yeah. Here's your leader, Dirty Money. Big hit there.
Hancock's still making some laps. They got to get these points. That's the most important part. Anybody else could break as well, and so
Haven't seen Wicked come by either.
I have not seen them either.
And we haven't seen the MCON team either after coming off plane last lap. 4 laps of 10.
Yep.
Dirty Money. You know, they finished on the podium in Key West last year. They revamped that hull. It was a 4-seater. It was the old Clovar boat that got in that truck accident.
Yep. Went back to skater, basically rebuilt it.
Raydell from Toronto.
MCON's down out there at turn 2, and their support boats are out there next to them.
CJ Grant and Billy Moore in second in the Graydell. So 2 skaters on top.
And they just announced today a race in Toronto next season.
Austin Holmes and Outer Limits.
Yep.
WHM 4th. CR Racing in 5th.
You know, when I see the attrition in all these other boats, especially these bigger classes like this, it kind of lifts my spirits. It happens to everybody, you know. I hate to say it.
Even the guys with the full crew.
Yeah.
And the, you know.
Yeah. So it doesn't hurt my feelings as bad now. I'm glad that, you know, I hate that they're breaking down out there, but man, it sure
the
makes me feel
elements
better.
are the ultimate equalizer.
Attrition is it's usually the deciding factor in most of these
Hancock
races.
is idle now, so they probably don't want to burn up the second engine.
Well, they got a smoke show coming out behind them too out there, so something's going on with that motor as well.
Tough day for them.
Looks like oil.
What a great riding boat that is.
They've done a beautiful job with that boat.
They have. Bill Piber told me that he has more time in a 388 skater he thinks than anybody. He had the first Pleasure 388 that he just put thousands of hours in.
And I believe he's had a bunch of them after that.
Yeah.
He has, absolutely.
And his son Jack is having a heck of a year at Florida. He's a gator. And
yep.
I believe one of his boats is in Texas.
From what I hear, the kid's a legit NFL prospect.
He is. Oh, we were watching him the other day play ball. He is great.
Yeah, he had some good plays in that Georgia game, although it was a loss for the Gators. Back to the action, Supercat watching Dirty Money go across 1-2 here on lap number 5, just about the halfway point. They were right on the transom of MCON over the first couple of laps, and then went past them on lap number 3. MCON's down on the course. And Dirty Money at our last interval had a 20-second lead over Graydell. It's their day today.
Be curious to. I'm not saying that yet.
Be careful.
But I'm curious to see if Billy's going to try to make up time, Billy Moore, or if it's one of those things where he's like, okay, they're out there, let's just take second and make sure we keep that.
Yeah. Sunday's double points, so it's anybody's race again, you know, even though we didn't have Wednesdays. I don't think anybody wanted to race on Wednesday. That was pretty gnarly out there, 10-footers.
Oh, my gosh, on Tuesday when, I don't know if it was Tuesday or it might have been, but one day MCON was out here and they just took a gnarly flyer.
I just heard a miss in the when they came by here just now in the Dirty Money racing boat, so I hope that engine holds together for them. It's popping a little bit.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through.
Yeah.
Here comes number 2.
Oh, well, that was Dirty Money just then, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's lap 5. Graydell.
24 seconds off the pace of your leader, Dirty Money.
Pretty sure Graydell put in brand new engines this week, too. Brought some more down here and installed them at the pits.
And now, okay, Vinny and Mike are still. And this is another one of those boats where they had no baseline. They had to do it all themselves.
WHM, I mean, only a 2-second interval between them and even less for CR Racing behind WHM.
And it's good to see Austin Holmes coming into the sport.
Yes.
But when you talk about presentation, there isn't a better looking setup than what Vinny and Matt have with that
his
truck
trucks
and that.
all
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Those are his business trucks. You know, I think he has like 13 or 14 of those trucks look just like that, and they actually do business with them every day.
There goes Dirty Money continuing the lead. You know who I saw?
It'll be interesting to listen when they come by this time.
Yeah. Wayne Valder is in.
Yeah,
I
saw him.
Yeah. I thought I was going to go through my first Key West race in recent memory without seeing Wayne, and boom, who pops up?
Yeah, we saw the jersey show up, and there
the
they
Pro
were.
Floors team, yeah.
MCON's refusing to tow. They're coming in their own power. That's good. Good to see.
Unless they're towing the cigarette.
They could be.
Or is that an MTI?
It's an MTI.
Yep. They had a cigarette.
They had a Hawk, and they got the MTI this year. Beautiful boat, man.
After the early lead, the 388 Skater, they're going to be back out on the water in our next race in the Pro
there's
Class 1
Wicked
Series.
and Farnsworth right out behind them. So bit of attrition. But here we have WHM making a run at Austin Holmes going out into turn 1, or is this between 1 and 2? No, this is going to turn 1. But now back out. Here's Dirty Money.
Yeah, WHM was catching up to him coming out of the turn here, or the turn 3 in Harbor.
Billy, let's see what Billy's trained ear picks
Ooh,
up.
big flyer in WHM.
Off camera.
Yeah, off camera, turn 1, he hit a big hole. Sorry about that.
No, Billy, it's good. You let us know when you see something. And here comes Dirty Money round again.
They stood that thing straight up on that hole.
Dirty Money is owned by Bo and Tiffany Renfro, which is a little different that the owner's not in the boat.
I don't know if that's a rev limiter or a cylinder, but it's still moving pretty dang quick right now. So I don't think they're too worried about it.
I'm wondering, probably limiter.
Probably limiter. They're losing weight. They're burning fuel.
Yeah.
Maybe it's getting up on the props a little more, and they're getting on the rev limiters and those things.
7,000 RPM limit for these boats. About a second closer is Great Dell, but still quite a ways back. This is where the real battle is.
Yeah, WHM is going to be
in Austin Holmes.
Third and fourth. I mean, Austin Holmes holding on to third.
He's holding it too.
WHM and Chase and CR Racing, which will come into your picture momentarily on the live stream.
You know, after Austin Holmes' near miss there at Sheboygan this year, I think Vinny just said, okay, let's just let it eat. If we can do that without going over, we can just run it as hard as we can.
Dirty Money coming out of the turn. It's their race to win with 4 laps left to go here in the Supercat race in Key West. We'll have a moment. I'd like to say hey to one of our live stream viewers, Jake Glassberg, who was in town actually. Big fan of offshore powerboat racing, came in for the Wednesday race, and we got chased off by a hurricane. Sorry we didn't get a chance to catch up with you, Jay, but thanks for tuning in to the live stream, and we appreciate all of you out there watching on the Maximum Inflation live stream here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and our YouTube channel, also at rth.tv and Victory Plus across iOS and Google Play, as well as the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, with Scott Porte at the helm, leads the way in hydrodynamic and aerodynamic technology for the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Good look at...
here's Jay and Billy.
Yep, battle for third place.
Where is the legend Porte today? Is he going to sit down up here and do some Superstock?
He's at the Workboat Show.
Yeah, he's getting ready to head to the...
Making money.
Man, what a guy.
In New Orleans. Wouldn't we...
He's been down in Australia putting a new bottom on a Donzi 22 Classic that is getting crazy power. That just sounds so frightening.
Yep.
Those 22 Classics are not meant for that.
He and his lovely wife Haley just got back from there, and now they're on their way to the Workboat Show in New Orleans. Couldn't make Key West. And of course, you know, he was bummed about that, but work comes before play.
And they've done real well with that Project Perfect Storm.
They sure have.
And here's Dirty Money.
Dirty Money leading.
Sounded fun. Oh.
Sounded good that time. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
With Great Alan Chase.
That's one of those things where you're looking away so you can listen better. Yeah, Graydell holding station. They're going to be smart about it from this point.
Oh, they've got to be ecstatic with their position right now. As does Austin Holmes and WHM trying to move up.
Yeah.
For that number 3 podium spot here. And here is your battle with CR Racing, not far off. Still riding on the inside. WHM. 3 laps to go.
Now,
CR Racing just behind in 5th.
With Austin Holmes running a wider line, it makes me wonder if they might have a taller prop, so they're trying to keep the speed and the RPM up. And Billy's going to try to get under him.
Yeah, he will dive on those buoys, and you know, those 2 strategies are perfect. They both work great. It's, you know, if you stay wide and stay fast, or you have to dive under, but you lose some speed. But again, like right now, he did it right there. Billy Moff did it in the turn right there. They're going to come out of this turn 3 side by side because Austin Holmes went wide on it, and exactly what I said, Billy Moff dove on that buoy, and there they are side by side coming out of turn 3 in the harbor.
All right, back on camera, we got Dirty Money from the X Insurance Helicam. And now back to...
That's Dirty Money?
Yeah, it's Dirty Money from the shore base camera.
Here's
off,
WHM.
Look at
pulling.
side by side.
Looks like one, there's 2.
Yep.
It's pulling Austin Holmes.
So,
and that boat's getting light.
So,
well, you would think the skater's going to be more affected by the wind because of the profile and the freeboard. But it never seems to bother him that much.
That's 47 years of experience right there.
Yeah,
when you build a boat, you know.
That boat, you know, Billy built that boat for the rough, and with Key West in mind, I can guarantee you a little air there for Dirty Money.
And he's building the new boat.
Yes.
Settle it down.
I think it's pretty close to coming out of the molds up there at Skater.
Oh, this is a great look at the drag race. I think Billy's got him.
Yep, Billy's got the inside line at turn number 1.
And he can drive.
Yep. Austin Holmes in 2nd.
You know, he carried one of those buoys around the course in Cocoa Beach one year. Remember, he stabbed it and it was stuck on his sponson. And he made like 2 or 3 laps before it came off.
They continue to battle. Last look here in the harbor, Austin Holmes edged him. Dirty Money comes roaring by with those Goodwin Performance engines. 388 skater, 8 laps of 10 completed. Here comes your number 2 boat again, Graydell, another 388 skater with HRE power, Chris Grant and Billy Moore. They like their position heading into Sunday's race championship. 25 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, that's one of those things where they've been kind of just doing their own thing in the background of the big dogs fighting.
Yep.
And that's right where they want it. They're perfectly happy with that.
Here's WHM, and it appears that they have command of 3rd. Not seeing Austin Holmes in the picture at this moment.
Yep, so WHM has worked its way up.
They're on the podium now in 3rd. And now it looks like CR Racing is taking over 4th. They're 11 seconds off. Here comes Austin Holmes.
Here comes Austin Holmes.
Must have had some issue to fall back as much as they did. About 14 seconds off their pace from the previous lap.
WHM was as far back as 7th, and then 6th, and then 4th, and then 3rd now. They just picking them off.
There's a good shot overhead. Love that American flag across the deck of the WHM 40-foot skater.
And he's a loyal supporter of our president-elect.
He is. He is also a very good friend of Peter Ledden at Skater.
Oh,
really
yeah.
Draws those boats up, sends it over to Peter. He claims to have his own shop there at Douglas, Michigan.
That's what I hear.
You know,
all buoys are gone from turn 2.
Oh man.
Where'd they go?
Well,
people hit them. Oh, they're deflated. Well, they're going to have to deal with that because don't give these guys their own. Don't leave it up to them to where they're going to turn.
It'll be a much shorter course. They'll just come around turn 1 and cut it straight back in then.
Oh, Austin Holmes is down an engine, I think, coming out of the harbor.
He is. That's whatever
off the camera.
Yeah, whatever they whatever problem they had is
exacerbated.
Yep, for their day.
More attrition.
Yeah, more attrition. Imcon
and they're making a move straight to the crane, so
they're going to stay on plane and get it on in. Looks like they got both motors on. They're just having some trouble.
Imcon was the first to fall after leading for 2 laps, and here comes the boat that was trailing them just by seconds and continues to run flawlessly here in Key West for the Southernmost Continental race here on Friday. Half the points. Part of a 2-day race for the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Dirty Money. One lap left on this race day for the Dirty Money Powerhouse race team. Gradell.
Now, at what point does Dirty Money start saying,
second,
maybe the luck's coming our way? Not yet?
Oh, not based on what happened this year.
No.
Not until you see that checkered flag pass by you.
That's what I'd be.
I mean, I think, talking to Britt Lilly, they felt snake bit. I mean,
yep.
Just stuff that, easily solvable, you would imagine. But,
sounds like my morning.
Yeah, there's WHM.
Third place. Third.
Val getting a bit of a rise there, coming in front of the fans.
What is that antenna-looking thing that's out on the foredeck of that boat?
And CR Racing now in 4th.
Go Pee-wee.
That antenna is probably so he can communicate with his onshore guys and make sure he doesn't lose connection with them being out there.
I've just never seen it that prominent before.
It's a tall one, huh?
Okay. Dirty Money knows what they need to do.
Back overhead of the WHM Motorsports, Jay Muller, Billy Moff, 40-foot skater with Sterling Power from the X Insurance Helicam.
Did we have the bagpipes yet this year?
I haven't seen them.
I haven't seen them.
Maybe tonight. He did them at the street party last time he did
sure.
that.
Okay.
And I believe that was in 2016 when he did that.
Watch our leader heading off for the final time towards turn number 1. The story really of the day, the water not as big as they thought it would be. The wind's definitely down, almost half of what they were yesterday, gusting after the hurricane passed well west of here. Though it was gusting into the 30s. The night before, on the day of the cancellation, we had winds gusting into the 40s. No way we could race. Race World Offshore Course Marshal Randy Burns making the good call. During race day, there was a tropical storm warning in effect for Key West. Yesterday, though, while testing was going on, talking about just massive waves out to
7 feet.
On the outside of the course, and then today, winds have come down substantially. Still, I mean, small crab warnings are up, but the wave's more manageable, and all the boats doing well. And fingers crossed, nobody hurt too bad. We did hear about a collision between 2 of the top boats in Mod V, and I know that no one was hurt in that, but there could be some damage to 1 or 2 boats in the Mod V class, and we'll try and sort that out. Eric will report on that on speedonthewater.com for you.
I just got a text from Jason Johnson at Speed on the Water. There's your winner, by the way.
Yep, Dirty Money takes the checkered flag.
Doc Jansen told him Austin Holmes spun in turn 2.
Oh, that's what happened to him.
Dirty Money will win the Supercat race here for the Southernmost Continental Championship. Gradell will take second. Dirty Money, your Supercat winner here today for the first day of racing in the Key West World Championships.
I saw the Speed Marine Mod V over there, and they did have some damage on their port side of that boat, some broken glass back by their engine compartment. Looked like somebody got into them over there in the turn, maybe.
Yeah, they came to the awards celebration not very happy. And
yeah.
Let Steve Miklos know about it.
Yeah.
They'll just get to Home Depot and they'll get some resin and some glass and fix it up for Sunday.
Yeah, 3rd place, WHM Motorsports. 4th place, CR Racing. Just off the podium, but still in the points on. Anything can happen on Sunday. You get double points. Got to have a lot of stuff happen in front of you. The boats in the command, though, are on the podium today. Dirty Money
and CJ Grant Racing, Graydell, and WHM Motorsports.
So now Brett and Bill can be happy. Finally.
But you can't be happy until Sunday. You know what they want. They want to be on the top of the podium. They want to be the world champion. They finished second to IMCON last year, and CR Racing took third. There's a good shot overhead of Bill Pyburn.
Or is that Britt?
Is that?
I can't tell.
I think that's Bill. Yeah, that's Bill, isn't it? Well,
that's one of the two guys.
Yeah.
It's either Bill or Britt.
It's a happy guy. We know that.
Well, there they are. Dirty Money overhead. Your
That's Britt
Supercat winner. That's Britt Lilly. Your winner today in Supercat class.
What a race. What a start, too. Those guys were lined up really, really good on that start. That was a great start of the race.
388 skater with Goodwin Racing engines. With a hard-working crew. Met some of those folks down there, and they put a lot of time, energy, and effort. And that Dirty Money crew is on top of the world after a win today, the first day of 2 days of racing in the Key West World Championships.
And now Tyler and Myrick will go. I'm surprised they didn't go in to get in the Class 1 boat.
Yeah, they're in now. They just came across.
Yeah, they came
They didn't
across.
go in on their rescue, their support boat. Yeah, you're right. You think they would have gone across. Who's next? Is Class 1 next, or are we racing Superstock?
Yeah, Pro Class 1 will be
Pro Class
next, but I think there's a
Pro Class 1, Super V, and the Lone Extreme boat, which is Peppers.
All at the same time.
Yep.
With the
Yeah.
500 Mercuries on the back of that skater.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we have an intermission here.
That I don't know.
The choppers are going to need to refuel, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was 2 races in a row.
Yep. And if I'm correct, it's a 2:15 start for Class 1.
Looks like it says 3:15 for the race 5.
Superstocks, yeah.
Yeah.
3:15 for.
And then 2:15 and then 3:15. That's right.
Well, it's 1:53 now. So that's not much of an intermission if we're 2:15.
Got to get 4 helicopters to the airport and back with some fuel in them.
Yep.
So we'll sort that out. There's your winner, Dirty Money, in front of the fans here at the
Congratulations, Bo and Tiffany.
Yep.
And that whole crew.
Great job for the entire team, man. They do work hard over there.
And
There's
again,
always somebody in their pits doing something over there, you know, which, as with most teams.
And they do a lot. They've done a lot to help get the X Insurance Pro Class 1 boat up to speed out of that shop as well. So
there's your Supercat podium. It's Dirty Money in first, Graydell in second, and WHM in third. Class 1 is coming up, as well as the Super Vs and the Extreme boat that Michael and George Stamcombe are racing. Pro Class 1 will lead the field at 2:15, and then at 3:15, the Superstock boats will race. Billy, can you come back for the Class 1 race with us?
I can, yes, sir.
Yeah, if you'd hang, we'll go to a Lichty Marine of Marathon Intermission report. Lichty Marine of Marathon, the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer, Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. More coming up from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center here from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Of course, our live stream is brought to you by Maximum Inflation, prioritizing safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. More from the Race World Offshore live stream, Facebook and YouTube, and also RTH.TV and Victory Plus. More coming up right after this.
Hey, Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends. Really from Two Friends. So Maura and I were sitting at breakfast in the bar listening to live music at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. She's about to enjoy some huevos rancheros and me shrimp and grits with fried oysters. Heart healthy. And Maura says, Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. It was perfect because we didn't move here because Key West is like a lot of other places. We moved here because it isn't like any other place on earth. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends. 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event. That's what drives us. Scott Forte is proud to have his technology on several boats competing at this year's 2024 Race World Offshore Key West World Championships. After many world and national titles, Scott's stringless race design running surface is again challenging for the world title against a huge Mod V field on the reigning world champion Sunprint L-Band T280 Tequila 29 Extreme. It not only increases speed and turns sharper, but also reduces shock up to 1G, says owner and throttleman Steve Neeflos. Edward Shear, owner of the Hague Saloon, Doug Ray 38, and Michael Steincom running the Yard Arm Marine Products 36-foot skater. Both swear by the Porte Products R-Series hydraulic transom bracket, a race prop tuning, and final setup on race day. Kobe Harrison, driver of Hague Saloon, says being able to set the prop height on race day is key to winning. Scott Porte designed the R-Series hydraulic transom bracket to handle up to 750 horsepower per engine and speeds well over 100 miles per hour. Visit PorteProducts.com and make your boat faster, safer, and handle better, and get the unfair advantage for yourself.
Race World Offshore is excited to present the Offshore World Championships in Key West, Florida, where the world's biggest and fastest offshore powerboats compete. Join our teams in the awareness of protected species and avoid vessel strikes. Do not anchor on seagrass, hard bottom, or coral, and that doing so may be subject to a criminal or civil penalties. Vessels should maintain a lookout for sea turtles, manatees, dolphins, and protected fish. Vessels should proceed at a safe speed, especially at night. Federal or state agency may impose a civil fine of $25,000 and or a criminal penalty of $50,000 and or up to 1 year in jail for violating the Endangered Species Act or state statute of taking. Request that all collisions with and or injury to a sea turtle, manatee, dolphin, or protected fish be reported immediately to the FWC's Wildlife Alert Hotline at 888-444-FWCC. Thank you on behalf of Race World Offshore.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race World Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the 43rd Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races presented by Race World Offshore right here on your home of the World Championships. That's us, the Zone 97.7 WAVK. We're back here in the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance has over 30 years of pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion and positioning systems. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Time now for the Lichty Marina Marathon Mid-Race Report. Lichty Marina Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. Lichty Marine at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. Good to have you with us, Rick Lopez, back here with Joey J.W. Cook from the Keys Citizen. And Joey, a beautiful day here. The racing continues, and in this format now this year, we've still got 2 more races to come because we have 6 different race starts.
Yeah, with the number of boats, as the fleets continue to grow every year, you can really like settle in and get a whole class. As we just saw the Supercats out there with 8 boats on the water at once. You can really do that and not really miss a beat, so you can keep on the fans excited about the next race and the next race and the next race after that. So, you know, this next one coming up, we got another 10 boats on the water with between 3 classes. But the previous 2 were just sole individual classes in the Stock 450 with 6 boats, which brought a lot of excitement. And the Supercat, typically it's been a little more exciting. Unfortunately,
so
they were dialed.
Dirty
Money was dialed in today. I mean, they had their setup right. MCon, the Monster Energy team, your reigning world champions, were there early on. It's hard to speculate what exactly went wrong. You know,
they had a breakdown in lap 3.
It was on lap 3, and it could be any part, you know, who knows? You know, if something gets in the intake. Again, speculation is, you know, we don't want to do any of that. But you know, they are able to get it back in and limp it back across for a 7th place finish. But that's not where MCon, being, you know, the reigning national world champions, want to be at all right now. And opens up the door big time for Britt Lilly and his team, that Dirty Money team is, wow. They
got
were
out
on it
and-
today, and
and-
they were barely touching there. You're talking about propped right, balanced right, weight right, everything. They didn't miss much on that setup today.
Well, they got out into the lead there, Joey, and just ran away with it. I mean, they were way ahead of Great All, who finished in second place. So they pretty much blew away the field there. That was a pretty impressive run.
Yeah, the minute they got that open water and they got away from MCON, there was no stopping them, and they just pretty much stayed in their zone there, made sure they ran in, like I said, clean water, nothing in front of them, didn't get in any trouble, and set themselves up perfectly for Sunday.
Right, and coming in third was WHM. And in this Supercat class, breakdowns were a problem in the field because we had a few here.
Yeah, we haven't seen that many. I mean, only 4 boats finished on that opening lead. That victory lap, should I say?
Right.
Four on the lead lap there. Other than that, we had 4 fall off.
4 out of the 8
Austin
had
Holmes looked
breakdowns,
really
yeah.
strong early too. Looked like a very strong boat. It could make some. See what it does, come Sunday, and see if it can ruffle some feathers and move its way up and really make things interesting for the leaders that are there. WHM. You never count out Billy Moff and his squad there. You know what I mean? They are always sitting right around there. And the third place is a perfect place for WHM right now to be in. I wouldn't look past them. And Graydale knows how to win here, too. So, yes, Dirty Money had a good day. Yes, they're a highly competitive team. Yes, they want that World Championship after just letting it slip away last year. So, look, they're in a great spot, but anything's wide open right now with the way this is set up. And some of these teams, again, a lot of professional teams out here. CR Racing has got some professional racers there as well. So, really it could be anybody's, going the rest of the way. Because CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz are been doing this for a good 5-6 years down here in Key West. So we know those names, and they know that they're veterans of this course. So it's wide open in that sense. So Dirty Money, great first race, but other than time lead, that's all they really have right now, in a few points. It's not like major points or anything. It's not like double the points that we're going to get on Sunday. So, yes, they're in a good spot. We'll see what happens Sunday.
Let's go back to the first race coming out of halftime, Joey. That was the stock 450 class, and found that very fascinating. Gladiator Canedos comes away with the win, but, man, it looked like Montlick Injury Attorneys, they had the lead for quite a while there, but they went into guardian mode at one point. Not very long, briefly, but just that when they went into the guardian mode, allowed a Gladiator to get past, and they went on to the victory.
It's been a great season for Montlick and Injury Attorneys. They are national champions, have had an amazing season, starting in Marathon. We got to see them in Marathon when they first started. They won the Marathon there, and they've wanted to continue it. They look strong. Hey, when something goes wrong like that on the course, and you're able to remain composed, get it back up to speed, and still take a second place, there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, it wasn't ideal. It's not what they wanted, but they were able to hold off GC Racing at the end there. I mean, it was nose to nose coming along. That was a great race, and right at the very end,
there.
But they were able to push it the rest of the way. Gladiators could not slow down at all because they were sitting there, being tracked by Montlick and the GC Racing. 151s kind of came off pace there too, but they were really fast early on in that race too. So you got 1 through 4 was really pressing it, and you look at the back of that pack, MTI. They're world champions here. The MTI started the 450 class, that Marine Technology. That is the one that started this a few years ago, so they know how to win it here too. So there's a lot to go in that 6-boat class. Yes, Montlick, national champs, did not get what they wanted right away, but you know what? Second place right now is perfect position for what they want for Sunday coming into this double-point race here in the final day.
Yeah, so Gladiator Canedos took first place there. Montlick Injury Attorneys coming in second, just ahead of GC Racing Team. But as Joey mentioned, everybody in that field with Express, Hank Saloon, and Marine Technology, everybody's alive here for Sunday, which is going to set up a big day on Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday's going to be a fun one in the stock. We've seen some good. Supercat may have not been the most exciting today because they kind of spaced each other. Almost felt like, in a way, when Dirty Money took off, the rest of the racers were like, look, don't break out, don't break down today, don't do anything stupid to break the boat, and be ready for Sunday. So they kind of ran their race. Again, look at WHM, they're in place. Now that 450 was exciting today, and it's setting up for a lot of excitement on Sunday. Again, and these racers have to push it today. In a way, you don't have Wednesday to ease in to figure out the waters and Friday to come back. Without Wednesday, it changes the whole mentality of how they're doing this. So you kind of had to push it a bit today, make sure you're in position for a Sunday. That way you can get those double points and still win this championship.
Well, wherever you're tuned in around the world, we're so glad to have you with us as we are here at the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Our coverage here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK is brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine of Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Florida Powerboat Club, Beach Weekend Marina, Shadow and Fish. We've got the Keys, El Mesón de Pepe, Bourbon Street Pub, Coco's Monkey, IV's in the Keys, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, Booze Bandage, Triton Sea Center, and Pepe's Cafe. So we've had 4 races are in the books, but we still got two more that come up. A lot of excitement happening out on the mole right now as the podium is out. Swafford and the team are over at the podium right now handing out some awards, so you want to come check that out. Our next race time start is coming up at 2:15. When we return, we're going to give you a little preview what to expect in the upcoming 2 races. Great to have you with us here at the 43rd Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races on the Zone 97.7 WAVK.
Looking for the #1 boat rentals in Key West? Look no further than Beach Weekend Marina. We're a full-service marina with certified technicians offering pontoon and boat rentals, a fully stocked tackle, bait, and ship store, and wet and dry boat storage. Now offering a VIP certified dive center. We've got everything you need to hit the water like a pro. From Mercury Repower Services to top-tier rentals. Boat like a local with us. Located at mile marker 5 Stock Island. Visit beachweekendkeywest.com and start your adventure today. Beach Weekend Marina, your one-stop boating destination.
Don't let a hangover leave you being a waste of space during the race. Plan ahead with Booze Bandage, the #1 hangover prevention patch of its kind, combining potent B1 vitamin with transdermal technology to deliver a natural, safe, and effective hangover cure. It's simple. Just slap one on and get back to enjoying your day or night and wake up feeling great. For more info or to order yours today, go to boozebandage.com. In Key West, be sure to swing by their booth this Wednesday at the Powerboat Vending Village. Booze Bandage. Party hard, recover smart.
Bourbon Street Pub, 724 Duval Street, with the friendliest and hottest bartenders, serving up fresh frozen drinks and cocktails daily right on Duval. Sidewalk cafe seating available, open 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the male-only clothing optional garden bar with pool and jacuzzi. Woo! Bourbon Street Pub with live entertainment nightly at 8 p.m. Of course, the Men of Bourbon, all that beef on the reef, 10 p.m. Located at 724 Duval Street, right in the heart of Old Town. Bourbon Street Pub.
Do you love the ocean, animals, and maybe a little alcohol? If so, Coco's Monkey Apparel is for you. A Key West-born brand with unique clothing and accessories, our Coco's Monkey mission is to create merchandise for our
Energy, the official energy drink of the Key West World Championships, presented by Performance Boat Center. Let's get to the podium presentation for Supercat class. 3rd place today is WHM Motorsports. WHM, Jay Muller, Billy Moff. 3rd place today in Supercat. 2nd place today, our friends from Canada, Great Dell Racing. Chris Grant, Billy Moore, Great L, 2nd place today. Bill's got to get out on a Class 1 boat as well. And now the winner today in the first of 2 days of racing of the Key West World Championships, Dirty Money Racing. Bill Pyburn, Britt Lilly. Race fans, your Supercat podium. WHM, Great L, and Dirty Money. Hey, Bill and Billy. Bill and Britt, I'm sorry. Oh, he's basking in the glory a little longer. Hey guys, for the live stream viewers, Bill Pyburn, Dirty Money, you guys look really good out there. Boat ran well. Perfect for this type of water.
No, I mean, the boat, we hit it pretty much dead on where we wanted to be. I think we could have been a pitch different on prop. We started on the outside, so we had to work our way in, and it took us a lap or two to get to second, and then we were just waiting for MCon to make a mistake or leave an opening for us, and we were just hanging out, and then it looked like they had an issue, and and we just went ahead and moved on out and took it from there.
Your team puts a lot of.
Bill is a badass.
Is he?
Yeah. Oh, shit out of that thing today. Give it off to Bill. Love you, brother, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Brett, this team has had its pitfalls during the year, but your guys are always there. You're always in the mix, and the teamwork between you and Bill Pyburn, quite amazing.
It's absolutely incredible, and all the guys worked so hard to give us this boat to be able to win like that. And, you know, hats off to Bobby, Andy, the whole crew. Thank you, Bo, Tiffany. Love you guys. I mean, we got what we need, and we're here.
And Todd Goodwin for the badass horsepower.
You have quite a team. Yeah, Bill, you guys have quite a team that puts this whole thing together. It starts with Bo and Tiffany Renfro, but your crew, it's top notch.
No, it is, and you know, like I told you the other day, when we put this team together, we went and found people from all types of racing, and you know, we were looking for seats on the bus, and we've got the right guys in every seat on this bus, and it gives us the ability to do a lot of things.
Race fans, Dirty Money, your Supercat winner today in the Southernmost Championship. Thanks, Bill. We'll see you out there on Sunday. All right, very good. Let's get to Factory 450R Racing. Another great race here for the Southernmost Championship. Let's get our podium running. Third place in the Factory 450R class, your reigning world champ, GC Racing. GC Racing. Come on up to the podium with the Monster Energy girls. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Key West World Championships. GC Racing, third place today in the Factory 450R stock class. Second place today, Motley Injury Attorneys, your national champions. Logan Adon, Giovanni Carpatella. Giovanni's off, another pro class 1 racer. Motley Injury Attorneys. GC MTI team, Motley, Doug Wright team. And now to the top of the podium, your winner today, the Southernmost Continental Championship. First of 2 days of racing in Key West. Gladiator, Canados, Michelle Carcente, and Irvin Grant. Team Doug Wright, Gladiator, Canados. There's your podium, Factory 450R, stock class racing. Gladiator Canados, Motley Injury Attorneys, and GC Racing. Give them a big hand. Michelle, Irvin, for the fans. Watching out on the live stream, we saw Irvin dancing on the deck, and he was dancing pretty good, Michelle.
Yeah, I cannot dance, so he has to do it for me.
Irvin, exciting race for you guys. You battle back and forth with Motley.
I just want to go fast. That's it.
Michelle, you're a veteran throttleman. Michelle, you raced all over the world. You said you wanted the rough water. You got the rough water today.
I love it. I love it. Well, you know, when you're old like me, you've been used to race offshore, real offshore, in the rough, 20 miles offshore. So that was good.
Today, the Key West gave you what Key West always does: a bit of a challenge, some calm water on the inside, some rough water on the out.
You gotta find the right balance with the setup, and obviously we did Supreme Marine. He's taking care of that for us, and it works well.
Irvin, it's been quite a journey for you, your Gladiator Canados team. You ended up on the podium last year. Now, one step away from a world championship, but you got another race in front.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Very excited. The boat's set up really nice, and we're going to see you in testing, and then we're going to make it happen on Sunday.
All right, one more race to go. Here's your Factory 450R winner today, Gladiator Canados. Michelle Carcente, Irvin Grant. We still got more racing coming up. Pro Class 1 kicks things off at 2:15. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
That's the one that, you know, hey, look, you want to talk about one. I understand that one. I guess my mom probably wouldn't be happy if I was out here doing that, too much. They got upset when I was pole vaulting, so much less,
And I'm sorry for talking you into that.
You were more
right over here.
Right over there? Yeah, absolutely. But mom ain't happy. That's one that, here, I want to make mom happy, guys. Go make mom happy today, please. You know, that's a fun name there. But you look it up, there's
That's
tons
the old
of them
saying,
here.
mama ain't happy.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody's happy.
Let's make mama happy today.
So we got still plenty of racing for you here today. I think this is the first time we've had 6 different race starts, right?
Yeah, I've never in my time that I've ever seen anything like this.
Over the years that I've been.
And again,
doing
as the fleets grow and we see more boats per fleet, they've really got to take their time to be on the water by themselves, because it's really hard when you got to really stagger the starts, but the minute you have one boat break down out there, then they're all of a sudden in the way of these other boats trying to run and making the race. So when you have the 450, it's you want to run them with another class there, but it's really tough because one mishap out there, then all of a sudden you're slowing down 2 different races that deserve to both have their water to themselves. So it's the growth of the classes have made it almost to the point you have to do this, but what's the worst of that? 6 races, more the merrier for everybody, right?
It's great. The place to be is here on the outer mole or wherever you're at around the race track here in Key West. Just a spectacular day after Raphael went by, shut us down on Wednesday. Everything perfect day to get the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races off and running. We'll take a break. More of the Lichty Marine of Marathon in-race report coming back live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center when we return here on the Zone 97.7 WAVK. Okay, we're back here. It is the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here at Key West, live on your home of all race coverage, home of your conchs, the Zone 97.7 WAVK. We come to you from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that Porte Performance can do for you. This is the Lichty Marine of Marathon in between race report, brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon, online at SuzukiMarathon.com for all your boating needs, with a huge selection of new and used boats. boats and trailers and the largest Suzuki repower dealer in the Keys. Lichty Marine, 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. So we've got 2 races to come. Coming up next is you'll have in race 5, you'll have the Pro Class 1s going out there, the Super Vs and the Extreme, and then we'll wrap up the day with the Superstock class. But when the day is done, J.W. Cook from the Key Citizen, it's not over, because tonight is one of the biggest events of the week. It is the Duval Street Boat Party.
Yep.
That, not the parade, no,
the
they're
party
not
is,
parading
you're
on
not
this
parading,
one.
you're right.
Yeah.
We're parading around them, you're right.
Yeah, right, we get to parade around the boats, and it'll start around 7 o'clock tonight. They'll take the boats over there around 6. This is like a mini fantasy fest, if you haven't been to it before, with the boats all up and down Duval Street, up Green Street as well, and all the teams are out there. They've got all kinds of merchandise, beads thrown out, music. It's a real party atmosphere and a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great time. We don't get to go. Dude, 2 of us don't always get to go to it.
Yeah,
but you know what? There's no football tonight.
Right.
Soccer will be over by then. So yeah, there's a kind of opening up. I cannot talk all of a sudden, Rick. Opening up for us to have a good time down there this evening. And yeah, it's. I've only had to go a couple of times myself personally, because we're always busy. But
Right.
you know, it is a great time that boats get out there. And with 74 boats this year, you're going to have up and down Duval Street.
Yeah, unfortunately,
left and
not
right,
all the
and
team. They don't have room for all the
you
teams.
can't. I mean, it's going to be fully packed in, and you're going to have, everywhere you look, you're going to have a boat. You know, years before, you had a little space in between. There's no space in between the boats this year. They're going to be nose to nose and nose to butt pretty much, and get them in, and good times out there. And you know, I know they were jockeying for position on Duval Street, where they even wanted to be on Duval Street.
So you not only you work that route, you know, you go up Green Street and go to the Concord Public Seafood Company, and that is the race village for the Florida Powerboat Club, and you get to see all their goodies and all the toys and all the fun stuff they have. Our own Bill Hobie is down there broadcasting live on our sister station on Whale 99.5. But that's something to see too.
Yeah,
if you've never been down there to walk through their little village, it's amazing.
I remember a couple of years ago they paraded those through one of these. The Hopper was closed, and they paraded all the powerboats through at one point, and there are some absolute beauties. You know, I mean, you think the powerboats are nice. Yeah, they sometimes don't compare at all to what they have over there in that powerboat club, and the designs and the colors and the. Yeah, it's full on. Yeah, art fest. If you're into the art side of it, you go to the Powerboat Club and see that. If you're in the sports side, come down here to the pier.
Yeah, and so that's tonight, the Duval Street party. The boats will be lined up and down Duval Street, up Green Street. Go check out the crews, meet the teams, go see the boats up close and personal. It was an idea Larry Blyle had about 10 years ago, and he gets so many requests to do this. Fortunately, they can't get every team out there, but they'll be loaded with boats.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we're getting ready to get going with race number 5. We've got the Pro Class 1, the Super V, and the Extremes about ready to take the course here. This has been the Lichty Marina Marathon in-race report right here live from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. When we return, Todd Swafford and Eric Colby are back with you with all the play-by-play action from the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships right here on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Lichty Marina Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repower dealer. We're proud to be the halftime total race coverage sponsor with the Zone 97.7 of the World Championship Offshore Races. Lichty Marine has everything you need to enjoy the water, boats, new and used, trailers, and even a full-service and parts department. Enjoy the races and come see us soon. Check out our complete inventory at SuzukiAtMarathon.com. Lichty Marine in beautiful Marathon.
Historic Pepe's Cafe in Key West, founded in 1909, still does things the old way, diachronic, if you will. How about fresh squeezed juices? Think how good that margarita or Greyhound will taste. And point oysters chucked to order, because oysters work better that way. Fresh breads and outstanding specials in an eatery that opened the same year Ole Evinrude invented the first outboard motor. And get a jump on someone's birthday and check out our retail offerings for some great gift ideas. Pepe's Cafe, Old Town Key West, of course.
Low Key Fashion House has brought luxury to the Keys. They offer an exceptional shopping experience for those who are low key but high maintenance. featuring exclusive designer labels such as Chanel, Saint Laurent, Gucci, Bottega, Chloe, and more. Low Key offers clothing and accessories catering to both men and women, ranging from everyday essentials to those special occasions. Visit Low Key at 1022 Duval Street on the corner of Duval and Virginia. Low Key Fashion House, where luxury is a lifestyle.
Triton Sea Center on Big Pine is your one-stop shop before you head out on the water. The marina has a fuel dock, boat storage, and you'll find everything you need in the ship's store. Food, beer, seltzers, Coke and Pepsi products, ices, Boar's Head products, and souvenirs, as well as apparel from Red Rum, Grateful Diver, and Cocky Key West. Across from Ship's Way on the west side of Big Pine with boat access from the Gulf or Atlantic. You'll love their customer-first approach to a fun day on the water. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and weekends, 8 to 4. Triton Sea Center on Big Pine Key.
Race World Offshore is excited to present the Offshore World Championships in Key West, Florida, where the world's biggest and fastest offshore powerboats compete. Join our teams in the awareness of protected species and avoid vessel strikes. Do not anchor on or above seagrass, hard bottom, or coral, and that doing so may be subject to a criminal or civil penalties. All vessels should maintain a lookout for sea turtles, manatees, dolphins, or protected fish. Vessels should proceed at a safe speed, especially at night. Federal or state agency may impose a civil fine of $25,000 and or a criminal penalty of $50,000 and or up to 1 year in jail for violating the Endangered Species Act or state statute of taking. Request that all collisions with and or injury to a sea turtle, manatee, dolphin, or protected fish be reported immediately to the FWC's Wildlife Alert Hotline at 888-404-FWCC. Thank you on behalf of Race World Offshore.
Now back to the live stream of the Key West World's Race World Offshore season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center.
Yeah, welcome back to the Lecty Marina Marathon halftime show. Lecty Marina Marathon carries boats like Bulls Bay, Sundance, Spider, and more. Lecty Marine of Marathon 9200. Overseas Highway in Marathon, Lecty Marine. And we're back here. We're waiting the Pro Class 1 starts of the second day of racing. Well, actually, it is day 2, but day 1 was nothing. 0, zip, nada. So today is actually really the first day, but all the points accumulated through today's races will be added to Sunday. Sunday is a full points race. Today was a half points race, and coming up here very shortly, we should see the Pro Class 1 boats heading out to Mill, as well as the Super V and Extreme boats. Continuing on from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, the live stream here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Nolan Ferris joins us, along with Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. Nolan, had a chance to meet you down in the pits yesterday before your performance last night at Speed on the Waters. You're the auction ear for the Speed on the Water thing now for a long time, but one of the big reasons you're here also was to hand a check to Pal, courtesy of Supercat Fest for Kids. And I met you yesterday along with Alvin Heatman, and you guys are trying to give money to local communities all across the country that go to benefit kids. I think you met up with Larry Blyle of Race World Offshore, and that's how that came together.
That's correct. That's right. We partnered up with Race World Offshore last year for the Key West races and made a donation then from $5,000 to PAL, and this year we're able to up it to $10,000 for this year, as well as what Speed on the Water, like you mentioned, did last night at the auction, raised $200,000 standing on the street in front of Pickles Bar, all for Samuel's House of Key West.
Tell us about, you told me the Supercat Fest thing, I mean, it goes all across the country. Alvin was telling me that he has programs, not just at the Supercat Fest.
That's right. Supercat Fest started Lake of the Ozarks, the well-known Lake of the Ozarks now. And through that, you get these guys that are involved in the sport that come from all ends of the country and sometimes other countries. And in that, they say, hey, we need something like this at home. And that sort of blew up and turned into Supercat Fest West, which is now out at Lake Havasu. That's in April. And we're looking at a couple of other venues to expand, looking to do maybe a 4-event footprint here in the future. Right now we're at 2, which is Lake of the Ozarks and Havasu. And we're thinking about possibly in the Northeast and one down south in Florida. But with this, all the money generated, we spread throughout the whole country. All sorts of different charities that need it. A lot of times we'll get a participant that comes to us and says, hey, I like what you guys do. I know of this charity or this organization. We've bought beds for children in the Lake of the Ozarks area that don't have beds, because Lake of the Ozarks does have some very deprived areas. We've helped schools. We've bought school lunches for kids in areas that aren't able to afford their school lunches. We've replaced windows in houses of families that couldn't afford to replace a glass window and had plastic up over it in the wintertime. It has been really endless, the joy that we've been able to spread. And all this comes back right through the generosity of the boaters, just like we saw in front of Pickles Bar last night for the Speed on the Water event. It is truly amazing, the people that are involved in, if you want to call it the sport, their hobby, and their generosity and their giving when they get involved in what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this now for years, and it's been my pleasure to do a broadcast at all of the Speed on the Water events. The power boaters take over the town. You know, they just take it over. They're everywhere, in all the restaurants, the bars, but they have a big heart. They give back to the community, to the tune, as you mentioned now, consecutively over $200,000. You have a matching fund, benefactor that comes in as well. But it's quite amazing the way that the powerboat community gives back to the communities that they go and have their fun at.
Absolutely it is. And, we do more than that with Supercat Fest for Kids. We spread the money even outside of the areas where the runs are involved. For instance, we do inside the area as well. But a couple years back, when we were doing Supercat Fest West, there was a tragic accident out on the highway that had no involvement with Supercat Fest West, but unfortunately, a mother was left with, I think, a 14-month-old baby, and we made a considerable-sized donation to her because her husband passed in the accident that was out on the road. So we just try to help anywhere as we can, and we welcome input from participants, guys like yourself, anybody that says, hey, I know a charity that needs a little help, and if we can do it, we're in.
Doing good stuff here, thanks to Race World Offshore hooking you up with the Police Athletic League here, helping youth out for many years here in Key West. Eric, what a big event that Jason and Matt put on last night. Again, this is turning out to be quite an event. The auction to benefit Samuel's House, another great local charity here in Key West.
And I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the match by the J.R. Noble Company?
That's correct.
They matched the $200K.
R.J. Noble.
R.J. Noble. That's
yes,
right.
sir.
Yeah, that was like, oh my gosh. So Matt is, I've known him since the early 90s. He's always had a huge heart. He's never about him. He doesn't want the spotlight, but he likes to help people, and he loves a good story.
He does. And Greg and Yvonne that help organize the event here.
Yep. I met him last night.
Yvonne Alemang.
Yeah, it's amazing. And my heart goes out to them because they are the organization, man. I love those guys. I was scratching down with Matt and a piece of paper all the items that we were going to auction off last night, and they come up and handed me a nice printed sheet, and I said, here we go. Now we're in business.
Now we're in business.
So we need all walks of life, I guess, involved, but it was a great success, and it has been for years. We started out, the first time we did it, I think we raised $13,000.
Just letting you know, first boats are coming out.
Yes, sir. Yeah, $13,000 to this.
To this.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And, I watched last night two guys bidding against each other for the Lake Powell Challenge that didn't realize they were standing next to each other bidding. One guy let the guy next to him have the winning bid and said, I'm also going to throw another $1,000 in for the total so that I can buy his dinner and make sure he has a first great night at Lake Powell.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
That shows the generosity that we work with.
Nolan Ferris, Supercat Fest for Kids. We appreciate the $10,000 you donated to PAL, Police Athletic League. It's not the first time. Thank you very much for your help to the community.
Todd, I thank you for what you do and what everybody here does, Race World Offshore, and we hope to see you next year and make it bigger and better.
Absolutely. Nolan Ferris, we're back with more from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center as we're getting ready to get back to racing. Pro Class 1 coming out to start here at the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center. This is the Maximum Inflation live stream here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Hey Key West, Danny Hughes here from Two Friends. Really from two friends. So Maura and I were sitting at breakfast in the bar, listening to live music at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. She's about to enjoy some huevos rancheros and me shrimp and grits with fried oysters. Heart healthy. And Maura says, Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. It was perfect because we didn't move here because Key West is like a lot of other places. We moved here because it isn't like any other place on earth. So meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends. 512 Front Street in Old Town Key West or twofriends.com.
We've got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
It's the X Insurance Live Annual Key West Official Race World Offshore Concert Ultimate Musical Festival, featuring some of Key West's best local musical talent, Mike Stack, Josh Kaiser, Reggae Lou, and Aaron Huggins. Every year it just gets bigger and better. Saturday, November the 9th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. Tickets start at $5. Thank you, X Insurance Live. Get your tickets online now at eventbrite.com, X Insurance Live tickets, and enjoy a night of unforgettable music under the stars.
Yeah, I'm from Key West.
We know the cost of holiday celebrations can really add up. With natural gas prices driving up energy bills, here are some tips from your friends at Keys Energy to help keep your energy bill in check during the holidays. Use the smallest appliance possible to get the job done. Cover pots and pans to cook food faster. And avoid opening the oven door to peek at what's cooking inside. And remember to keep your oven and burners clean for peak performance to ensure your energy savings are done to perfection. Happy holidays from all of us at Keys Energy Services.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race World Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
All right, we are back here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Lichty Marine Marathon Intermission Report, wrapping it up for, we have one more intermission for you at the end of today's broadcast. Broadcasting from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center, Porte Performance has built the most advanced cockpit control hydraulic transom lift system in the world. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. And have Billy Shipley back from Team Woody along with Eric Colby. Speed on the water. We're getting set for Class 1 to come on out. It's the newly titled Pro Class 1 racing under the American Powerboat Association moving forward. Some exciting news in this class. New boats coming into race for next year. And in this race in particular, it's exciting to have back the boat that dominated the Pro Class 1 championship, the 222 Offshore team, as they've hit town and they're joining us to race here in Key West with their new sponsor. Eric is
kind of the ultimate wild card.
Yeah, they
are. They haven't run all year. Will some little thing that they didn't foresee happen because they haven't run, or will they just pick up right where they left off from last year with all that speed?
Yeah, Derek Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella.
Mobile X Walmart.
Yeah, the Mobile X Walmart. Just trying to find my notes. Thank you, Eric. Back to race their 44-foot victory all.
Yep.
All of these boats have the twin 1100 QC4V turbocharged engines from Mercury Racing. You got Imcon, the reigning Class 1 points champion. They're the lone skater in the field, the 438 skater, but it was a successful year for Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle. They completely tore the transom off that boat. It was a rudder boat. That's
BPM surface drives, and now they put number 6s on it.
Tore the whole thing off, put number 6. It made it just like their Supercat boat. That's a massive project. Anyway, up and down the field, you got John Tomlinson racing in the Morpheus team. Gary Stray is the crew chief of that team, which is led by their owner driver Carlos de Casada, a motorsports driver
And we just learned something about that team for next year.
That's right.
They're
putting a new
Carlos has given Gary Stray the green light to get the new boat ready.
Yep.
And Carlos says he will be in the boat at every race in 2025.
Another leader in this class, Mike Falco and DeFalco Racing, as well as Rich Wyatt, his massively popular 50-foot Mystic, the DF Young Good Boy Vodka team, as he teams up with Alex Pratt. So, yeah, the Dick Casada team, the Morpheus boat. X Insurance has a team here as well, so the field is 7 boats in Pro Class 1.
I think if anybody's momentum got derailed by the Hurricanes the most, it was probably DeFalco, because they were so dominant in Sarasota. And then they don't get to race St. Pete, Clearwater or St. Pete, so it'll be interesting to see how they come out today. You want me to run down the lanes?
Yeah, go ahead. You can. I mean, we're
on a parade lap.
We are on a parade lap right now. A good shot from the X Insurance Helicam. Thanks for joining us here at Race World Offshore's live stream presented by Maximum Inflation, prioritizing safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. And here is our grid from Pro Class 1.
Lane 1, 222 is Mobile X Walmart with Giovanni Carpatella, who just had a good run in Factory 450, and owner Darren Nicholson is driving. Lane 2 is 22, Morpheus 8, Carlos De Quesada, John Tomlinson on the throttles. Lane 3 is Monster Energy MCon, Myrick Coyle on the wheel, Tyler Miller on the throttles. Lane 4 is DeFalco Racing, Mike Falco on the wheel, Billy Moore throttling. DF Young is owner Rich Wyatt, as Todd just said, and the driver is Alex Pratt, the owner of Good Boy Vodka. And number 11, X Insurance, Randy Kent is on the wheel of that boat, and Britt Lilly is on the throttles. We're also, after these boats start, we're going to have 3 boats in Super V, which is race-winning brands with Ed Wendt and Bill McComb, both from Sarasota, Florida. Team 25 with Kirk Brito and Rob Lockyer from the UK on the throttles. That is a 42-foot fountain. And Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims, a 42 fountain. Elijah Kingery is driving, and Anthony Smith from Brick, New Jersey is throttling. And then in the extreme class, which is the 36 skater with the 500-horse Mercury outboards, the father and son team of George and Michael Stancombe. The Class 1 boats are going to run 10 laps, 44.8 mile course, or 4.8 mile course, and the Super Vs and the Extreme are running 8 laps.
So the X Insurance boat there, you see, that's the one that flipped over here in the harbor, went to head over heels right off by the pier house, and they've completely rebuilt that boat. And
all the signatures are still on it.
Yep, Britt Lilly is now throttling that boat. So Britt Lilly, who just came from the win driving the Dirty Money teams, is in that cockpit with Randy Kent out of Missouri, X Insurance.
And when Britt finally found out he got the chance to throttle a race boat in Class 1 and kind of follow in his late father's footsteps, he was so psyched. He's just always been like, I've really had good throttlement. I'm not sure I need to, but now he's getting the opportunity, and he says he's enjoying it. So, but here's Morpheus coming out a little late. They're off camera. Everyone else is on the parade lap, and Morpheus 8 is just getting on plane. So
that's the biggest of the victory holes out there.
Yep.
So again, it's off camera. We're just focusing in on the grid. The 6 boats that are out. Morpheus is passing in front of us here at the broadcast booth. Start-finish line here at the outer mole. A lot going on here. The X Insurance VIP area.
It looks like they're going to take a shortcut and just get caught up with everyone rather than go all the way around.
Yeah, just catch up with the grid as they come around. So Billy, we had an exciting race in Supercat. Now you move up, boats are bigger.
This is more, everybody's running the same power. These aren't the naturally aspirated engines that we saw in Supercat. This is different. 1100 to QC4V, Mercury turbocharged engines. Mercury specs these engines, and they tech them at the end of every race. So Class 1 was known as kind of the apex of racing for so many years. Certainly overseas when the Victory team was racing, and racing was largely taking place in Europe and the Middle East. Now they've kind of reset the rules here where everybody, it's not checkbook racing anymore like it was with Victory. That had a $60 million budget. They won everything. I think they won 17 out of 24 races at one time. Now this racing is just like everything else here in the United States in the major national classes, where it has a one-class design. Everybody's got the same stuff.
Yeah, I had a good chat with I ended up under the Grade L tent with all the Mercury Racing technicians who are here to support the Class 1 boats, and I said, for the broadcast, everyone asks us, how come they just can't take the Guardian out of a race application? And the guy said, well, if you really look at it, you're not going to have Guardian if you set your boat up right.
That's what he said.
And he pointed to when D.F. Young whipped ran away from everyone, had their water pressure problems right.
Yeah.
DeFalco, same thing. When Billy spent a lot of time chasing the water pressure, and when he got it right, they were on first in the pole position qualifying, and they won wire to wire. So there could be something to that.
Yeah, the motor don't go into Guardian by itself. It has to have some help somewhere else, Oil pressure,
and
water
it's
pressure,
usually. He said they did say the
things.
first thing that's probably going to go off is the exhaust temperature.
Exhaust temps.
And that means it's not getting enough water right off the bat.
Right.
So you do have to make sure that the water's moving through the system properly.
Yeah.
But if you do that.
Yep, and then Guardian shuts them down completely. They have to stop the boat, reset everything, and then get going again.
All right, here's Pro Class 1.
We have a class.
Yep.
We got to
start. All right, I got it, Eric. Here comes the pace boat on camera. Yellow flag up, and the green flag is now up. So our grid is on the move, and there you go. The race is on in Pro Class 1 for the Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
Mobile X Walmart in the inside lane.
That boat's been on ice for a year.
Yep.
They only broke it out just when they got back stateside here. Darren Nicholson working on it for 3 days. Looking good early on the inside line.
And it looked like Morpheus was on his hip, but I don't know who's there now. We'll have to see when they make the turn.
Seemed like when I was doing the podium that the wind had picked up just a little bit. Don't think it's going to affect these big boys.
No, and the V-bottoms are going to be coming up behind them. Yeah, they're just starting in the harbor now, so that's not going to.
Yeah. Wind still indicating out of the east-southeast at 11 at Fort Zachary. Big boats taking the turn. Pro Class 1 on their first lap of 10 here at the Southernmost Continental Championships, first of 2 days of racing, Key West Worlds.
It'll be interesting to see who set up for the rough part of the course and who set up for the, because like Willie Cabeza said, this is 2 courses in one, really.
Oh, yeah, the V's are green.
Yeah,
and here goes Hancock Claims on the inside. Peppers is on the outside, the outboard boat running on its own.
So your Super V's, 3 of them, they're running alongside the 36-foot skater, George Stancombe and Michael Stancombe, running the twin 500s.
Like I say real quick about Hancock Claims, I was talking to Wynn just a minute ago about that Supercat boat, and he said he's got a couple of spare engines in the trailer, and they're going to put them in tonight, and they'll be back on Sunday with that boat.
Oh, look at this. A grid of Pro Class 1 boats into Key West Harbor. Some skip in front of the fans. Bow riding a little bit high on our leader, and looks like DeFalco.
Mobile X,
excuse me. So,
Morpheus and DeFalco side by side. We'll give it to Morpheus this lap. MCon 4th.
X Insurance
5th.
DF Young
6th.
So the Mobile X Walmart team picking up right where they started off. They led all the way last year, and they're off to a good start here, leading lap number 1 of 10 in Pro Class 1. Darren Nicholson from Australia and Giovanni Carpitello from Italy.
And did you know Darren Nicholson is a competitive sailboat racer? That's how he kind of got going in all of this. So the navigational element is probably an advantage for him.
A little different power in those things too, huh?
Taking a look at the X Insurance and MCon Monster Energy race team. There's your leader, Mobile X Walmart. Both kept in the United States. Darren and Giovanni race many different disciplines. They race in Australia. Buddy McGrath races along with them. They race XCAT overseas. There's MCon and X Insurance from the Rick Lindsay X Insurance Helicam.
Yeah, because the boat down in Australia is Boost Mobile sponsorship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But here's MCon, and now here's our leader in I'm guessing this is Farnsworth.
Here come the V's. You can hear them coming.
Yep.
So we'll struggle a little bit with glare, folks, right into the camera. That is Hancock Plains. Farnsworth.
The former Taboo boat named for Bill Mazzoni's daughter.
Race-winning brands.
Bill McComb and Ed Went in second place.
Cortez Cove Fountain Racing in third. We switch to our third place boat in Super V. And coming into your picture will be the Extreme Boat Peppers. Legendary George
Here goes X Insurance is making a move on Monster.
So we're seeing quite a battle there for the 5 position. X Insurance and MCon. Great shot as they come around. X Insurance took the dive inside and Monster Energy to the outside off State Park Fort Zachary Taylor. And our next boat through is our leader in Pro Class 1, Mobile X Walmart.
No, DeFalco's up to 2 now. Morpheus 3.
They were deck to deck, side by side. Now DeFalco's pulled out. X Insurance comes through in fourth.
Fifth is
Monster Energy.
And DF Young 6th. Yeah, DF Young wants more bump. They're the biggest boat in the fleet.
All 6 Pro Class 1 boats through in after 2 laps. All still on the grid. Again, a good shot. Looking back into Key West Harbor.
He did a little. Oh, wait, what's? Oh, okay, it's just a.
X Insurance trying to cut the buoy short there and got a little sideways.
Yeah,
didn't
he
it's
kicked,
slippery down there.
He kicked it a little, but good save.
Very good save. It's hard to pull out of those things in those big cat boats.
Randy Kidd, Britt Lilly coming out of Key West Harbor now southwestbound out to turn 1. Good shot of the Morpheus team. Carlos de Quesada and John Tomlinson in the largest boat in the field, 48-foot Victory Hull.
Sponsored by a plastic surgery
application program. Had a good long talk with Gary Stray, their crew chief, yesterday about that. And he is talk about mad scientist.
The stuff.
The stuff he was talking to us about and the program that he was working on at the side of racing. And he's, of course, he worked for Victory for decades. And to get him to sit around and tell you some stories about what it was like to work with a $60 million budget, he got to really do some cool stuff, and that's why he is the genius that he is. Gary Stray, their team manager of Morpheus. Here comes your leader in Super V, Farnsworth Hancock Plains.
Yeah, Elijah was telling me the first time Anthony got in this boat with the Arnesons, he was like, because he's ran Instigator, Knucklehead, whatever you want to call it, so much. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I kind of like this.
Yeah.
Race-winning brands.
That's a skater.
That is a skater. 39.9 they call it. Let's just call it a 40.
Now, was that the Spider-Man boat? Or was that?
Heard you ask that question before. Here comes your leader.
Yep.
They're turning laps fast. Mobile X.
Yeah, they're going to catch the V's.
DeFalco's still second.
Good to see Cortez Cove back out here. They had some major engine problems last year in that fountain, so
Morpheus third.
Boats are losing weight. They're going to get faster. Leads are going to change.
Monster.
DF Young is trying to sneak in on Monster.
Yeah.
Yep.
Setup might be coming to DF Young a little bit. Maybe
Insurance.
needed to burn off some fuel.
X Insurance, Monster Energy, DF Young. Again, all 6 Pro Class 1 boats still out and racing.
And there's DeFalco. Oh, now we got Peppers coming through. Good to see George back out here.
Yeah, how cool is that? How old is George?
I asked him the other day. He wouldn't tell me.
He wouldn't. I'm going to guess he's 70 to 80, somewhere in that range.
But he said he just did the dunker while he was here. He passed everything he had to pass.
He's a cool guy, man. I love talking to him.
Good look at the 43 victory of Mike Falco.
And Billy Moore.
And Billy Moore on his throttleman. DeFalco Racing now on to Cortez Cove. Back to Falco. Falco Construction. Beautiful livery of that boat of the Skyline, New York City.
Man, that X Insurance boat looks good today.
It does.
Holy cow. Back from all that damage, and they're just out there.
Good shot
taking care
of
business.
Yeah, the Monster Energy boat as well. Amazing project Peter Ledden took on to redo that transom, put the number 6s on it, and take the BPM drives off of it, the rudder. Quite a project.
Now the X Insurance boat, is that still running the fixed 6s with the rudder?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's also the rudder that tore off last year in St. Pete Bay, and they put a thing online to some divers. Whoever finds it will give you a reward, and they found that sucker, and it's back on the boat.
Yeah, there's your leader from the X Insurance Helicam, Mobile X, Walmart.
Savvy Navi is also backing them. It's a navigation app.
Yeah, the 222 Offshore Australia team. Darren Nicholson, he teams up with Giovanni Carpatella.
This lap traffic's going to come into play here too, with the Waste Winning Brands and Hancock Team Farnsworth.
He's coming down after him. We'll get you an interval, let you know how far behind.
If they all make it to that turn 3 together, it's going to be a different story down there.
Here comes Hancock.
Yeah, and there's Mobile X.
So Mobile X through.
DeFalco's right behind him.
Only 4 seconds off the pace is DeFalco. Morpheus still leading the charge on the podium in 3rd.
Race Winning Brand 2nd. Whoa!
X Insurance off the live stream screen. Here for our local fans on the mole watching. Through in 4th, there they are on the screen. Monster Energy and
DF Young.
DF Young, good boy Vaca will.
Interesting to see it being in the outside lane. DF Young just kind of tries to keep the speed up, going and take the wider line.
Pretty impressive that, they could have this boat mothballed.
Yeah.
And here comes Cortez Cove Racing. Running in 3rd, Kirk Brito and
They're
Rob
closing
Lockyer.
the gap. That DeFalco boat is closing the gap on 222.
Yeah, Billy's not going to give it to him.
Again, he told me they didn't do anything with that engine until they got here stateside and took a look at it, put it, on the truck and pulled it down here, and then he started working on it, and didn't touch it in the water until it was here in Key West. There goes the Monster Energy 438 skater. Tyler Miller and
Myra
Coyle are back out of the water for the 2nd time today. Had a disappointing 3rd lap where their 388 skater broke down in Supercat Racing.
We ran against those guys, or not against them, but side by side with Monster Energy Pro Class 1 boat at Lake of the Ozarks. They were the only one there, and we were the only one in our class there, so let us run out there. And we ran our boat at Fountain about 115 down the river there, and then they stayed with us for about a lap or 2, and then they just checked out. That thing is so fast, so fast.
Watch our boats make that turn in front of the fans of Ford Zachary Taylor. Those look to be your 2 lead boats in Pro Class 1.
Let's see where Mike decides to go here. Oh, now we're going to look at the...
back overhead, look at the Monster Energy race team from the X Insurance Helicam, and now back to our see what that interval is. He had a 4.97 second lead previously. Turned that lap 2 minutes 42 seconds.
About a little more.
Yep, 6.5 seconds now. So he gained 2.5 seconds on that lap. As we're watching Monster Energy on the live stream, but it was the Mobile X Walmart team with the lead. DeFalco losing about 2 seconds on them. Watch X Insurance come through. They're running in fourth behind Morpheus.
But is DeFalco content to run second on day one? Play the long game.
That'd be 2 of them for Billy Moore.
Yeah.
If he can get it done.
2 second places.
Monster Energy Pro Class 1 team running in fifth now.
Uh-oh.
And
where's the big silver and green boat?
Which one?
DF Young. I haven't seen him come by.
You're right. DF Young was trailing the pack as race-winning Brands through the skater, continuing to hold on to second. All of our boats up to this point have been through on all their laps, for the exception now we haven't seen the DF Young Good Boy Vodka team.
That Hancock Claims Team Farnsworth's got to feel good now. You know, the Cat going down like that and this boat performing like it is.
Well, here's a V-bottom I think that's Farnsworth Claims as soon as you said that.
No.
On one motor.
Down to one. That's why we had 3 boats for a while.
Oh, no,
Team
that's
Cortez Cove.
Cortez Cove, yep.
It is a fountain, though, so it's hard to see with that glare which one it is coming at us.
But that shape and the tractor pipes.
Yeah.
Okay, they seem all right now.
Hey, they're back on.
Those poor guys have just been chasing stuff all year.
I know the feeling, Eric.
Yeah.
There's your Super V leader right now after 4 of 8 laps for them.
Yeah, and we're at
the Farnsworth Hancock Claims, Elijah Kingery and Anthony Smith in the 42 Fountain.
I think it's our first year to have no backup boat here with us. Usually we break one and we jump in the other one and go race again, you know. Kind of helps your spirit get back up there.
And here comes your leaders in Pro Class 1, Mobile X, Walmart.
Again, turn that lap 2 minutes 42 seconds, so they're holding their pace. DeFalco about the same interval there, continuing to chase in second.
Morpheus third.
Actually, DeFalco lost about 3 seconds. They were 9 seconds off unofficially. Quite impressive what's happening with this Mobile X team. Here's X Insurance. They sure do look good. I agree with you, Billy. Look good today. Remember, they stuffed it a little bit, a little damage to the nose.
Yeah, on Tuesday.
The other day.
Broke the sponson up there and had to put it back on. You can see it on the starboard side. There's a little black up there where they glassed it back on there.
There's the Monster Energy, boat running well. Also for the Monster Energy Ipcon team.
You know the water's big when a boat that goes out there. It's 43 foot long and stuffs it in those waves.
Yeah, as we get a good look at the Stancombs, 500 horsepower Mercuries with the Porte brackets on them. Brackets are locked and fixed during racing, but helps them get X dimension in testing. Hank Saloon also uses them in the factory 450R class. As we look at the leader, Hancock Claims continuing to run very strong here, heading into Key West Harbor at the hairpin turn. Your number 2 boat, race-winning Brands, running in second. I'll tell you what, impressive racing between Super V and Pro Class 1.
No Guardian yet. Everybody's running. Looks like the water pressure's fine on everybody's boats today.
Yeah, I mean, you have 5.
Well, we don't know where DF Young is.
You have, but you have 5 boats in the chase.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, which I think this is the most impressive Pro Class 1 race of the year. Where
I'd agree with that. Yeah,
with as many
100%.
boats are in competition. they are ready. They got themselves ready. They took advantage of the extra, the lay day, the cancellation on Wednesday, and they got their equipment going. Tip of the cap to the Pro Class 1 teams today. So we get a good shot aboard the X Insurance Helicam.
What a shot.
Yep, Hancock Claims. Something about V-bottom, just beautiful watching it run like that.
Watching it run, the sound when they come by, those side exhausts, it's so awesome. Chills every time, every lap.
Here comes our leader in Pro Class 1, continuing to turn those laps at 2 minutes, 42 seconds. The Falco's made some ground up, down to 5. As Cortez Cove also passes through. Here comes Morpheus behind DeFalco. 2 laps left in Pro Class 1. There's Morpheus, Carlos de Quesada, and John Tomlinson. Again, all these Pro Class 1 boats with the Mercury QC4V twin turbocharged engines. Here comes X Insurance, Randy Kent and Brett Lilly on the throttles. Number 11, X Insurance. It's an MTI, Marine Technologies hull.
Todd, you have this completing lap 7 or 8?
8. That's what I have.
I must have missed one. Well, we'll see.
Or I added one.
I wasn't counting.
You're supposed to have your tape, Billy.
I'm sorry. I don't have the same sheet you
didn't
have.
bring your tape. MCon, Monster Energy.
All 6 of our lap tapes are still stuck to the windshield.
Yeah, and in 5th position in Pro Class 1. Live coverage here on Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channel. It is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Maximum Inflation, prioritizing safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation. Another good look at the 438 skater, Peter Ledden, designed for Tyler Miller to race Class 1.
Peter's here.
Of course, he's here every year. Never had the pleasure of meeting the great man.
Yep.
Matt usually has a dinner with him somewhere at some point. Matt Trulio. Hancock Claims. They're through. Just 2 laps left to go for them here today in Super V, and they've looked strong. Everybody has looked so well.
I guess
I
should make my disclaimer for Hancock Claims that the boat was not named the way I thought it was. It was named for Bill's daughter. Because it was taboo to go near his daughter.
Lisa, she's a cool woman.
I always thought it was taboo to put because it was taboo to put arnisans on a fountain, but
yeah.
No, it's not common, that's for sure.
Nope. Whoa!
As we watch Mobile X.
Falco's right there.
Yeah, they shaved that gap down to about 2.5 seconds, guys.
I think Billy just said it's go time.
Yeah, let's go. Second's not good enough.
1 lap left to go in Pro Class 1. Your Mobile X Team Australia Walmart.
They're also in the turn with some traffic down there, so
with a
Wasteland Brands is coming out of there.
Yeah, with a very tight lead. They've been turning every lap at about 2 minutes 42 seconds. DeFalco made up a little bit.
I think he came up right beside him now on that turn. He's right beside him coming out.
Let's see how they come out.
Wow.
See if we can get to the harbor on the camera shot to see the Class 1 boats as they come around. Just watch X Insurance and Cortez Cove. Yep, we got a battle in Pro Class 1 heading out to turn number 1.
X-Mobile Walmart. Mobile X Walmart.
It's too close to call. Just a 1 boat length lead over to Falco as we get a good look at X Insurance, and now
this will be a drag race to the finish coming around turn 2 here in a minute.
Monster Energy, of course, not easy. Billy, not easy to get around people.
Not at all.
Not
these guys. There's no, I mean, this is...
Especially on a course like Key West, there's just not a ton of straightaway.
It's narrow, it's short. I mean, it's only 4.8 miles, you know, and it's coming down the wall right here. You don't have much room. The turn down there is super tight, you know, if you're not setting yourself up. So, yeah, getting around someone on this race course is probably the hardest one there is, I would say.
It looks like the lead boat has made a little bit of distance there over DeFalco. Again, we're looking into extreme glare here.
I did see DeFalco take a little bit of a flyer at the start of turn 1.
I saw it too.
All right, we'll try and catch those boats as they come around Fort Zachary Taylor at turn number 2. Been some mayhem out there with turn buoys and stuff losing. We tried to put 3 at turn 1, 2 at turn 2, 3 in the harbor. With the roughness of the water, although not as rough as we thought it would be, it's definitely played some mayhem on those 3 buoys at turn number 1 as we look at OC Racing, I believe, or is that Hancock Claims? All right, here comes your boats. This is what we're looking for. Pro Class 1.
DeFalco went wide.
Yep, and it looks like the Mobile X Walmart team is going to lead every lap again here in Key West after doing it for 3 consecutive races to win the World Championships last year. There they are. Mobile X Walmart, 222 offshore with a 2.5 second.
See, I think they're on their 9th lap.
Well, you may be right. I may be crazy.
No comment.
I'm trying to think of the next part of the lyric, but I can't remember it.
Must be a lunatic.
Just may be a lunatic you're looking for.
Sorry. As we watch Morpheus through, Morpheus continuing to hold 3rd place, OC Racing 2nd. The boats are still running.
Okay, we just saw race-winning Brands come through, but where's Hancock?
He's coming out of the turn and turn 3 in the
he
harbor
came
on the outside.
Right.
He came through right.
Yeah.
We came right through when
Mobile
X, they've checked out.
Giovanni just said, yeah, sorry, Billy.
X Insurance, 43-foot MTI.
Where is the start boat? Like, where would they be waving a checkered flag
right
from?
in front of us. I mean, we're right on the start-finish line.
Right.
Yeah, and
I just got this big old monitor in front of me.
Yeah, it's right
we
here.
both have a big monitor in front of us. So MCon coming through. All the boats are going out at least for one more lap. I could have been a lap ahead of schedule.
It's exciting, Todd. It's exciting.
It is. Mountain Racing, Cortez Cove. For the exception of one boat, all boats have stayed out on the course. No attrition between Pro Class 1
I got to say that
Super V.
Eddie Hancock Claims Team Farnsworth Super V Fountain just checked out. I mean, these guys are running hard, both of those boats, and they're a half lap ahead of them.
Coming up next, their biggest class of boats, Superstock. Ryan Beckley's going to join us, the class representative.
The veteran.
Yes, sir.
The
20
legend.
years. This is the first year that Ryan won't be in a Superstock boat.
And he's got his
Key
foot
West.
tapping over here, just nervous as can be already.
And here come your leaders in Pro Class 1. Put on quite a show for us today.
Here's the flag in front of you right here.
Yeah, and how do they do it? Darren Nicholson, 222 Offshore Marine in Australia, with his new sponsor, Mobile X and Walmart here in Key West, lead all the way through and win again for their 4th consecutive race in Key West. First this year, 2024. DeFalco will take 2nd. Mike Falco and Billy Moore, 2nd in Pro Class 1.
Great run.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're them, you're not unhappy with what you've got going into Sunday.
And 3rd, Morpheus is to be ecstatic with their performance today. Gary Stray, the crew chief, with this big victory hull, 48-footer. John Tomlinson on the throttles. Carlos de Quesada.
There's your winner in Super V.
Carlos de Quesada, the driver, and there's your winner in Super V, as Eric noted. Hancock Claims, Farnsworth Racing, Elijah Kingery, and Anthony Smith.
There were 6 team members in that race that were also in the previous race in Supercat. That's a lot of guys doing double duty there. Now Myric's got to get out and jump into the Performance Boat Center Superstock.
This is a great run for X Insurance. Get to feel great about their performance here in Key West.
I can't imagine he would even have enough time to attempt to get rehydrated before he goes back out.
Yeah, got to put a camel pack on the boat or something.
Yeah.
OC Racing, I'm sorry,
Race-winning
Brands will take second to Ed Wendt and William McComb, that skater. There's Monster Energy, your Class 1 world champion on the series this year.
5 out of 6 boats finished the race in Class 1.
Yep.
Best one I've ever seen.
Best one, yep.
Usually they start with 5 and they end with 2.
Yep, and no, without a doubt, the best pro Class 1 race of the year.
Yep.
And maybe the last 2 years, really. I'll be honest with you.
I heard it's going to double next year, possibly, the fleet.
I've definitely heard of 2 or 3 more boats. You know, we heard MTI's building
the GC Racing team is going to campaign it.
Yeah,
Billy
Willie
Moff is building one.
Yeah, Grant Bruggeman.
What?
In GC Racing.
Billy Moff is building
maybe it's a rumor.
A Class 1 boat?
Maybe it's a rumor. We've heard. There's always rumors. You never know.
You know, the rumor mill in offshore racing is just like the one on Facebook, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Here comes Cortez Cove. They'll take third today in Super V.
Looks good, looks good. Those guys blew about 3 motors last year, so good for them, man. I always like to see them come back and just have a good run, you know?
Well, I think Rob's coming off a little bit of a challenge, too, and good to see him back in the boat.
Yep.
Now we got 14 boats getting ready to go Superstock race.
I don't want no part of that one.
And I'll tell you, I mean,
I want to watch it.
A lot of them were just salivating at the prospects of having a extremely rough race out there. Look, it's not going to be super calm, but the winds are continued to come down. Right now, the winds of Fort Zach kind of swung around to the east. Fort Zach Retailer, 7 miles an hour right now as we. Now listen, it's been
still
blowing.
going to be 14 boats going into turn 1.
Let me tell you something. It has been blowing for 4 weeks here in Key West, and the seas just don't stop churning.
Yeah.
So
it's not what we expected, though. It was expected to be a bit much bigger than this. And then,
yes, sir.
Thankfully, it's
it
like
definitely changes, and I can imagine right now some teams in Superstock are thinking about weight changes, thinking about what propellers they might want to run here. So congratulations to the Mobile X Walmart team, 222 Offshore Marine out of Australia. Pick up right where they left off last year. Another big day for them. There they get ready to take their checkered flag.
Thanks to Rick Lindsay and X Insurance and that new Helicam they got up there on that thing.
Yep.
That is a really, really cool camera. He can film front, backwards, side by side. You know, before they were filming out one side of the helicopter. He was only catching one side of the deal. And then now he was flying facing this way, shooting backwards when they were getting that flag over there. So
there they are, Mobile X, 222 Offshore, co-sponsored by Walmart, Giovanni Carpentella, and Darren Nicholson. They just continued their winning ways from last year back here in Key West. And I'll be honest with you, I was skeptical, thought that they might have some hiccups, and ran flawlessly out there.
Well, it's, when you were talking about the rumors 2 years ago, I was at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show talking with the guys from Maritimo, and all they said to me was, we did get a call about our 40 molds from another guy from down here. And so
I love watching the races when they're in them.
Maybe we'll see a new Pro Floors.
Man, yeah, new Pro Floors, maybe Maritimo. Who knows?
Yeah, Maritimo, you ever seen the video on YouTube running the bridge to bridge in that thing?
Hey,
the only thing crazier is the 22-foot boats with the 1,200 horse pulling a skier.
Yeah, right. 120 miles an hour.
2024 Key West World Championships brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the World Championships. Sunoco Racing Fuel, our official race fuel sponsor. Our host hotel, Keys Collection Hotels, and Race World Championship Bourbon. Maximum Inflation, of course, presenting our live stream coverage. X Insurance, our VIP hospitality sponsor. Fury Water Sports. Motley Injury Attorneys, our Race Village sponsor. Tuna Skin Apparel. First State Bank, the sponsor of the world's fastest boat parade. And, of course, this event is funded, sponsored by the Tourist Development Council of Key West and Monroe County and the Lower Keys and Big Pine Key. So Pro Class 1 racing is done, as well as Super V and the Extreme team that was out there racing. Billy Shipley of Team Woody, we appreciate you joining us. Look forward to seeing you back here on Sunday. It's always great to hear your voice on the Race World Offshore live stream.
Thank you. I hope we're able to run a good race on Sunday, and we can talk about that when I'm sitting over here with you guys afterwards. So
yeah, we
I appreciate
wish
you
you
having
well.
me. I always love doing this. Maybe one day when I'll stop racing, I'll sit in with you guys full time or something. You
Yes,
never know.
exactly. You have a.
You're not going to stop racing.
Probably not.
Billy Shipley, ladies and gentlemen, coming up, the Superstock teams will be out here to race as we continue on with our live coverage from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance with Scott Porte at the helm leads the way in hydrodynamic and aerodynamic technology for the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Back with the Lecty Marine of Marathon halftime show with Superstock Racing coming right back with more on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Certified technicians offering pontoon and boat rentals, a fully stocked tackle, bait, and ship store, and wet and dry boat storage. Now offering a VIP certified dive center. We've got everything you need to hit the water like a pro. From Mercury Repower Services to top-tier rentals. Vote like a local with us. Located at mile marker 5 Stock Island. Visit beachweekendkeywest.com and start your adventure today. Beach Weekend Marina, your one-stop boating destination.
Don't let a hangover leave you being a waste of space during the race. Plan ahead with Booze Bandage, the #1 hangover prevention patch of its kind, combining potent B1 vitamin with transdermal technology to deliver a natural, safe, and effective hangover cure. It's simple. Just slap one on and get back to enjoying your day or night and wake up feeling great. For more info or to order yours today, go to boozebandage.com. In Key West, be sure to swing by their booth this Wednesday at the Powerboat Vending Village. Booze Bandage. Party hard, recover smart.
Bourbon Street Pub, 724 Duval Street, with the friendliest and hottest bartenders, serving up fresh frozen drinks and cocktails daily right on Duval. Sidewalk cafe seating available, open 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. And the male-only clothing optional garden bar with pool and jacuzzi. Woo! Bourbon Street Pub with live entertainment nightly at 8 p.m. Of course, the Men of Bourbon, all that beef on the reef, 10 p.m. Located at 724 Duval Street, right in the heart of Old Town. Bourbon Street Pub.
Do you love the ocean, animals, and maybe a little alcohol? If so, Coco's Monkey Apparel is for you. A Key West-born brand with unique clothing and accessories, our Coco's Monkey mission is to create merchandise for our dog-loving, boating, and island community. Cheer on Coco's Monkey, local powerboat in your custom race gear, which can be found at our store at 103 Symington Street and on race day at the Outer Mole Pier. Help us cheer on our Coco's Monkey boat to victory.
So I opened my Winn-Dixie Rewards app, and wow, personalized deals on things I buy, percent back offers, and BOGOs, so my dollar goes further. So I save on snacks for the kids and splurge on something I want. I can't imagine paying full price for groceries. Good thing I don't have to, because with Winn-Dixie Rewards, I spend my points, not my money. Shop, earn, save with Winn-Dixie Rewards. Rewards account required. See windixie.com/rewards-terms for terms and exclusions.
We return to our continuous real-time broadcast from the Race Road Offshore Global Live Stream on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. It's the Key West Worlds presented by Performance Boat Center.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 43rd Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. One more race to go here today before we get the first day in the books. Welcome back to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Performance with Scott Porte at the helm leads the way in hydrodynamic and aerodynamic technology for the marine industry. At Porte Performance, we build performance into everything. Again, it's the Lecty Marine of Marathon in-race report. Lecty Marine of Marathon is the Keys' largest Suzuki repowered dealer. Lecty Marine is located at 9200 Overseas Highway in Marathon. I'm Rick Lopez, back once again with J.W. Cook from the Keys Citizen. Joey, one to go.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's been a long one, and they're already on. They're very short time before they're coming out. They're already pulling the stock boats. You see them running out there for this 14 boat fleet headed out there to the molding area. So once they get them out there, get them all set, it'll be interesting to see. Are they parading again? I don't know. Eric, do you know if they're parading again? Oh, they're not parading this time, I'm told. So.
Okay.
So, I mean, with 14 boats, it's a hell of a parade there. So, you know, let's move it on and let's get this game going because, again, this is going to be an exciting race. I don't care if you have 5 boats break down. You still got 9 out there running for it. So it should be a lot of excitement. And it's probably the reason, despite not being the fastest, you put it at the end because of the big fleet.
Well, it is the largest fleet of all the categories of racing here, Joey, and you got 14 boats. And again, I mean, this should be very exciting. Who's going to jump out in front? You don't want to get caught in all the different wakes and get too far behind here, because if you get too far behind, it's a lot to catch up on, and also dealing with a lot of rough water out there. Although the conditions right now are absolutely perfect out
this
here.
is laid down.
Really,
yeah,
it's really
it's
nice
settled throughout the rest of the day.
On. Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
The 3 rookie boats are starting 100 feet behind.
Oh, they are?
Oh, they are?
On the outside, because that's the rule.
And that's Eric Colby from Speed on the Water. Hi,
and it
Eric.
was good of Mr. Beckley to make sure that rule got enforced this morning.
Right. Well, I mean, we're getting ready. I mean, I see Todd is itching to get going. Again, Eric, are you ready for the final race?
Yes, sir.
You guys are doing a great job. Our coverage here on the Zone is brought to you by Porte Performance, Lichty Marine and Marathon, Keys Auto Center, X Insurance, Florida Powerboat Club, Beach Weekend Marina, Shadow and Fish. We've got the Keys, El Mesón de Pepe, Bourbon Street Pub, Coco's Monkey, IV's in the Keys, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, Booze Bandage, Titan Sea Center, and Pepe's Cafe. Joey, your thoughts real quick before we head to break and what you're looking for in this final race of the day.
This is going to be a good race, and you're going to see a lot of paint to paint, rubbing, kind of finding their way to the first pin here. There's going to be a lot of excitement to see this first straightaway win that green flag, and how quick they can get into formation, and how quick they can get that green flag going before they get out to that first turn. And that first and second turn is going to determine a lot in this race here.
14 boats coming your way. The Superstock class is next when we return to the 43rd Annual Key West World Championships right here on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Powerboating in Paradise returns to the Florida Keys November 5th to 11th with the Florida Powerboat Club's 32nd Annual Key West Poker Run. Presented by Mercury Racing, this event features 250 powerboat teams and hundreds of participants from around the globe enjoying the scenic waterways of the Florida Keys. FBC thanks hotel partners, including the Marker, Hyatt Centric, Pier House, La Concha on Duval, and the historic Casa Marina. The Poker Run headquarters is at Conch Republic Seafood Company, 631 Green Street. Join the fun. It's free to the public.
IV's in the Keys is Key West's original medical spa located at 531 Whitehead Street. With 23 full-body massage chairs and a professional licensed staff, IV's in the Keys will get you over your hangover in no time. They have a multitude of services and IV options for you to choose from, as well as a cold plunge, infrared sauna, and halo therapy. Walk-ins are welcome and mobile services are available. For more information or to book their services today, go to ivsinthekeys.com or visit them at their office on Whitehead Street.
Now back to the live stream of the Key West Worlds Race World Offshore's season-ending spectacular, featuring the sports team that's covered the World Championship for 4 decades. It's the Key West World Championship races presented by Performance Boat Center.
Hey, welcome back, and we are about ready to get our final day of a great day of racing.
We're going.
And the Superstock boats are up. We got Ryan Beckley, the Superstock class representative, Double Edge Motorsports, who is going to join us for this broadcast. Welcome, Ryan.
Thanks, Todd. I'm really excited to be here, really excited to see going. They're rolling now. The pace boat's up on plane with the yellow flag up, and there's 14 boats about to take the start.
So the start here is just like all of the other classes. You don't have to stay in your lane, but you have to get out to a 2-boat length lane before you can change. So we see Big East Construction moving up in the middle.
Team Allen's out in the early lead.
And they had the inside lane.
Ray Marine is right there, North Wing.
No, the wind's down below 10 right now out of the east-southeast. The sea's not what we thought they were going to be, Ryan.
No, it's quickly dwindling out. We were out there for the first race, and it's quickly calming down. Billy Allen drew the the lane 1. He drew the ace in lane 1, so he's got the great start. It looks like the Ray Marine and the North Wing. So, oh no, it's definitely bumping up out there still.
Yeah.
And Celsius is right behind them, just out of the picture. So
yeah. So Ray Marine, the new sponsor for the Big East construction team.
That's the Victory boat.
Yep, the Victory, and then you have Doug Wright.
Brand new Doug Wright.
Yep, the brand new one. Billy Allen likes the rough water, so I think both these boats were hoping for rough water here, and they're going to get some bump out there, but not as much as they certainly wanted. They definitely, I think, probably were revising their setups, Ryan.
No, for sure. And you see Casey Boaz and Darren Kittredge in North Wing there. 2 veterans that have been doing this a long time in the ex-Hulk boat, one of the oldest boats out there, and they're right up front. They're in 3rd place currently. In the Celsius boat, Jay Muller and Chris Hopgood in their Doug Wright to go into the inside line right now. They're going past Darren and Casey inside the first turn right now.
And Darren will tell you that boat's a unicorn. It just works.
It does work. It was built for Doug Kelly.
And here's Allied Construction, the S2 power boats in 5th.
Yep, the Shawns are right up there in their new
Monkey.
ST.
Yep. I mean, Myrick's got to be tired.
Yeah.
In his 3rd, and no time in between.
No, he was mentioning that the other day doing triple duty. He was not excited about it. Celsius made quick work right there, and they're going towards the front right now.
Yeah, but that was another great boat when it was Kyler Talbot's boat.
Yeah, that
Talbot
boat
Excavating.
was always a very good boat. It was the
boat
world
here.
champion.
Yeah.
9 years ago, it was the world champion here.
All
It
right.
looks like Big East Ray Marines already out to the front. Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel.
So these all 32-foot catamarans, canopied with the twin 300R Mercury 4-stroke engines, lightest boats in the major national classes.
I can't help but ask a little bit, where's Jackhammer?
I saw them coming around the first turn, sliding back a little bit. Here you
So
see
Ray
them
Marine
coming
with
in
the
right
early
now,
lead.
side by side. Billy
Ray
Allen
Marine
and Cole Leibel, side by side coming in. Ray Marine takes the first lap. 3rd place, Celsius and North Wing, 2 best friends side by side. Allied. There's Jackhammer, Ricky Maldonado, and Reese Langheim. Hoping the best for Julian out there. I'm sure he's listening. Coco's Monkey. Mom Ain't Happy, PBC, Tit for Tat, Boat Depot.
These boats going eight laps, 4.48 mile course.
I'm going to have to get caught up on all that.
Yeah,
There's no way I'm keeping up with that.
Team Allen Lawn Care in 2nd.
Yep.
And then Celsius and North Wing battling 3rd and 4th.
They were side by side as they're exiting the harbor right now. The Ray Marine boat's pulling away from Billy Allen just a little bit. Gary Ballou's 25 years of experience in Key West is showing itself right now.
Oh, yep, there's Jackhammer getting ready to challenge Allied.
Yeah, we talked about Victory. We talked about Doug Wright. We had a brief glimpse there again, just coming back on the screen. The S2 powerboats production of Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. They have that boat in its first full year of development. There's your leader, Ray Marine, Cole Leibel, and Gary Ballou for 20-plus years. Super stock class guru up and down the production classes as well. I think he has a combined 17 championships, a lot of experience. He raced X-Cat.
Coco's Monkey and Jackhammer both getting set to challenge Allied here, going past him.
Yeah, Pete Bogino and AJ Bogino, father and son team in the old Shadow Pirate. That's got the Porte Racing bottom on it.
Yeah, another one of those boats that
Jackhammer just in front.
The Porte bottom wants to stay in the water.
Yeah,
So maybe that'll help from 1 to 2.
And I tell you what, that bottom works in special situations, as what they showed in Sheboygan. That thing will go around the corner when most boats won't make it.
Limping around, bad news for S25 GL Construction. That's Team Bermuda. Bermuda campaigning 2 boats here in Key West.
Yep. Two. And Stephen Bridges, the owner of the 25, and Lewis Martins, the driver of the 12, have been best friends for 25 years. So it's great to see 2 more Bermuda teams, the pink boat as we call it.
Yep.
Back out here. Was a long work in progress.
And Grant rigged that boat,
and Grant just finished it, so it's great to see them out here.
Yep. And they may have the biggest contingent of any group here to root them on. Stephen told me he thinks that they have close to 200 people in town.
I don't know if there's anybody left in Bermuda.
Who's
'cause
down
they're
in
all
the middle
here.
there? See 'em?
Yeah, somebody's down right in the middle there, but with the sun, you can't tell
Yeah,
what's
you just
going
can't
on.
tell here. There's a good look at Pete
That's
Rivero's new purchase. That's the 32-foot Faza hull. It's built. It's inspired by the Victory, but built by two former Victory champions, Arif Al-Savine and Nadir Ben Hindi.
Throttled by Ricardo Maldonado.
Right.
Ricardo, who ran that boat early on in the season, throttling with Dominic, is back in the throttle seat. The older Maldonado brother.
Julian had a unfortunate mishap down here.
Here
so
comes Ray Marine.
We wish him well.
Leading the way, Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel. Cole's got his whole family, his father, his uncle Lauren. They're stretching it out on Billy Allen a little bit right now.
4 seconds.
Team Allen, Randy Keys at the wheel, Billy Allen on the throttle.
Northwing got around Celsius.
Yep, Northwing definitely opened up some real estate. Celsius coming in now.
Those herring propellers. 5 jackhammers, 6 Cocos.
7 Allied. 8 is Tit for Tat.
Which one is that? 2 conchs?
Yep.
Okay.
Performance Boat Center is 9th and Boat Depot's 10th.
Yeah, watch them come in side by side here in the harbor. 2 laps of 8 completed.
Mom Ain't Happy out of Illinois in 11th. Going through the harbor turn, I can see him right now. The Big East, Ray Marine, is still holding on to the lead.
Good to see a sponsor hopping on for them for this event,
Yeah.
and hopefully it continues through next year.
I believe it's a whole deal for the whole year next year already, and just came on board. They were installing the graphic on it Sunday night when we got back after the world's fastest boat parade.
32-foot Victory. The Victory was made for these 4-stroke engines, made by the XCAT racing series. They actually built the boat to fit the 400 ROS 4-stroke, and although these 300Rs have the 20-inch midsection, carry them higher, they definitely were matched very well to the 300R.
It looks like Ray Marine is slowing down right now. I'm seeing Ray Marine just is coming off plane, and Billy Allen is going past him right now. Ray Marine's dead in the water.
Yeah, Billy Allen is now passing by Ray Marine.
Let's see if he gets back going again, because then that might be Guardian.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But now Team Allen, it looks like they're still they're off plane now completely. And that is one snake bit team here in Key West. 2 years ago, they were running pretty well.
Yeah, $2 part or something, a relay.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cole's had a lot of issues, little tiny issues with that boat over the year. And they were lucky. They got a great race in Michigan City, Indiana. They took that win for the class this year. But they fought the boat on a lot of other issues, and it looks like something else just took them out.
There's
they're
your
still
leader
down
from
right
the
there.
X-Insurance Helicam, Team Allen Lawn Care. Bill Allen to the lead.
Bill Allen and Randy Keys out of Iowa. Out front right now of the 14-boat fleet. Billy Allen is one of the nicest guys in the whole class. He deserves to be out front. It proves that it's a little bit rough out there. Definitely lane 1 starting position didn't hurt him today.
Yeah,
right.
Won a world championship a couple of years ago. He was
the last 300 XS.
He was one of a few of the last 300 XSs, which really played well for him, Ryan, because it was a really rough race that year.
It was super duper rough. We were close to him. That was the year I was racing the Celsius boat with Hopgood, and we were also running the XSs. And we came down to pass him on the last lap, and he knew he had to beat us to win the championship, so there was no way we were passing. He had a really wide boat on that last lap. He's coming in the harbor now.
Yep, got the lead. We'll get an interval on him as he's taken the lead after Ray Marine has broken down. Northwing chasing.
Northwing is hot on his tail. Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz in their 32-foot duck right. Another boat rigged by Grants. He is hot on Billy Allen's tail.
The Hulk.
Celsius slides into 3rd place right now, and here comes Coco's Monkey.
Yeah.
Coco's Monkey is one of the boats, Pete and AJ, father and son, that runs great late in the race. They pour it on late in the race every time.
Allied up to 6th.
Yeah, Allied Construction continuing to run well. Goes two conks team, Boat Depot.
Yep.
In front of us
7
here
and
at
8.
the live broadcast center, Performance
Boat Center 9th.
Good to see them back.
Yeah, Myrick and Rusty doing the best they can. They were down here last week actually testing, trying to get that thing dialed in after they blew up an engine in Sarasota. So it looks like they might still be having some issues with that. Heading out of the harbor now, it looks like Billy Allen might have got through the corner in the harbor a little bit better than Northwing did.
Yep.
Because he definitely stretched it back out on him a little bit. I wonder if Billy Allen short propped it a little bit so he can get around the corners and the rough a little better, and Northwing maybe stretching it out with a little longer propeller for the straightaways.
Yeah, so
could they have chosen?
So Team Allen came into the harbor with a 2-second lead, left with almost a 5-second lead.
Yeah.
Oh, and Darren did say that he's getting some help from the Porsche dealer up in New Hampshire, and more help from Danny DeSantis at McLaren of Boston.
Yep.
2-time world champion.
It's great to see all these other teams and sponsors coming in. It makes it go around. This is by no means a cheap class to race, and now the guys are buying more and more sets of propellers and cowlings and everything, trying to make their boats more competitive. So it's great to see more and more sponsors being able to come in to help these teams do that.
A good look at Performance Boat Center and the
Boat
Faza
Depot.
Hull.
Yep.
The Boat Depot. Pete Rivero is on board with Ricardo Maldonado. He's got a tribute on the side of his boat to Zaroom Muhammad, the matriarch of the Sheriff Lobo team. She recently passed, and our condolences to Sheriff Lobo, and Pete wanted to pay tribute to.
There's Ray Marine right in the off of our vantage point here, off the camera, just idling.
That's Ray Marine and
Team Bermuda.
Team Bermuda coming in. Unfortunately, both of them are out. It's really odd to see two stock boats out so early in the race.
Yeah, two boats are,
Team Bermuda's had a decent year. They've been pretty consistent.
Team Bermuda finished third in the National Series and was one of the most consistent teams in the whole series.
Yeah.
Enough said. Team Bermuda, Lewis Martins and Andy Stoneham.
Yeah, both those guys have raced for a very, very long time, but haven't raced in a few years. And it's great to see them back. They're both champions of racing in Bermuda. Right behind them, here comes Chad Havens and Leanne in the Demon Bikini S33 boat, which is the ex-Play Trades / Savage boat. And they purchased that boat just a couple weeks ago and put that deal together to bring it here to race.
Ryan Backley, Superstock class representative, joins us for this stock class race. This is the final race of the Key West World Championships. It's Team Allen Lawn Care.
Randy Keys and Billy Allen still out front, and Darren and Casey and Northwing reeled them in just a little bit again. We'll see how they...
A little bit over 3 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see how they go through this corner down there.
Celsius.
Right
there on the rooster, though, is Coco's Monkey.
AJ and Bogino, and then Jackhammer hot on their tail with Ricky Maldonado and Reese Langheim. That's going to get hairy down in that harbor turn right now. This is when it's going to get challenging, because if there's somebody that ain't afraid to turn the boat, it's the Boginos. They will turn inside of anyone.
Well, didn't AJ just have a little girl?
AJ just had little Miss Cece, the baby, as we call her. AJ and Chelsea, right when we were in Sheboygan, they had the baby right after that, I believe.
Performance Boat Center, Rusty Williams and Myra Coyle, good to see them back. And
looks like
Performance Boat Center, the presenting sponsor of the Key West World Championships.
Team Allen definitely pulling out in the harbor turn. Definitely nailed that setup of the exit speed, because they just pull away coming out of the harbor from Northwing.
So they're definitely gaining speed on the exit.
I'm thinking Northwing has a little taller
7
prop.
seconds.
Yeah, longer prop for sure. Here comes Scott Bloomberg and Tom Kennedy and Mom Ain't Happy, all the way down from Illinois and Iowa. Their first trip to Key West. They had a bunch of local sponsorship. They had a really great thing at the Heroes Bar and Grill the other night.
Bad news there for Ray Marine. See the hatch up. Again, they were off to a nice start today. I know they were hoping for rougher water, though. Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou, for sure. And what we ended up having. But they had a good start.
The thing was running great, and they were out front. And unfortunately, it's probably a really dumb thing, cheap part that broke. I hope for their sake.
Superstock Racing here, the final race of the day. The Race World Offshore live stream is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Live here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Maximum Inflation prioritizes safety, where they have proudly supported missions from shuttle launches to recreational boating. The commitment to quality ensures that every life jacket produced is equipped to save lives. Maximum Inflation.
The boat on the screen there, the Mom Ain't Happy, this is Bill Allen's boat that won the Worlds here 2 years ago. And Scott's had several Doug Wright pleasure boats, and now he's went racing this year and did a limited schedule, but was at a lot of the races, and they picked away at it, and they're doing pretty well right now to be out there.
Talked to a couple of teams that are going to campaign next year. You've often talked about how this could be a 15, boat fleet or even above it, and that seems like it's very possible here in the very near future, Ryan.
I mean, up until 2 weeks ago, we had 15 boats coming here, and there was a slight change of plans. So we would have had 15 boats. I'm hoping we can put a deal together to get in another boat next year, and then there's a couple new boats being built and worked on, and there will be 15 boat races next year for sure.
Your driver that you just kind of found was Connor, right?
Yep, Connor Toomey and I raced a lot this year, had some good races going, and had a great run in Sarasota. Sadly, the boat owner had to change his plans a couple weeks ago, so we weren't able to bring the boat here. As they go by there, Billy Allen definitely got reeled in a little bit by the north wing. That lap by, we'll see what they do. Whoa, somebody just stuffed right here. I just caught it out of the corner of that screen. I don't know if that was Jackhammer. Celsius is still in third, but they definitely got a hotly contested race going there for
third, fourth, and fifth is real close.
Yeah, super close right there.
Somebody dug in.
And Boat Depot's having a good run.
Yeah, Boat Depot back in sixth, it looks like.
Yep. So they got around. Where's Allied? Because Allied had been running.
Allied. It looks to be out now.
Unofficially, we'll keep an eye open.
There's Demon Bikini going by. We still have not seen Allied. Here's Performance Boat Center. So the Shawns in the S2 Allied entry appear to have gone off. That's what I was afraid of when they told us we were going to race at 3 o'clock, Todd, is what I see you doing right now.
Oh, yeah, the glare.
I was afraid of this. So going out to turn one right now, seeing must be terrible. The sight line must be terrible.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it's like in that with your limited vision in that cockpit.
That's what I'm talking about. The glare. There's S2 coming in now. They might look like they're on one motor, way on the inside of the course. That boat's very distinct and easy to tell. Which now they're picking back up speed. Maybe the thing went to the Guardian. It's definitely back on the wick and going again, but they're way inside the course.
Yeah.
The Shawns, Torrente, and Connor.
They're off camera right now, but they did pass by us here. So we look at the leading grid there.
But Mom Ain't Happy just came off plane.
Mom Ain't Happy.
In the middle of the course. And here's Jackhammer.
Yeah, back to the X Insurance Helicam. This is Jackhammer, Reese Langheim, and Ricky Maldonado, Manatee Marine.
And they were one of the top boats on the podium almost every single race this year. They won the national championship, the APBA championship, and the Superstock class championship, and that boat was hard to beat this year. Like I said, thinking about Julian, I know he's listening right now.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully he's on the mend already. He's got a baby coming soon, him and Madison, so we're thinking of them, and we'll see them soon.
Broken leg here in Key West, had to go home. Glad to hear he's doing better and on the mend. Of course, he teamed up with Reese and Jackhammer last year to win the Superstock World Championship here in Key West. Now his dad trying to fill his shoes in the cockpit, and his brother Ricardo in the Boat Depot boat. Lineage of powerboat racing throughout the Maldonado family, teaming up with the Langheims at Manatee Marine, putting a lot of boats out of there for sure. All right, here comes our leaders overall, Superstock class. We have, after this one, there'll be 2 laps to go here for the Key West World Superstock Racing.
Billy Allen still out front, the Team Allen S17, Doug Wright out front, Randy Keys on the wheel, Billy Allen on the sticks.
North Wing still
North
in second.
Wing, the S77 dug right,
They
right there.
They didn't make up as much ground.
No.
3.5 seconds.
Definitely not this time, but we know that it seems like at least that Billy Allen has the upper hand of the harbor turn coming through. They are stretching it out on third place. Third place is the Celsius boat, Chris Hopgood. Team Celsius
Coco's
Ignite
is
Offshore.
still fourth.
Coco's is in fourth, but trying a different line. They've swapped lines from what they've been all race. Coco's down the outside now.
Yeah.
Will they try to just carry more speed through the harbor turn because of the way that
they're
boat
going to try
turns?
to outside in him.
The outside in move.
It worked for them in Sheboygan.
And
then
here's
here comes
Boat Depot.
and their Faz Marine.
I
the
think
firm
they're up.
race team.
I think they're up to fifth.
Fifth or sixth, I
or
believe.
sixth. Yep, because Jackhammer was fifth.
Yeah.
As
Tit for Tat is seventh.
And that boat is running great. After all that boat's been through all year, to see it running the way it is right now, the two conchs Tit for Tat boat, S13.
So let's try and focus coming out of the harbor and see what
Billy's
happened
pulled
with
it out.
Coco's Monkey and Celsius. And about the same lead as Team Allen had. Yep, about 5 seconds over North Wing.
And I think that
Celsius was able to.
Coco's about 2 seconds apart, I bet.
Yeah, they were able to put a little bit of a gap there, the longer way around that turn.
I can promise you, Hopgood is saying not again.
Not again.
In that boat. After Sheboygan and them coming in, he knows they're coming. And I'm sure that somebody's on the radio saying, and they're coming. And you're watching right here, they're coming.
Yeah, it's Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller in the Celsius, the former Talbot excavating boat, won a world championship here in Key West, 2014, I believe. And now refitted with the 300R four-stroke engines, which is the competition engine here in Superstock class.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get to throttle that boat with Chris for a couple seasons. We raced together. He raced with me and my skater for a season. Then we raced a couple seasons in that. We had teething problems with the switching from the XS to the Rs, and it was a whole different boat for me. And we didn't have the results we would have liked. And he put Jay in the boat, and they've run very well since. They won a race this year, and they're doing very well for Celsius.
Yep, here's a good look at S2 power boats, the design of Sean Torrente, Sean Connor.
And Aki Mannerfelt.
Yep, helped to design that boat.
They've been picking away at that thing all year. We've been at races, and they've been, Termite, their crew guy, has been putting mountain stuff on that boat, trying to get it to go around and run just a little bit better and a little bit better. And they test and test and test, and they are not afraid to work on that boat.
Termite?
Termite is their guy that works on the bottom of the boat. I believe, honestly, that he actually came from tunnel boats where they were still working. Oh, Billy Allen sending it upstairs, coming around turn two as they come into the harbor. He knows that they're coming.
Yep, he's having a hard time keeping it in the water. A little too much bounce here for Bill Allen.
Yeah, the North Wing boat's flying a little flatter, but Billy Allen is on the buttons, trying to find some speed right here.
Here he comes.
And North Wind's looking for another line right here. They just turned to the inside.
4 seconds off the pace. North Wing heading out for the last lap.
They're coming in. Let's see what Coco's Monkey and Celsius got going. Oh, they're side by side now. They're side by side, and Jackhammer's just behind them right here.
Here comes Coco's.
Yeah,
Battle
here
for
they go.
third. Battle for third here in Superstock.
Look at that. Look at that shot from the X-Insurance helicopter right there. Parker Lindsay.
I got Coco's taking the advantage.
Amazing coverage right there, but Celsius has got the inside line. Maybe I was hoping we could stay with that shot right there with the X-Insurance into the harbor turn. That's going to be the make or break moment is that turn in the harbor right now.
We'll watch for the boats as they come out of the harbor turn.
Billy Allen once again has poured it on coming out of the harbor. Definitely has that base covered of the acceleration.
So North Wing trailing still by just under 5 seconds. A boat is over.
Yeah.
A boat is over in the harbor.
Well, it's I hate to say it. It's Celsius.
Oh no.
Well, let's check.
It's Celsius 100%.
Yeah, it's Celsius.
Yep. So like I said,
Red
unfortunately, Hopgood said not again.
This is probably going to shut it down, don't you think?
Yeah. No, the red flag is out on the orange pace boat out there.
We see it. Yeah, Celsius is over. and it's deep in the harbor. We had a momentary shot of it.
7th of 8 laps.
Our producer will keep an eye on the situation. We will not show you the rescue. We'll wait for the two, the racer and the driver, to get up on the deck, and
looks like they're out.
Yeah,
I'd say there's 2 guys already standing in the tunnel.
So
of that thing.
once our policy here is once we see the 2 orange helmets, that we'll put the cameras on it, and it looks like everything going well over there. You can see the Angel helicopter right overhead. From this angle, of course, the spectator boat from the Fury is right in the line of the shot, but as you can see, the safety crew's Johnny on the spot, and I pretty much imagine that's where the race is going to end. Ryan.
Yeah, I would say so. That's what
3/4 of a lap to go.
Yeah, they're going to call it after that.
There's Celsius. Yep, you see the 2 orange helmets.
Yep.
Yep.
Jay Muller and Chris Hopgood both look to be up and okay. Say quick response. Sean Steiner, the entire safety team, they're second to none, and they don't come here to have issues. They come here to save our butts when we're out there racing, and they get right on the job.
We don't talk enough about it too, but these boats are made for safety. The hatch on the bottom, this is, it's not uncommon a boat turns over on its lid like that. The guys, they have oxygen, they're restrained.
It's very likely they didn't even get wet, because when I've turned the boat over in the harbor the same way, the Five Brothers boat years ago, that we didn't even get wet. We just climb out the bottom, you get the bottom, and then it fills with a little water. I know for a fact that Chris's boat has a system that Grant's Signature Racing put in there to pump water out of the cockpit if it does get in there, but that was an unfortunate incident, and I'm sure there was the heated battle there between them and Coco's Monkey going into that corner, the last lap of the first day of the World Championship.
Yep.
Yeah, so that would likely put Coco's Monkey on the podium.
Right.
And North Wing second. Team Allen Lawn Care, you kind of scratch your head. The weather not as rough as Bill Allen would like it, but it all worked out for him. He called the right setup.
He does call it usually really well, and he's very level-headed, and he did have lane 1, which is a huge advantage when there's 14 lanes heading out through that turn buoy. He's got nobody on his left. He gets to go where he wants to go, and if he short-propped it like it looks to me like he did, he had great acceleration right off the start. You get out front, you don't have any traffic in front of you.
The other thing that's important, and a lot of times you think it's just prop, but it's not. These boats carry a lot of weight. To get up to the 4,900 pounds, you guys, some are carrying upwards of 400 pounds or so, and getting that weight right is critical. You get it just wrong on the CG, and that will shut you down even more, as much or more so than a prop will.
100%. I mean, we were putting 300 or 400 pounds of weight in the boat, and it's where you put it. And I'm talking, we're moving 25 pounds here, 25 pounds there, 100 here, 100 there. It's where you put it and how much of every spot, and it's a huge advantage.
Well, an end to the race we weren't hoping for. A boat turns over at Celsius. Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller and their 32 Doug Wright over in the harbor. Everybody's good. Sean Steiner's safety crew on the spot. Both guys okay. They were battling for third place with Coco's Monkey the final lap of the day, and went over, and that put Coco's Monkey into third. Big day for Randy Kent and Bill Allen, Team Allen Lawn Care. They take the victory here today. North Wing with Darren Kittredge and Casey Boaz, and the old Hulk boat, who fans loved seeing racing here in Key West, completely revamped and revised by Grant Bruggeman at Grant's Signature Racing, and a big day for them. They finished on the podium last year overall here in Key West, so another nice day for North Wing, Darren and Casey.